Rain fell over Jiang City like an endless gray curtain. Neon lights shimmered across the soaked streets, stretching into distorted rivers of red, blue, and gold. Cars crawled through evening traffic with their headlights glowing against the wet asphalt. Office workers hurried beneath umbrellas. Couples shared quiet laughter under storefront awnings, and delivery riders raced through puddles without slowing down. The city never cared who was happy. It never cared who was heartbroken. To Jiang City, everyone was simply another silhouette moving through the rain. Lin Chen stood motionless beneath the giant LED screen outside Xinghe Plaza. His umbrella remained folded in his hand. Cold rain soaked his shirt within minutes. He didn't notice. His attention rested on the woman walking slowly toward him. Chang Min Dorte. 3 years. 1,002 days together. He still remembered the first time he saw her during university orientation. She had been carrying too many books, pretending she didn't need help until one slipped from her arms. He had picked it up. She had smiled. That single smile had quietly become the beginning of 3 years. Now, no. The same smile no longer belonged to him. She stopped a few steps away. Neither of them spoke. The rain filled the silence between them. Finally, Jiang Min took a slow breath. "I'm sorry." Lin Chen looked at her quietly. He had imagined this conversation countless times over the past few weeks. He had imagined arguments, tears, explanations, promises to start over. Instead, only 2 words greeted him. "I'm sorry." He smiled faintly. "You've already decided." It wasn't a question. She lowered her eyes. Yes. The answer landed more heavily than he expected. Not because he still hoped she would stay, but because certainty hurt more than doubt. When? A while ago? Before today? She nodded almost imperceptibly. Lin Chen suddenly understood. Today's meeting wasn't meant to save their relationship. It was simply meant to announce its ending. He laughed quietly. Not with bitterness. Not with anger. Just exhaustion. "I thought we were meeting to solve something. We are." Jiang Min looked up. This isn't something that can be solved anymore." Her voice remained gentle, almost guilty. Yet guilt changed nothing. She looked around before speaking again. "My parents met someone." Lin Chen said nothing. Her words stopped, as if saying the next sentence required all her courage. "He can give me the life I want." The rain continued falling. Lin Chen stared at the wet marble beneath his feet. "What kind of life?" She answered honestly. "I don't want to worry about rent anymore. I don't want to count every meal. I don't want every plan to start with, can we afford it?" Her final sentence became quieter. "I don't want to live like this forever." Lin Chen closed his eyes briefly. He couldn't argue. Everything she said was true. 3 years together. Every holiday carefully budgeted. Every restaurant chosen by price before taste. Every birthday gift purchased only after weeks of overtime. He had never blamed her for wanting something better. He only wished she had told him earlier. The sound of an expensive engine slowly approached from behind. A black luxury sedan stopped beside the curb. The vehicle looked almost unreal against the aging taxis parked nearby. A driver stepped out immediately. He opened the rear passenger door with practiced precision. A young man in a charcoal gray tailored suit emerged. His shoes remained spotless despite the rain. His wristwatch alone probably cost more than Lin Chen earned in several years. He walked toward them calmly. There was no arrogance. No deliberate provocation. Only complete confidence. The confidence of someone who had never needed to worry about tomorrow's meal. He smiled politely. "I hope I didn't interrupt." Jiang Min instinctively stepped toward him. The movement was small, yet it quietly ended everything. The young man extended his hand. "Sunji, I've heard quite a bit about you." Lin Chen looked at the offered hand. For a long moment, he simply stood there. Then he shook it. The handshake lasted barely a second. Firm, calm, without hostility. Sunji seemed slightly surprised. He had expected resentment. Instead, the ordinary office worker before him showed remarkable composure. "I appreciate everything you've done for Min." His tone remained courteous. "Sincerely." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "You don't need to thank me." Sunji understood the meaning. Immediately. Some things could not be thanked away. Jiang Min slowly removed something from her handbag. Silver apartment key. She looked at it for several seconds before extending it toward him. "I was going to return this." Lin Chen didn't take it. "You keep it." She frowned slightly. "The lease still has 2 months. I already spoke to the landlord. I'll move out." For the first time that evening, genuine surprise appeared in Jiang Min's eyes. "You? When?" "This morning." Before meeting her, he had already sensed the outcome. Somewhere inside him, he had been preparing for this conversation long before it happened. He accepted the key. Their fingers briefly touched. Cold. Like the rain surrounding them. "I'm sorry," she whispered once more. This time, the apology sounded real. Lin Chen placed the apartment key into his pocket. "No, you don't owe me an apology. You chose the future you wanted. I hope it treats you well." His calmness unsettled her more than anger ever could. She wanted him to shout, to ask her not to leave, to accuse her of betrayal. Instead, he wished her happiness. For a fleeting second, she questioned whether she had made the right decision. The thought vanished as quickly as it came. Sunji gently opened the car door. "We should go." She nodded. Before entering the car, she looked back one final time. "Lin Chen." He raised his eyes. "Take care of yourself." The door closed softly. The luxury sedan pulled away without splashing a single puddle. Within seconds, its taillights disappeared into the sea of traffic. Lin Chen remained standing beneath the rain. People walked past him. No one knew what had just happened. No one cared. A child laughed while jumping across puddles. A delivery rider argued with a customer over the phone. A couple shared a single umbrella. The city continued moving. Only his world had quietly stopped. Several minutes passed before he finally reached into his pocket. His phone unlocked with a familiar vibration. He opened his banking application almost instinctively. Available balance. $10.27. He stared at the number. $10. That was everything he owned until payday. Enough for a few cheap meals. Or transportation. Not both. He slowly locked the screen. For the first time since graduating from university, Lin Chen felt genuinely lost. The rain continued falling around him. High above the city, another bolt of lightning silently crossed the dark sky. He took a slow breath. Then began walking. He didn't know where he was going. He only knew. If he stood there any longer, he might not have the strength to keep walking at all. The rain followed him for 3 streets. Lin Chen walked without destination, his leather shoes splashing through shallow puddles that had already begun reflecting the city's neon lights. He had nowhere he wanted to go. Going home meant facing an empty apartment. Returning to work was impossible. Calling Wang Hao would only make his friend worry. So he simply walked. The farther he moved away from Xinghe Plaza, the more ordinary Jiang City became. Luxury boutiques gradually disappeared. Glass skyscrapers gave way to aging apartment buildings. Street vendors returned after the rain, pushing small food carts beneath faded umbrellas. The rich part of the city always looked beautiful after a storm. The ordinary part simply smelled of wet concrete and frying oil. His stomach growled quietly. Only then did Lin Chen realize he hadn't eaten since noon. He stopped in front of a convenience store. Warm yellow light spilled through the glass doors. Students picked instant noodles from the shelves. Office workers grabbed discounted lunch boxes before catching the subway home. An elderly cashier smiled politely as customers came and went. Lin Chen stepped inside. The air conditioning immediately washed away the dampness clinging to his clothes. He walked toward the instant noodle shelf. $3.50. Cheap. Dot. He picked up one cup, then looked at the price again. If he bought dinner, he would have just enough money for tomorrow's breakfast. If something unexpected happened before payday, he would have nothing. After several silent seconds, he carefully placed the noodles back onto the shelf. The elderly cashier had been quietly watching. As Lin Chen walked toward the exit empty-handed, the old woman smiled kindly. Didn't find what you wanted? Lin Chen returned the smile. I'll come back another day. She nodded gently. No problem. We'll still be here. Such an ordinary conversation somehow made him feel unexpectedly warm. Outside, the rain had almost stopped. The clouds slowly drifted apart, revealing patches of dark evening sky. Lin Chen continued walking. A roasted sweet potato cart stood at the corner of the next intersection. Steam rose steadily from the metal drum. The sweet fragrance drifted through the cool air. An old man wrapped another roasted sweet potato in newspaper before handing it to a little girl. The child immediately took a bite. Her eyes lit up. So sweet. The old vendor laughed heartily. It tastes better because it's hot. The little girl's mother thanked him before walking away. The old vendor looked up and noticed Lin Chen standing nearby. Young man, would you like one? Lin Chen glanced at the handwritten price. $4. Almost half his remaining money. He smiled apologetically. Maybe next time. The old man didn't try to persuade him. Instead, he simply nodded. I'll save the biggest one for you. Lin Chen couldn't help smiling. Thank you. He resumed walking. Perhaps kindness didn't always require wealth. Some people offered warmth even when they earned very little themselves. The thought lingered quietly in his mind. His phone vibrated. It was Wang Hao. Instead of answering immediately, Lin Chen watched the screen until it stopped ringing. A moment later, a message appeared. I'm not asking if you're okay. I'm asking where you are. If you lie, I'll know. Lin Chen chuckled softly. He typed a reply. Walking. 3 dots appeared almost instantly. Good. Keep walking. But don't walk alone forever. The simple sentence made Lin Chen pause beneath a streetlight. 3 years ago, when he first arrived in Jiang City, he and Wang Hao had shared a rented apartment for nearly 6 months. They had survived on instant noodles, borrowed each other's suits for interviews, celebrated job offers with skewers from a roadside stall because neither could afford a proper restaurant. Somehow, they had laughed more back then than they did now. He put his phone away. The city suddenly felt a little less lonely. By the time he reached his neighborhood, the streets had become noticeably quieter. Children chased each other through puddles left by the storm. An elderly couple slowly practiced evening exercises beneath an old banyan tree. The security guard at his apartment building looked up from the television. Back late today. Lin Chen nodded politely. A little. Working too hard isn't good. I know. The old guard smiled knowingly. Young people always say that. They never woo. Listen, Lin Chen laughed. Perhaps he was right. He climbed the narrow staircase to the 5th floor. The elevator had broken again. A handwritten notice taped to the wall promised repairs soon. Nobody believed it anymore. When he reached his apartment door, he instinctively searched his pockets for his keys. They weren't there. He frowned. Then remembered. He had placed them into the same pocket as the apartment key Zhang Min had returned. His fingers closed around the cold metal. For a brief moment, memories threatened to surface again. He gently placed the key into the lock. The door opened. Silence greeted him. The apartment was exactly as he had left it that morning. A pair of worn sneakers by the entrance. A second-hand sofa. An old wooden desk covered with work documents. On the dining table rested 2 ceramic mugs. One belonged to him. The other had belonged to Zhang Min. She had forgotten to take it. Lin Chen looked at it quietly, then walked over and placed it inside a cupboard. Not because he wanted to erase the past, but because tomorrow, he needed enough space to begin facing the future. Outside the window, The lights of Jiang City continued shining through the fading rain. Inside the quiet apartment, Lin Chen slowly reached into his pocket and took out his wallet once more. He opened it. $10.27. Exactly the same. He looked at the money. Then, at the city beyond his window. Tomorrow would arrive whether he was ready or not. And tomorrow, he still had to go back to work. Morning arrived beneath a sky still covered with heavy clouds. The rain had stopped. Only tiny droplets clung to the apartment windows, catching the pale light filtering through the city. The alarm rang at exactly 7. Lin Chen opened his eyes immediately. He had slept barely 5 hours. Even so, years of commuting had trained his body to wake before his mind fully caught up. For several seconds, he lay quietly on the narrow bed. The apartment felt different. Not because anything had changed, but because one side of the room had become unusually empty. He slowly sat up. On the small bedside table rested a framed photograph. It showed 2 university graduates standing beneath blooming cherry trees. One of them was smiling brightly. The other believed that smile would stay with him forever. Lin Chen picked up the frame. He looked at it for nearly a minute, then quietly removed the photograph. He folded it carefully instead of tearing it apart. Some memories deserved respect, even after they ended. He placed the folded photograph inside the bottom drawer of his desk, closed it, and never looked back. The morning routine remained exactly the same. Wash, shave, iron yesterday's shirt. The color had begun fading slightly from countless washes. He noticed it, then pretended not to. Opening the refrigerator revealed the same familiar emptiness. 2 eggs, half a tomato, half a bottle of water. Nothing else. He boiled 1 egg. That would be breakfast. While waiting, he unlocked his banking application. Available balance. $10.27. The number looked even smaller beneath the bright morning light. Rent would be due next week. Utilities a few days after that. His salary 4 days away. Lin Chen quietly locked the screen before the kettle finished boiling. Nah. Yow. 8 o'clock. The subway platform was already crowded. Hundreds of office workers waited silently for the arriving train. Most stared at their phones. Some held breakfast. Others simply looked exhausted. When the train finally arrived, everyone instinctively surged forward. Lin Chen entered with the crowd. There were no seats. He stood beside the door, one hand holding the overhead rail. Across from him sat a young mother carrying a sleeping child. Without hesitation, a university student beside her stood and offered his seat. Please. The mother smiled gratefully. Thank you. The student simply nodded before returning to his phone. No applause. No dramatic reaction. Just one ordinary act of kindness. Lin Chen watched quietly. Somehow, the city wasn't entirely cold. There were simply too many people too busy surviving to notice the warmth around them. 25 minutes later, he arrived at Wangxing Advertising. The familiar office tower rose into the gray morning sky. Compared to the dazzling financial district nearby, it looked modest. Ordinary. Much like the people working inside. The receptionist greeted him with her usual smile. Morning, Brother Chen. Morning, Dr. To. The elevator doors opened. Several colleagues entered together. Most nodded politely. Life inside the company continued exactly as it had yesterday. Only Lin Chen knew that his own world had quietly changed. The marketing department was already busy. Printers hummed. Coffee machines worked non-stop. Conversations drifted through the open office. Before Lin Chen had even reached his desk, someone threw an arm around his shoulder. You look terrible. Wang Hao. Same messy hair. Same cheerful grin. Same slightly crooked necktie he never bothered fixing. Lin Chen smiled. I didn't sleep much. No surprise. Wang Hao handed him a paper bag. Breakfast stud. Lin Chen opened it. 2 steamed buns. Still warm. You didn't have to. I know. So eat. Lin Chen looked at his friend for several seconds. How much? Wang Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. If you ask again, I'll charge double. That finally earned a genuine laugh. A few nearby colleagues turned to look. One whispered quietly, so he can still laugh. Another replied, if I got dumped, I'd probably take leave for a week. Lin Chen heard them. He simply smiled. People talked. That was normal. He had no intention of explaining anything. Halfway through breakfast, the office suddenly became much quieter. Manager Liu walked out of his office. Perfectly pressed suit. Polished shoes. Professional smile. He carried a stack of documents beneath one arm. Good morning, everyone. Several employees immediately responded. Morning, manager. Liu's eyes swept across the department before stopping on Lin Chen. For a brief moment, he smiled. Worn, dight, done, approachable. The kind of smile employees respected. Lin Chen, come to my office. His tone sounded friendly enough that anyone unfamiliar with him would assume he was about to praise an outstanding employee. Wang Hao quietly lowered his voice. Be careful, Wei. Lin Chen gave an almost imperceptible nod. He stood, straightened his shirt, then calmly walked toward the manager's office. Behind him, the department gradually returned to work. No one knew that behind the closed office door waiting ahead, the first battle of Lin Chen's career was about to begin. And this battle would have nothing to do with talent. Everything would depend on character. Lin Chen knocked twice. Come in, Noah. The manager's office was spacious compared to the open workspace outside. A floor-to-ceiling window overlooked the busy streets of Jiang City. Awards lined one wall. Framed certificates covered another. The room smelled faintly of coffee and expensive cologne. Liu Wei stood beside the window, with his hands behind his back. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he quietly watched the traffic below. Only after several seconds did he turn around with his usual professional smile. Sit. Lin Chen sat opposite the large wooden desk. Liu Wei poured 2 cups of tea. He pushed one across the table. How long have you been with the company? 3 years? 3 years. Liu Wei nodded thoughtfully. Time passes quickly. You've always been one of the hardest working people in the department. The compliment sounded sincere. If someone had walked into the office at that moment, they would have believed the manager genuinely appreciated his employee. Lin Chen simply listened. Experience had taught him that Liu Wei rarely began difficult conversations directly. You've matured. You don't complain. You stay late. You take responsibility. Liu Wei smiled. I like employees like you. Then his tone changed ever so slightly. Which is why I have another important task for you. He opened a thick folder. The cover read, Q3 Digital Marketing Strategy, Deutsche Tao. Lin Chen recognized it immediately. The department's most important project this quarter. It represented nearly 2 weeks of his work. Customer interviews, competitor analysis, market forecasts, advertising budgets. Every page had been built through countless late nights. Liu Wei casually flipped through several sections. The proposal is good, very good. He looked up. But there it was. The word Lin Chen had expected. The client meeting has been moved forward. This afternoon. We don't have enough time. Lin Chen nodded. I'll make the necessary adjustments. Liu Wei smiled again. No, I'll present it. Silence filled the office. Neither man spoke for several seconds. Finally, Lin Chen asked calmly, I understand. What else do you need from me? Liu Wei seemed almost disappointed. No anger. No protest. No argument. Just acceptance. I need you to revise several sections. He slid another document across the desk. 38 handwritten notes. Lin Chen scanned the first few pages. Several changes weakened the proposal. Others contradicted the market research entirely. One recommendation even exceeded the client's stated budget. None of it made strategic sense. He slowly looked up. These revisions may reduce the proposal's effectiveness. Liu Wei folded his hands together. Perhaps, but they're my revisions. The sentence was spoken gently, almost casually. Yet, the meaning couldn't have been clearer. Lin Chen understood immediately. This wasn't about improving the proposal. It was about making it impossible to identify the original author. Once every section reflected Liu Wei's handwriting, the proposal would naturally become Liu Wei's work. Liu Wei leaned back comfortably. You know how companies work. The department succeeds together. No client cares who wrote which paragraph. What matters is the department's overall performance. The explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. On the surface, Lin Chen quietly studied the man sitting opposite him. Professional. Polite. Educated. Everything about Liu Wei made him appear trustworthy. That was exactly what made him dangerous. You'll finish the revisions before noon. It wasn't a request. Understood. Liu Wei smiled with visible satisfaction. I knew I could count on you. As Lin Chen stood to leave, Liu Wei spoke again. Oh, one more thing. He looked directly into Lin Chen's eyes. There is no need to mention these revisions to anyone. The team already has enough pressure. Lin Chen nodded once. I understand. He left the office without another word. The door closed quietly behind him. Outside, Wang Hao immediately looked over. Well? Lin Chen returned to his desk. He wants revisions. Again? Wang Hao frowned. We finished that proposal yesterday. Lin Chen opened the marked-up document. Apparently not. Wang Hao glanced around to make sure nobody else was listening. Then lowered his voice. Brother, I've worked under Liu Wei longer than you. He always does this. Lin Chen stopped reading. What do you mean? He lets someone else do the work, then rewrites just enough to call it his own. Wang Hao laughed bitterly. The scary part is, he's smart enough to never leave evidence. Lin Chen quietly looked down at the proposal. The handwritten notes, the revised wording, the altered strategy. Everything suddenly made perfect sense. This wasn't the first time. It probably wouldn't have been the last. Unless... Someone eventually stopped him. Without another word, Lin Chen created a new folder on his computer. Original proposal. He carefully copied every draft, every spreadsheet, every customer interview, every revision history, every file creation timestamp, then uploaded encrypted backups to his personal cloud storage. Only after confirming everything had been safely preserved did he begin working on Liu Wei's requested revisions. Not because he had surrendered, but because, when facing someone who planned 10 steps ahead, emotion was useless. Preparation was everything. Outside the office windows, sunlight finally broke through the gray clouds. The city looked brighter than it had all morning. Inside the marketing department, a very different kind of storm had only just begun. By 11:30, the office had become noticeably quieter. Most employees were focused on preparing for the afternoon presentation. Only the steady tapping of keyboards and the occasional ringing of telephones broke the silence. Lin Chen had already completed nearly half of Liu Wei's requested revisions. Not because they were correct, but because they had been ordered. Every questionable change was carefully saved in a separate version of the proposal. Every original document remained untouched inside his encrypted backup. He wasn't collecting evidence out of revenge. He simply believed one principle. Good preparation was never wasted. Across the aisle, Wang Hao stretched his sore shoulders before rolling his chair over. Coffee? Lin Chen smiled. If it's free, it is. The company is paying. 5 minutes later, the two stood beside the small coffee machine near the pantry. The machine groaned loudly before dispensing 2 paper cups. Wang Hao took 1 sip and immediately made a face. This tastes worse every month. Lin Chen laughed. It still wakes you up. I suppose that's its only purpose. For a brief moment, work disappeared from the conversation. Instead, they watched the rain clouds slowly breaking apart outside the window. Wang Hao suddenly asked, "Do you regret coming to Jiang City?" Lin Chen thought for a while. "No, really, I regret some decisions, but not coming here. If I hadn't, I'd always wonder what might have happened." Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. My Mei. Father still asks why I don't go home. What do you tell him? That I haven't made enough money to go back proudly?" The two exchanged quiet smiles. Neither needed further explanation. Everyone chasing dreams in Jiang City carried invisible burdens. Some carried debt. Some carried expectations. Some carried loneliness. The lucky ones simply learned to smile while carrying them. Just then, several employees entered the pantry. Their conversation immediately caught Wang Hao's attention. "I heard President Zhao will personally attend today's presentation." "Seriously?" "Yes. Apparently the client is extremely important." "What about Liu Wei? He's presenting. I heard he prepared for 2 weeks." Lin Chen remained silent. Wang Hao clenched his jaw slightly. Prepared for 2 weeks. Those words sounded strangely ironic. The conversation continued. "If this project succeeds, Manager Liu will probably receive another promotion. Wouldn't surprise me. He's always delivering results." They eventually left. The pantry became quiet again. Wang Hao looked toward Lin Chen. "Doesn't it bother you?" Lin Chen gently stirred the black coffee in his paper cup. "It does. Then why are you so calm?" He looked out the window. When people climb by stepping on others, they eventually forget how unstable their footing really is. Wang Hao blinked. "You're surprisingly philosophical today." Lin Chen smiled. "I'm just hungry." That finally made both of them laugh. Back at his desk, Lin Chen continued working. Time passed quickly. The proposal revisions were finally complete. He printed 2 copies. One original. One revised. Before leaving his desk, he quietly slipped the original version into his own document bag. Not to hide it. Not to use it immediately. Simply to preserve it. The revised version was placed neatly inside the official presentation folder. At exactly 12:10, Liu Wei emerged from his office. He looked refreshed, confident, as though today's success had already been decided. "Finished?" Lin Chen handed over the folder. "Everything has been updated." Liu Wei flipped through several pages. His expression gradually softened. "Very good." He closed the folder. "You've worked hard." The compliment was loud enough for nearby employees to hear. Several colleagues glanced over with approving smiles. Anyone witnessing the scene would think Liu Wei appreciated capable subordinates. Only Lin Chen noticed what happened next. Liu Wei casually opened the presentation cover. Without hesitation, he removed the page listing the proposal contributors. He replaced it with another page already prepared in advance. Project Leader. Tan T. I. Liu Wei. Insistimava. Inadibaya. Etindavardno. Proposal. Author. Liu Wei. The movement lasted less than 3 seconds. Smooth. Practiced. Almost elegant. Then the folder closed again. No one else saw it. Liu Wei smiled warmly. "The department won't forget your contribution." Lin Chen met his gaze. "I hope the client likes the proposal." For the first time, Liu Wei's smile stiffened almost imperceptibly. That sentence contained no accusation. Yet, somehow, it reminded him that someone else knew the truth. Only for an instant. Then his confidence returned. "I'm sure they will." He picked up the presentation folder and walked confidently toward the conference room. Employees instinctively wished him luck. "Good luck, manager. Bring us another big client. You've got this." Liu Wei waved modestly. I'll do my best. The office doors closed behind him. Silence gradually returned. Lin Chen watched the empty corridor for several seconds before lowering his eyes. He felt no anger, only clarity. Some victories arrived quickly. Others required patience. If he wanted to build a future that no one could take away, he would need more than talent. He would need opportunity. He would need resources. Most importantly, he would need time. At that exact moment, his stomach growled loudly enough for Wang Hao to hear. There it is, the true enemy, hunger. Lin Chen looked at his wallet, lying quietly inside his desk drawer. $10.27. Enough to survive. Barely. He smiled helplessly. Let's go. It's time for lunch. Neither of them knew that, before this lunch break ended, Lin Chen would make the single decision that would change the course of his entire life. The lunch crowd flooded the streets the moment office workers poured out of the surrounding buildings. Restaurants filled within minutes. The aroma of grilled meat, stir-fried noodles, fresh bread, and roasted coffee drifted through the warm afternoon air. Lin Chen and Wang Hao walked side by side across the pedestrian crossing. So, Wang Hao glanced sideways. Chicken rice? Lin Chen instinctively reached into his pocket. His fingers brushed against the worn leather wallet. $10.27. He quietly calculated the numbers. A simple lunch would cost almost half of what he had left. 4 more days until payday. He forced a smile. You eat first. I've still got something to finish. Wang Hao looked at him. Then at the wallet still resting in Lin Chen's hand. He understood immediately. Without exposing his friend, he casually nodded. All right, I'll bring something back. No, it's fine. You always say that. Wang Hao laughed. I'll see you later. He didn't insist. Some pride deserved to be protected. The two separated at the intersection. Lin Chen remained standing beneath the traffic light until the crowd gradually dispersed. Only then did he slowly begin walking. He had no destination. He simply followed the quieter side streets near the company. Perhaps walking would make the hunger easier to ignore. The city around him remained lively. Students lined up outside a milk tea shop. Office workers laughed while discussing afternoon meetings. A florist arranged fresh bouquets beneath a striped awning. Everyone seemed to have somewhere to be. Only Lin Chen wandered without purpose. His stomach protested again. This time, much louder. He laughed quietly at himself. So impatient. Just then, the smell of freshly ground coffee drifted toward him. He looked up. Across the street stood a small independent cafe. Warm, wooden walls. Large floor-to-ceiling windows. Simple handwritten menu. Compared to the crowded chain cafes nearby, it looked surprisingly peaceful. Without thinking, he walked closer. Not to buy coffee. Simply because the shade outside the entrance offered relief from the afternoon sun. As he stood beneath the awning, voices drifted through the open doorway. I'm so sorry. A woman's voice. Soft. Calm, but carrying unmistakable embarrassment. I must have left my wallet at the office. The waitress smiled apologetically. I understand. Miss. But our manager doesn't allow unpaid orders. I know. The woman lowered her head. I've already called my colleague. No one answered? My phone. She glanced helplessly at the nearly powerless screen. Is almost dead. Several nearby customers quietly looked over. One middle-aged man frowned before returning to his laptop. A young couple whispered to each other. Nobody spoke. Nobody stood up. The awkward silence inside the cafe grew heavier. Lin Chen remained outside. He could only see part of the young woman's profile through the window. Long black hair. Cream-colored blouse. Elegant posture. She looked like someone who belonged in a successful corporate office. Not someone trying to avoid paying a bill. The waitress spoke gently again. If you leave your identification card, I'll ask the manager. 5 minutes later, she returned. I'm sorry, he refused. The young woman forced another smile. I understand. I'll think of another way. She opened her handbag again. Every compartment. Every zipper. Nothing. One chow. She checked for a fourth time. Still nothing. The movement wasn't dramatic. It was simply someone refusing to give up hope that the missing wallet might somehow appear. Lin Chen quietly watched. He remembered something from years ago. His second week in Jiang City. He had forgotten his own wallet on the subway. A complete stranger had paid for his bus ride home. The man had refused to leave his name. He had simply smiled and said, "Help someone else next time." Lin Chen never saw him again. Yet he remembered those words to this day. The cafe grew quiet once more. The young woman took a slow breath. If necessary, I'll wash dishes. The waitress immediately waved her hands. No. No, Bin. It isn't that serious. But I really don't know what to do. The embarrassment on the young woman's face deepened. Not because of the money, but because dozens of strangers had begun watching. Lin Chen slowly lowered his eyes. His hand unconsciously slipped into his pocket. His fingers touched the familiar wallet once again. $10. 27 cents. Almost everything he owned. If he helped, the next 4 days would become much harder. If he didn't, nothing in his life would change. He wasn't responsible for a stranger. No one would judge him for walking away. He stood there for a long time. The traffic lights changed twice. People continued passing behind him. The city kept moving. Only Lin Chen remained motionless beneath the cafe awning. Finally, he let out a slow breath. His fingers tightened around the worn wallet. Then, what? He reached for the cafe door. The small brass bell above the cafe door rang softly. Several customers instinctively looked toward the entrance. Lin Chen stepped inside. The rich aroma of roasted coffee beans wrapped around him, carrying a warmth that felt completely different from the noisy streets outside. Soft piano music drifted quietly through the room. Everything seemed calm, except for the young woman standing awkwardly near the cashier. She still held her open handbag. Her expression remained composed, yet anyone paying attention could see the growing embarrassment hidden behind her polite smile. The waitress noticed Lin Chen approaching. "Welcome." "What?" He nodded politely, then glanced toward the register. "Excuse me. How much is her bill?" The waitress looked slightly surprised. She lowered her voice. $9.80. Lin Chen slowly reached into his pocket. The familiar worn wallet rested in his palm. He didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked toward the young woman once more. She wasn't arguing. She wasn't demanding special treatment. She wasn't asking strangers for help. She simply stood there, quietly accepting an unfortunate situation. Some people protected their dignity by shouting. Others protected it by remaining calm. Lin Chen finally opened his wallet. One $5 bill. One $2 bill. 3 $1 bills. One 20-cent coin. One 5-cent coin. One 2-cent coin. $10. $30. 27 cents. Everything. The waitress watched silently. "So, would you like to pay?" Lin Chen didn't answer immediately. His thumb gently brushed across the old leather wallet. The edges had become rough from years of use. He remembered buying it during university because it had been the cheapest one in the store. Back then, he had promised himself he would replace it after getting his first promotion. 3 years later, he still carried the same wallet. A quiet smile appeared on his face. Life rarely followed promises. He slowly removed the bills. 5, 7, 8, $9, $9.80. Then placed the coins beside them. The waitress stared for a moment. "Sir, this is almost everything you have." Lin Chen simply smiled. "It should be enough." She hesitated. "Are you sure?" He nodded. Please. The waitress carefully accepted the money. I'll process it. Ass. She turned toward the register. Lin Chen quietly added, If possible, don't tell her it was me. The waitress blinked. You don't want her to know. It'll only embarrass her more. For several seconds, the young waitress simply looked at him. Then, she smiled. Not the professional smile offered to customers. A genuine one. I understand. Lin Chen nodded once before turning toward the exit. He had done what he came to do. Nothing more. Nothing less. Just as he reached the door, the register printed the receipt. The soft sound caught the young woman's attention. She looked toward the cashier. My colleague finally transferred the money. The waitress instinctively looked at Lin Chen. Their eyes met for only an instant. She remembered his request, then gently shook her head. No, a customer already paid. The young woman froze. A customer? Yes. She looked around the cafe. Several people quickly lowered their heads. Nobody spoke. Her eyes slowly moved toward the entrance, just in time to see Lin Chen placing one hand on the cafe door. She called instinctively, Excuse me. Lin Chen paused. He quietly turned around. Their eyes met for the first time. For a brief moment, neither spoke. She was even more beautiful up close than through the cafe window. Not because of heavy makeup. Not because of expensive clothing. Her beauty came from a quiet elegance. Clear eyes. Long black hair. A calm temperament that made people naturally feel comfortable. She quickly walked toward him. Was it you? Lin Chen smiled. It wasn't much. She looked genuinely stunned. You don't even know me. No. Then why? He thought for several seconds before answering. Because one day, someone I didn't know helped me too. She remained silent. That simple answer somehow carried more weight than any grand speech. She slowly lowered her head. Thank you. No need. I insist. She reached into her handbag once more. After searching carefully, she found a small card holder tucked inside an inner compartment. My wallet is missing, but she removed a simple white business card. My name is Suwan. I work nearby. I'll return the money this afternoon. Lin Chen accepted the card. Politely. The printing was simple. Elegant. No unnecessary decoration. Wangxing Capital. Investment Department. Assistant Investment Manager. He raised his eyebrows slightly. She looked younger than expected for that position. I'm Lin Chen. She repeated his name softly, as though making sure she would remember it. Mr. Kansei. Lin. I'll definitely repay you. He smiled. It's only coffee. She gently shook her head. No. It's not about the money. She looked directly into his eyes. It's about kindness. For the first time since yesterday's breakup, Lin Chen felt something quietly shift inside him. Not romance. Not an attraction. Simply the comforting realization that genuine gratitude still existed in this city. Neither of them noticed. Beyond the cafe window, the dark clouds covering Jiang City had finally begun to part. Sunlight quietly spilled across the street, almost as though the city itself had become a little warmer. Suwan carefully placed the business card back into its holder. I'll contact you after work. Lin Chen nodded. There's no hurry. There is. She smiled gently. I don't like owing people. The sincerity in her voice made him laugh. Then, I'll wait. For your message. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Outside the cafe window, pedestrians hurried past beneath patches of returning sunlight. Inside, the afternoon remained peaceful. The waitress suddenly walked over, carrying a small paper cup. She placed it in front of Lin Chen. This is from me. Lin Chen looked surprised. I didn't order anything. I know. She smiled. It's just plain black coffee. For kind people. Lin Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. You've already paid enough. Today. Tao Tiwei. She shook her head before he could finish. Our manager didn't allow me to waive the bill, but nobody said I couldn't buy someone a cup myself. Lin Chen hesitated, then accepted it with both hands. Thank you. The waitress returned to the counter. Su Wan quietly watched the exchange. Her expression softened. It seems you're not the only kind person here. Lin Chen looked at the steaming cup. No, I've simply been lucky enough to meet them. He remembered the stranger who had once paid his bus fare, the elderly cashier at the convenience store, the roasted sweet potato vendor, Wang Hao buying breakfast without asking for repayment. Kindness, he realized, had a strange way of finding those who still believed in it. Perhaps the world wasn't as cold as people often claimed. Su Wan glanced at the time. I really have to go. My afternoon meeting starts soon. She extended her hand. Thank you again, Mr. Lin. He shook it lightly. Her fingertips were cool. Her handshake was firm, neither too strong nor too timid. The handshake lasted only a second, yet somehow it felt like the beginning of something neither of them could explain. I'll contact you. I'll be waiting. She smiled one last time before leaving the cafe. The bell above the entrance chimed softly. Sunlight briefly poured through the doorway before it closed behind her. Lin Chen watched her disappear into the crowd outside, then lowered his eyes toward the untouched cup of black coffee. He took one sip. It was bitter. Yet, strangely, it tasted sweeter than any coffee he could remember. Nein, wow. It'll nice my day. I was in Eat a whiles in her sanctuary. Several minutes later, he left the cafe. The afternoon sunlight had completely broken through the clouds. The puddles left by the morning rain reflected the blue sky above. His pocket suddenly felt unusually light. He reached inside. The old wallet, almost empty. Only a few coins remained. He opened it. 47 cents. That was all. He smiled helplessly. So this is what being completely broke feels like. He wasn't frightened, only amused by the absurdity. Yesterday he had lost his girlfriend. Today he had spent nearly everything he owned on a stranger's coffee. By every reasonable standard, his life should have been falling apart. Instead, for the first time in weeks, his heart felt unexpectedly peaceful. As he crossed the pedestrian bridge toward the office district, his phone vibrated. Once, twice, 3 times. The vibrations were perfectly even, almost rhythmic. Lin Chen frowned. His banking application had never behaved like that before. He unlocked the screen. The display remained black. Then, without any application opening, without any notification appearing, a tiny point of pale blue light emerged at the center of the screen. It shimmered softly, like a distant star reflected upon still water. Lin Chen stopped walking. The people around him continued moving. No one reacted. The blue light slowly expanded into countless delicate lines. Elegant geometric patterns spread across the display before dissolving into particles. The phone itself wasn't changing. The strange phenomenon seemed to exist somewhere beyond the screen, almost as though only he could see it. A quiet warmth spread from the center of his chest. Not painful, not uncomfortable, simply warm. His heartbeat gradually synchronized with the rhythmic pulses of blue light. One sentence slowly formed before him. Candidate confirmed. Lin Chen's breathing unconsciously slowed. Before he could react, the words disappeared. A second sentence appeared. Synchronization complete. Then, another. Primary virtue verified. Benevolence détecté. The blue light brightened briefly. Not enough for anyone nearby to notice, yet enough to illuminate Lin Chen's astonished eyes. The final line emerged. Initializing. Benevolence cashback. System total. Progress. 1%. The words remained suspended before him for only a heartbeat. Then, everything vanished. The warmth disappeared. The phone returned to its ordinary lock screen. Traffic continued flowing beneath the bridge. Pedestrians brushed past his shoulders. The city remained exactly the same. Only Lin Chen stood frozen where he was. He looked at the phone, then at the empty sky above Jiang City. Had he imagined it? Or Namiseke? Had something impossible just quietly chosen him? His phone vibrated one final time. Not with a notification, not with a call. Just a single, gentle pulse, as though something beyond his understanding had whispered only one sentence. The beginning has begun. The vibration came again, gentle, steady, almost like the pulse of a living heartbeat. Lin Chen remained motionless on the pedestrian bridge while streams of office workers hurried around him. Nobody seemed to notice that, for him, the world had suddenly become strangely quiet. He slowly unlocked his phone again. The ordinary lock screen disappeared without any touch. The display darkened. Then countless tiny blue particles drifted across the screen like stars gathering within an endless night sky. The particles gradually converged. Elegant silver lines intertwined with glowing blue symbols, forming an intricate circular pattern unlike any operating system he had ever seen. It possessed neither the rigid precision of software nor the mystical extravagance of fantasy. Instead, it felt strangely natural, almost alive. Lin Chen instinctively looked around. A young couple walked past while arguing about lunch. An elderly man continued feeding pigeons beneath the bridge. Several students laughed as they hurried toward the subway entrance. Nobody reacted. Nobody looked at him. The blue interface existed only before his eyes. A calm voice suddenly echoed inside his mind. Not loud, not mechanical. Neither male nor female. Simply clear. Identity confirmed. Host, Lin Chen. The words faded almost immediately. Before Lin Chen could recover, another line appeared. Primary virtue assessment completed. Benevolence. Qualified. His breathing unconsciously slowed. This could not be a hallucination. Nor did they calmly wait for him to process each sentence. The glowing interface shifted once again. One elegant line emerged. Welcome. The surrounding blue light expanded gently before revealing a second sentence. You have fulfilled the minimum qualification required to become a host. Lin Chen frowned. Qualification? He hadn't done anything extraordinary. He was simply a poor office worker who had bought coffee for a stranger. The interface answered before he could ask. Qualification achieved. Genuine benevolence. Sufficient personal sacrifice. No expectation of return. Each sentence appeared individually before dissolving into countless particles. Lin Chen's heartbeat accelerated. It knew exactly what had happened inside the cafe. No, more accurately, it had witnessed it. He quietly lowered his phone, then immediately raised it again. The interface remained exactly where it was. He locked the screen, unlocked it. The blue interface remained. He restarted the phone. The manufacturer logo appeared normally. Several seconds later, the device finished booting. The blue light quietly emerged again. Exactly the same. Exactly where it had been before. Lin Chen slowly exhaled. So, I'm not dreaming, the voice returned. Correct. It answered as naturally as if they were having an ordinary conversation. For the first time since the strange phenomenon began, Lin Chen felt genuine shock. He was no longer questioning whether something impossible existed. What exactly had chosen him? The interface remained silent, almost respectfully allowing him time to think. Several minutes passed. Traffic continued flowing beneath the bridge. The afternoon sunlight reflected from countless office windows across Jiang City. Everything remained ordinary, except the impossible reality quietly floating before him. Lin Chen gradually forced himself. Years of handling demanding clients had taught him one valuable habit. Panic solved nothing. Information solved everything. He looked directly at the glowing symbols. If you're real, then answer me. Who are you? The interface shimmered softly. Instead of replying immediately, countless particles gathered once more. One sentence appeared. Question accepted. Another followed. Authority level insufficient. Then another. Host authority level 0. Additional information locked. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. It wasn't refusing to answer. It simply couldn't, or perhaps wouldn't, not yet. He changed his question. What do you want from me? This time, the response came almost instantly. Wealth. The single word lingered before expanding into another sentence. Wealth obtained through benevolence. Wealth used through wisdom. The blue light slowly faded. No further explanation appeared. Only silence remained. Lin Chen stood quietly beneath the afternoon sky. Only silence remained? Those two simple sentences replayed repeatedly inside his mind. Wealth obtained through benevolence. Wealth used through wisdom. Neither sounded like the promise of limitless money. Instead, they sounded almost like principles, rules, requirements. The impossible interface slowly contracted into a single point of blue light. Before disappearing completely, one final message quietly emerged. Beginner guidance available. Initialize? Two simple choices floated before him. Yes. No. Lin Chen stared at them without moving. He had just lost his girlfriend. His savings amounted to less than a single decent dinner. His work was being stolen. Something impossible had quietly appeared before him, offering a beginning. His fingers slowly lifted toward the glowing choice, then stopped just short of touching it. He took one long breath. Whatever happened after this, his life would never return to what it had been an hour ago. Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, Core principle. The host is not rewarded for spending. The host is evaluated for benevolence. Lin Chen frowned. This was different from what he expected. If it were a normal fantasy story, the rule would be simple. Spend $1. Receive $10. Spend $10. Receive $100. But this interface, The restaurant owner looked from Lin Chen to the exhausted delivery rider, then at the overturned food container in the rider's hands. His brows tightened. What happened? The rider lowered his head. I'm sorry, Boss Liu. I slipped at the intersection. The order is ruined. For several seconds, the owner remained silent. Lunch hour was ending. The kitchen staff had already begun cleaning their stations. Remaking the order meant delaying other preparations. Lin Chen stepped forward before the rider could continue apologizing. Boss Liu. The owner recognized him immediately. You work at Tianyu Media, don't you? Lin Chen nodded. Our department orders from your restaurant several times every week. Boss Liu's expression softened slightly. I remember. Lin Chen smiled politely. I know this request isn't reasonable, but could you remake the kuai meal? The customer still has enough time to receive it. The delivery platform might not issue a complaint. Boss Liu sighed. The ingredients aren't the problem. The restaurant still loses money. I understand. Lin Chen nodded. If it were me, I'd hesitate too. His calm response surprised the owner. Most people tried to persuade. Some argued, others demanded favors. Lin Chen simply acknowledged the reality. Business had costs. Kindness also had costs. Neither should be taken for granted. Boss Liu studied him for several moments. Finally, he turned toward the kitchen. Chef, make another one. The delivery rider immediately looked up. Boss, no need to say anything. Boss, no need to say anything. Boss Liu waved him quiet. Just deliver it before it gets cold. The rider's eyes reddened slightly. I'll... Remember this, Boss Liu laughed. Remember to stop falling. The atmosphere inside the restaurant suddenly relaxed. Several chefs chuckled while beginning the order again. The delivery rider repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Lin Chen quietly stepped aside. The problem was solved. His role was finished. He had not spent a single dollar. He had simply connected two people. As he prepared to leave, the familiar warmth returned, not from his phone, from somewhere deep inside his chest. Blue particles quietly gathered before his eyes. Hidden from everyone else, the interface appeared. Beginner mission evaluation. The glowing words remained suspended for several seconds. Lin Chen watched without speaking. Evaluation complete. Mission qualified. Reason: host invested personal time. Host accepted opportunity cost. Host protected multiple parties. Host sought a mutually beneficial solution. Host expectation of reward remained secondary. Excellent. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened. The mission counted. The interface continued. Beginner guidance complete. Cashback settlement unlocked. The elegant blue symbols slowly rearranged themselves. A new panel appeared. Settlement processing. The delivery rider accepted the newly prepared meal with both hands before rushing out of the restaurant. Boss Liu smiled helplessly as he watched him leave. You youngsters? So much pressure these days. Lin Chen smiled. So do restaurant owners. Boss Liu laughed loudly. You're right. He looked toward the kitchen. Wait. Before Lin Chen could kitchen. Wait. Leave. Boss Liu picked up a lunchbox from the counter. Take this. Lin Chen shook his head. I can't. You've already helped me. I didn't. You did. Boss Liu pushed the lunchbox into his hands. You saved me a 1-star review. That's worth more. Then lunch. Lin Chen hesitated, then accepted it respectfully. Thank you. As he stepped outside the restaurant, the blue interface brightened once more. Settlement complete. Current cashback multiplier. Random evaluation. Lin Chen frowned. Random? The blue symbols spun slowly like countless stars revolving around a distant galaxy. 5 seconds passed. 10. Then, everything stopped. Multiplier confirmed. 100x. Lin Chen's pupils contracted. 100? Before he could fully understand the number, another line appeared. Qualified investment value. $9.80. Origin. Coffee purchased for Suwon. The world seemed to fall silent. Not the meal he had just helped save. Not today's actions. The settlement was for yesterday's coffee. The act that had first qualified him. His breathing became noticeably heavier. The next sentence emerged. Cashback amount. $980. Settlement method. Direct bank deposit. Processing. His phone vibrated once. The familiar banking notification sounded. Lin Chen stared blankly at the screen. He slowly opened the banking application. For several seconds, nothing loaded. The weak mobile signal made the application unusually slow. Finally, his account balance refreshed. Previous balance, $0.47. Current balance, $980.47. Lin Chen blinked once. Then again, he closed the application, opened it again. He closed the application, opened it again. The same number remained, $980.47. His fingers tightened around the phone. He refreshed once more. The balance did not change. He refreshed a 4th time. Still the same. His heart began beating faster. He looked toward the busy street. People continued crossing intersections. Cars waited for green lights. A child laughed while chasing bubbles outside a convenience store. The city remained perfectly ordinary. Only his bank account had become extraordinary. He looked back at the glowing interface. The final sentence slowly appeared. Congratulations. The Benevolence Cashback System has officially recognized you as its first stage host. Current authority, Level 1. Before Lin Chen could read further, the interface quietly dissolved into countless blue particles, leaving only the ordinary reflection of his own astonished face on the phone screen. He stood motionless outside the restaurant for a long time, the lunchbox in one hand, the phone in the other. $980. It wasn't enough to make him rich. It wasn't enough to change his life overnight. But it was enough to prove that every impossible thing he had witnessed since leaving the cafe had been real. far above Jiang City's skyline. Sunlight finally broke completely through the clouds. For the first time in years, Lin Chen looked toward the future and smiled. Lin Chen did not spend the $980. Not that afternoon. Not that evening. Even after confirming the balance 6 separate times, he merely locked his phone and slipped it back into his pocket. Money had finally appeared. But years of living carefully had already become habit. A single unexpected windfall did not suddenly make him someone who spent recklessly. He finished the lunch Boss Liu had given him on a quiet bench outside the office building. Every bite tasted surprisingly satisfying, not because the food was extraordinary, but because it was the first proper meal he had eaten without calculating whether he could afford tomorrow. When he finished eating, he folded the empty lunchbox neatly before throwing it into the recycling bin. Only then did he return to work. The afternoon passed more quietly than usual. Liu Wei barely acknowledged him. Instead, he busied himself discussing tomorrow's client presentation with several senior colleagues. Lin Chen returned to his workstation. He reviewed campaign reports, answered emails, adjusted advertising budgets. Everything appeared completely normal. Only he knew that every few minutes, his hand would unconsciously touch the phone inside his pocket, not to check the balance, simply to reassure himself that none of this had been a dream. At 5:30 in the afternoon, employees gradually began leaving the office. Lin Chen packed his backpack. Just as he reached the elevator, his phone vibrated. One message, unknown number. He opened it. "Mr. Lin, this is Su Wan. This is Su Wan. I finished work earlier than expected. Would you have time for dinner tonight? I'd like to repay both the coffee and your kindness properly." The message was simple, polite, nothing more. Lin Chen looked at the screen for several seconds, then smiled faintly. She really had remembered. He typed slowly. "Dinner is fine, but the coffee only cost $9.80. You don't owe me a meal." A reply arrived almost immediately. "A debt measured in money is easy to repay. A debt measured in kindness is much harder." Lin Chen laughed softly. Her answer sounded exactly like something she would say. He replied again. "Then let's split dinner. You repay the coffee. I'll pay for my own meal." Several seconds passed. Another message appeared. "That's unfair." "Why?" "Because I invited you." Lin Chen smiled again. "Then I'll accept this time. Thank you." A small smiling emoji appeared. It was the first slightly playful thing she had sent. Location followed immediately afterward. A quiet family restaurant only 10 minutes away from TNU Media. Not expensive. Not luxurious. Just comfortable. Lin Chen glanced toward the busy commercial district across the road. If Su Wan had wanted to impress someone, she could easily have chosen one of the luxury restaurants nearby. Instead, she had chosen somewhere ordinary. The choice alone made a surprisingly good impression. 6:45 in the evening. The restaurant glowed warmly beneath rows of hanging lanterns. The after-work crowd filled nearly every table. Families chatted while children laughed. Friends celebrated birthdays. The comforting smell of freshly cooked food drifted through the entrance. Lin Chen arrived 5 minutes early. He had always disliked making others wait. As he approached the restaurant, he immediately noticed Su Wan standing outside. She had changed clothes after work. Instead of her cream-colored office blouse, she now wore a simple light blue knit sweater over a white skirt. Her long black hair rested naturally over one shoulder. Minimal makeup. Small silver earrings, comfortable white shoes. She looked less like an investment manager, more like an ordinary young woman enjoying her evening. The moment she noticed him, she smiled. Not the polite business smile from yesterday, a genuine one. "Mr. Day?" "Lin, you arrived early. So did you." She looked at her watch. "I suppose we both dislike being late." Lin Chen nodded. "Seems so." For a brief moment, both laughed quietly. The awkwardness that usually existed between strangers had already softened. Neither realized it. After entering the restaurant, the waiter led them to a small table beside the window. The menu was simple. comfort food. Nothing extravagant. Su-Wan looked toward him. You choose. Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know this place. I come here sometimes. Then you're the expert. She laughed softly. I don't think anyone has ever called me that. She ordered several signature dishes. None were expensive. None were excessive. The portions were suitable for 2 people. Lin Chen quietly noticed another small detail. She never ordered more food than necessary. She thanked the waiter when handing back the menu. Even the waiter seemed slightly surprised. People often thanked managers. Rarely the staff serving water. Lin Chen remembered it without saying anything. When the tea arrived, Su-Wan pushed a small white envelope across the table. The coffee money. Lin Chen opened it. Inside was exactly $10. No more, no less. He removed the 20-cent coin from his own pocket. Placed it beside the envelope. You overpaid. Su-Wan blinked. Then laughed. You really calculated 20 cents? It belongs to you. She looked at the tiny coin for several seconds. Finally, she accepted it. You really are different. Different? Most people would pretend not to notice. Lin Chen smiled. Then I'd still owe you 20 cents. She looked at him. For some reason, that simple sentence lingered in her heart much longer than she expected. Someone who insisted on returning 20 cents would probably never betray another person's trust for something much larger. She quietly lowered her teacup. Without realizing it, the respect she felt toward Lin Chen had already grown a little deeper. At that very moment, hidden beneath the tabletop, the phone inside Lin Chen's pocket vibrated gently once. The blue interface did not appear. No reward notification emerged. Only one small line quietly formed before fading again. Relationship evaluation updated. Su-Wan. Trust increased. Lin Chen never saw it. He was too busy listening as Su-Wan began telling him about the ridiculous story of how she had managed to leave both her wallet and power bank on her office desk the day before. For the first time since they met, the conversation stopped feeling like 2 strangers repaying a debt. It began feeling like 2 ordinary people simply enjoying dinner together. The meal ended just after 8 o'clock. Outside the restaurant, Jiang City's evening lights had fully awakened. Rows of office towers shimmered beneath the night sky, while streams of headlights flowed endlessly through the streets below. Su-Wan and Lin Chen walked side by side toward the nearest intersection. Neither hurried to speak. The comfortable silence between them no longer felt awkward. Instead, it felt natural. At the traffic light, Su-Wan stopped. My car is parked in the office building. Lin Chen looked around. I thought you took a taxi. She smiled. I usually drive. Yesterday was an exception. She laughed softly at herself. The one day I forgot everything. Lin Chen couldn't help smiling. Then I'm glad your memory isn't always that bad. She looked at him with amused eyes. So am I. The traffic light turned green. People began crossing. Before leaving, Su-Wan hesitated slightly. Mr. Lin, you don't have to keep calling me Miss Su, then. Just call me Su-Wan. He nodded. Then you should call me Lin Chen. She repeated his name quietly. Lin Chen. For some reason, hearing his name spoken so naturally by her sounded unexpectedly pleasant. She smiled once more. I'll treat you next time. Lin Chen corrected her. You already did. I know. But I still want to. Before he could answer, she turned and walked toward the underground parking entrance. Halfway there, she looked back, raised one hand, then disappeared into the crowd. Lin Chen stood where he was for several seconds before finally laughing to himself. His life really had become strange. Yesterday, he had lost someone who had spent 3 years with him. Today, he had met someone twice. Yet the second meeting somehow felt lighter than the last several months of his previous relationship. He wasn't comparing the 2 women. He simply realized Some conversations required no effort. On the subway ride home, Lin Chen finally had time to think carefully. He leaned against the window. The city's lights flashed across the glass one after another. $980. The number remained vivid inside his mind, enough to solve many immediate problems, but not enough to change his future. If he spent recklessly, it would disappear within weeks. If he relied completely on the system, he might become someone waiting for rewards instead of creating opportunities. That thought made him shake his head. No. He quietly whispered to himself. The system isn't my future. It's only my opportunity. His reflection in the train window looked calmer than before. The impossible system had given him money, but his judgment still belonged to him. After returning to his small rented apartment, Lin Chen unlocked the old wooden door. The room remained exactly as he had left it. One narrow bed, a worn sofa, a folding dining table, a tiny kitchenette, a second-hand refrigerator humming softly in the corner. Nothing luxurious, nothing worth showing off. Yet tonight, for the first time in months, the room no longer felt suffocating. He placed his backpack on the chair, then quietly opened his banking application again. Balance, $980.47. Still there, not a dream. He immediately transferred most of the money into a separate savings account. Emergency fund, $900, current spending account, $80.47. He stared at the numbers, then nodded. Much better. Years of careful budgeting immediately returned. He had money now. That was precisely why he needed to become even more disciplined. He opened a notebook from his desk drawer. On the first blank page, he wrote 3 simple rules. Rule 1. Never depend completely on the system. Rule 2. Never spend before understanding the reward. Rule 3. Always leave emergency savings. He looked at the 3 handwritten sentences. They weren't instructions from the system. They were promises to himself. He closed the notebook with satisfaction. At that exact moment, the familiar blue interface quietly appeared beside the notebook. Not floating dramatically, simply existing. Host financial behavior evaluated. The sentence remained for several seconds. Lin Chen looked at it curiously. Evaluation. Excellent. Reason. Host prioritized stability over consumption. Risk awareness confirmed. Financial discipline confirmed. Additional compatibility increased. The blue light faded again. Lin Chen blinked. So, you evaluate that too? No answer came. Only silence. He slowly smiled. Good. If the system rewarded reckless spending, he might eventually lose himself. Instead, it seemed to reward good judgment. That suited him much better. The following morning arrived with bright sunshine. Lin Chen left home carrying the same old backpack, the same white shirt, the same inexpensive shoes. Nothing about his appearance had changed. At the convenience store near the office, he paused. Yesterday, he would have walked past the breakfast shelf without stopping. Today, he bought a fresh sandwich, a carton of milk, and 1 extra sandwich. When he reached the office, Wang Hao had already arrived. The man looked exhausted. Dark circles surrounded his eyes. He rubbed his stomach while staring at the computer screen. You skipped breakfast again? Lin Chen asked. Wang Hao laughed awkwardly. I overslept. I'll eat later. Lin Chen quietly placed the extra sandwich on his desk. Eat first. Wang Hao looked surprised. When did you become rich? I'm not. Then why buy 2? Lin Chen smiled. I remembered you. Usually skip breakfast after working late. Wang Hao looked at the sandwich, then at Lin Chen. For several seconds, neither spoke. Finally, Wang Hao laughed. You really haven't changed. No matter how broke you are, you're still worried about everyone else. Lin Chen simply smiled. He returned to his own desk without saying another word. Behind him, Wang Hao carefully opened the sandwich, not because it was expensive, but because he understood something far more valuable. Someone had remembered him. Hidden beneath Lin Chen's desk, the phone vibrated once. Only once. The blue interface appeared for less than a heartbeat. No reward, no cashback. Only a single quiet sentence. Benevolence does not require reward to have value. Then it disappeared. Lin Chen never looked at the phone. He was already opening today's workload. A faint smile remained on his face. Perhaps that was exactly the answer the system had hoped he would discover. 3 days passed quietly. On the surface, nothing remarkable happened. Lin Chen still arrived at Tianyu Media 10 minutes before everyone else. He still carried the same worn backpack. Still wore the same inexpensive white shirts. Still ate simple lunches. To everyone around him. He remained the ordinary marketing assistant who had recently gone through a breakup. Only Lin Chen knew that every ordinary day had become a lesson, not about making money, but about understanding the benevolence cashback system. He deliberately observed. He deliberately waited. Most importantly, he deliberately resisted temptation. The first experiment happened during lunch. A young man sat outside a convenience store with a handwritten cardboard sign asking for help. Several people dropped coins into the paper cup before him. Lin Chen slowed his steps. The blue interface quietly appeared. No notification, no mission. Nothing. He watched the young man carefully. His clothes were old, but his shoes were surprisingly new. His fingernails were clean. His eyes frequently looked toward passing wallets instead of people's faces. Something felt off. Lin Chen did not walk away immediately. Instead, he entered the convenience store. The cashier smiled. "You're back." Lin Chen nodded. The young man outside. "Has he been here long?" The cashier sighed. "Almost every afternoon. He earns more begging than I do working." "So the police know?" "They do. But he leaves before they do. But he leaves before they arrive." Lin Chen quietly bought a bottle of water, then walked outside. He handed the water to the young man instead of money. The young man hesitated, then reluctantly accepted it. Lin Chen smiled politely before leaving. He never offered cash. The blue interface appeared only after he had walked almost 50 meters away. Evaluation complete. No cashback. Reason. Compassion demonstrated. Judgment appropriate. Financial assistance not recommended. Lin Chen read the words slowly. No disappointment came. Instead, he felt relieved. The system was not rewarding blind generosity. It valued discernment. The second lesson arrived the following afternoon. An elderly woman struggled to carry 2 heavy grocery bags across a busy intersection. Several younger pedestrians hurried past without noticing. Lin Chen walked over immediately. "I'll help." The old woman smiled gratefully. "Thank you." She lived only 1 apartment block away. The journey lasted less than 5 minutes. When they arrived, she repeatedly insisted he come inside for tea. Lin Chen politely declined. "You've already thanked me. That isn't enough." "It is." He smiled. "Have a safe afternoon." The elderly woman stood at the entrance watching him leave. Her eyes remained filled with gratitude. The blue interface appeared. Evaluation complete. No cashback. Host action. Appropriate. Reason. Ordinary benevolence. Reward unnecessary. Lin Chen stared at the sentence. Reward unnecessary. He slowly nodded. Perhaps. Not every good deed should become profitable. Some acts deserve to remain simple. The third lesson came unexpectedly. On Friday evening, Wang Hao hurried toward him holding several printed documents. "Brother Chen, I need help. The client suddenly changed everything. I can't finish before tonight." Lin Chen glanced toward the office clock. It was already nearly 7. Helping meant staying late. Missing dinner. Missing the subway discount. Possibly returning home after 10. Without hesitation, he nodded. "I'll stay." The two worked side by side until almost 10 o'clock. Advertising layouts, budget revisions, presentation adjustments, Neither complained. When they finally finished, Wang Hao nearly collapsed into his chair. "You saved my life," Lin Chen laughed. "You've saved mine before. We're even." "No, we never keep score," Wang Hao smiled. "That's exactly why you're different." As Lin Chen packed his bag, the blue interface quietly appeared. Evaluation complete. Cashback pending. Lin Chen stopped. Pending. Additional evaluation required. Host motivation analysis. The message remained for almost 10 seconds. Longer than any previous evaluation. Finally, the result appeared. Cashback approved. Multiplier. 2x. Qualified value. Time opportunity cost. Settlement. $24. Direct deposit complete. His phone vibrated softly. Lin Chen blinked. Only $24. Far less than before, yet it made perfect sense. Helping Wang Hao had required time. Not significant financial sacrifice. The reward reflected that. Fair, proportional, consistent. He quietly smiled. The system had become even clearer. It wasn't calculating generosity. It was calculating value created through genuine sacrifice. As he left the office building, the cool night breeze brushed against his face. The city below glittered with countless lights. His bank balance had increased only slightly, yet his understanding had grown enormously. The benevolence cashback system did not exist to make him rich. It existed to amplify meaningful kindness. There was a difference. A very important difference. Just as he reached the subway entrance, the blue interface appeared again. Not an evaluation. Not a reward. A new panel. Host authority update. Behavior analysis complete. Congratulations. Host has passed beginner observation phase. Authority level stable. Medium level missions. Unlocked. The words slowly faded. Replacing them was a single golden notification, unlike anything he had seen before. New mission available. Classification. Opportunity mission. Difficulty. 2 stars. Recommended preparation time. 3 days. Estimated reward. Substantially higher than previous settlements. Lin Chen looked at the glowing panel. His heartbeat quickened slightly. This felt completely different from helping strangers. The mission title slowly emerged. Opportunity Mission 1. Help the right person. At the right time. For the right reason. Mission details. Unlocking. 3 days remaining before expiration. The golden light shimmered softly against the backdrop of Jiang City's skyline. For the first time since obtaining the system, Lin Chen felt that fate itself was quietly moving into position. Somewhere in this enormous city, someone was about to enter his life, and the choice he made next would determine far more than a simple cashback reward. Morning sunlight filtered through the faded curtains long before Lin Chen's alarm had a chance to ring. His eyes opened naturally. For the first time in years, he woke without the familiar weight of financial anxiety pressing against his chest. Yet the moment consciousness returned, another thought immediately replaced it. The opportunity mission. He sat upright on the edge of his narrow bed inside his modest apartment. The room looked exactly as it always had. The peeling wallpaper. The aging wooden wardrobe. The small desk crowded with unpaid bills that no longer seemed quite as terrifying. Nothing around him had changed. Everything inside him had. A faint golden light slowly materialized before his eyes. The familiar translucent interface unfolded in complete silence. Opportunity Mission I. Help the right person. At the right time. For the right reason. The words glowed softly before another line appeared beneath them. Remaining time, 2 days. 18 hours, 41 minutes. The countdown had already begun. Lin Chen quietly stared at the shrinking numbers. So the timer starts immediately. His heartbeat accelerated ever so slightly. Unlike every previous reward, this mission carried pressure. Pressure created urgency. Urgency created mistakes. He refused to make one. He carefully reread every sentence. No name, no address, no photograph, no map, no mission marker, no glowing arrow pointing toward destiny. Only the same 3 conditions. Help the right person, at the right time, for the right reason. He smiled faintly. So that's your test. The system isn't asking me to be generous. It's asking me to judge. That single realization settled his restless thoughts. Over the past 2 weeks, the benevolence cashback system had quietly reshaped the way he viewed the world. Helping others blindly was easy. Helping the right person, that required wisdom. After washing up, he dressed exactly as usual. A clean white shirt, dark slacks, comfortable sneakers that had already seen better days. Nothing about his appearance suggested someone whose life had quietly begun changing. His savings account now contained enough money to breathe comfortably for the first time in years. Yet, outwardly, Lin Chen still looked like the same ordinary office employee everyone overlooked. He deliberately chose not to change that. On the subway, morning commuters packed shoulder to shoulder beneath fluorescent lights. People stared at their phones. Some dozed against the windows. Others hurried through presentations before work. Lin Chen simply observed. Every stranger now seemed filled with possibility. Could one of them be the mission target? An elderly woman boarded at the next station carrying several heavy shopping bags. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stood and offered his seat. She smiled warmly. "Thank you, young man. No problem." The woman sat down gratefully. Nothing happened. No notification, no reward, no reaction whatsoever. Lin Chen merely nodded to himself. Good. That meant the system remained consistent. It wasn't rewarding every kind act. At another station, a teenage student accidentally dropped several textbooks while rushing toward the closing doors. Books scattered across the floor. Lin Chen bent down and helped gather them. "Thanks, brother." The teenager disappeared into the crowd. Again, silence. Later, outside the station, a delivery rider struggled to push his motorcycle after it stalled at a traffic light. Several pedestrians walked around him without slowing down. Lin Chen stepped forward and helped push the motorcycle to the roadside. The exhausted rider wiped sweat from his forehead. "I really appreciate it. No worries." Still, nothing. Rather than feeling disappointed, Lin Chen actually relaxed. His earlier assumption had been correct. The system wasn't asking him to help everyone. It was waiting for something specific. By the time he reached TNU Media, the countdown had already dropped below 2 days and 17 hours. He glanced at the invisible timer once before dismissing it. I won't chase the mission. I'll let it come naturally. That had always been his greatest strength. Patience. Inside the office, the familiar rhythm of another weekday unfolded. Phones rang one after another. Printers hummed. Conversations drifted across rows of desks. Managers hurried toward meeting rooms, carrying coffee. Liu Wei marched through the department barking assignments, without even looking at anyone's face. Everything appeared completely ordinary. Almost disappointingly so. Lin Chen settled into his seat and switched on his computer. Emails. Client revisions. Advertising proposals. Deadlines. For nearly an hour, he immersed himself in work. The mission temporarily slipped into the back of his mind. Then, a loud crash echoed from outside the building. The sharp sound instantly drew everyone's attention. Several employees stood and walked toward the large glass windows overlooking the entrance plaza. What happened? Did someone get hit? Looks like someone dropped something. Lin Chen followed the others toward the window. Below, a young man wearing a wrinkled blue dress shirt knelt helplessly on the pavement. A large cardboard box had burst open. Stacks of documents covered the ground. Blueprints rolled across the wet sidewalk. Presentation folders lay scattered among shallow puddles left by the morning rain. Pedestrians simply stepped around him. Some frowned. Some complained that he was blocking the path. Not one person stopped. The young man frantically tried to save every sheet of paper before the wind carried them away. His movements weren't those of someone embarrassed. They were the movements of someone desperate. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He recognized it immediately. It wasn't the look of a careless person. It was the look of someone standing at the edge of losing everything. Just then, the young man's phone rang again. He glanced at the screen. His face turned even paler. He answered immediately. "I'm almost there. No, please don't cancel. I can still explain. I just need 10 more minutes." His voice trembled. The call ended after only a few seconds. He lowered the phone slowly, as though every ounce of strength had left his body. For a long moment, he simply knelt among the scattered papers without moving. Behind Lin Chen, several co-workers had already returned to their desks. Poor guy, probably another failed salesman. None of our business. Life inside the office resumed as if nothing had happened. Only Lin Chen remained by the window. His heartbeat became strangely steady, not because the system had told him anything, because his instincts were telling him something wasn't right. Then, without any sound, without any dramatic fanfare, a familiar golden glow quietly appeared near the corner of his vision. Mission target detected. Lin Chen did not move immediately. The golden words remained at the edge of his vision for only a moment before fading into silence. Mission target detected, that was all. No explanation, no instructions, no guarantee. The system had identified the person, but it had not told him what to do. Lin Chen understood the meaning almost instantly. This was not charity. This was judgment. He turned away from the window and walked back to his desk. Wang Hao looked up from his computer. "Where are you going?" "Downstairs." "For what?" "To check something." Wang Hao glanced toward the window, then toward the building entrance below. "The guy with the documents?" Lin Chen picked up his employee card. "Maybe." Wang Hao frowned. "Brother, you have a client revision due in an hour." "I know. Then why?" Lin Chen paused, then smiled faintly. "Because some things only stay possible for a few minutes." Before Wang Hao could respond, Lin Chen had already stepped into the corridor. The elevator took too long. He used the stairs. By the time he reached the lobby, several security guards were already approaching the young man outside. The scattered documents had become worse. A breeze rolled one blueprint toward the roadside. The young man lunged after it too quickly and slipped on the wet pavement. His knee struck the ground hard, but he didn't even pause to check the injury. He snatched the blueprint before it touched a puddle, wiped it with his sleeve, and pressed it against his chest. "Sir, you can't block the entrance." One security guard spoke with practiced impatience. "I'm sorry." The young man immediately bowed. "I'll clean it up right away." "You've already blocked people for 5 minutes?" "I know. I'm sorry." His voice was hoarse, not from anger, from exhaustion. Several passers-by watched for a second before continuing on. One woman stepped over a fallen folder and frowned. These people really don't care about public space. The young man lowered his head even further. Lin Chen walked forward. He did not ask questions first. He simply crouched down and began gathering the scattered papers. The young man froze, then hurriedly said, No, you don't have to. These pages matter." The young man looked at the blueprint in his hands. His fingers tightened around the damp edge. "They do." "Then talk less." Lin Chen picked up another stack. "Sort faster." For a moment, the young man seemed stunned by the bluntness. Then he nodded fiercely. "Okay." Together, they gathered the documents before the rainwater could ruin them completely. Lin Chen noticed several details while working. The documents were not sales flyers. They were prototype diagrams, cost breakdowns, supplier lists, production schedules. One folder contained investor presentation materials. Another contained legal registration documents for a small company. The paper quality was cheap. The printing was slightly uneven. But the content, it was serious. Whoever this man was, he had prepared carefully. Not perfectly, but carefully. That mattered. A few minutes later, the last blueprint was retrieved from beneath a bench. The young man finally exhaled. "Thank you." His face was pale. His black hair was messy from the wind. His wrinkled blue shirt had been soaked at the knees. A small scrape showed on one hand, but he continued gripping the box as though it contained his entire life. Lin Chen looked at him. "Where were you going?" The young man hesitated, then looked toward the office tower, 13th floor. Lin Chen's eyes moved slightly. "Venture conference room?" The young man looked surprised. "You know, our company sometimes rents meeting rooms to outside teams." The young man swallowed. "Then, can you tell me where the investor reception desk is?" Lin Chen looked at the clock in the lobby. "You were scheduled for 10:30. The young man's expression froze. "Yes, it was already 10:43. 13 minutes late. In the investment world, 13 minutes could be enough to destroy months of preparation." "Name?" "Chen Hao." The young man answered quickly. "Founder of Qinghe Smart Kitchen." Lin Chen repeated it silently. "Qinghe Smart Kitchen." He had never heard of it. "Smart Kitchen?" Chen Hao nodded, almost instinctively straightening. "We make modular inventory and waste tracking systems for small restaurants. Not for big chains? No." Chen Hao shook his head immediately. "Big chains already have expensive systems. Small restaurants can't afford them. So we designed something lighter. Cheap sensors. Simple software. Automatic ingredient tracking. It helps owners reduce waste and control purchasing." The moment he spoke about the product, the panic on his face faded slightly. His eyes became brighter. His words became faster, but not chaotic. There was structure. There was belief. Lin Chen noticed that too. A person could fake desperation. It was much harder to fake years of understanding a problem. The security guard frowned. "Are you done?" Lin Chen stood. "He's going to the 13th floor. I'll sign him in." The guard looked at Lin Chen's employee card. His expression softened immediately. "Fine. But don't block the entrance again." Chen Hao bowed quickly. "Sorry." Lin Chen helped him carry one side of the damaged cardboard box. "Come on. The elevator is this way." Chen Hao followed nervously. Inside the elevator, silence fell for several seconds. The polished metal doors reflected both of them. Lin Chen, calm and neatly dressed. Chen Hao, damp, anxious, clutching a box of half-ruined dreams. The contrast was obvious. Finally, Chen Hao spoke softly. "Thank you. You already said that. I know. But I still need to say it again." Lin Chen looked at him through the reflection. "Why are you alone?" Chen Hao lowered his eyes. "My co-founder quit last month. Investor pulled out?" His shoulders stiffened. "You can tell? Your documents are complete. Your clothes aren't. You cared more about the presentation than your appearance. That means either you're careless." Lin Chen paused, "or you had no spare money." Chen Hao gave a bitter laugh. The second one. The elevator numbers climbed slowly. 8, 9, 10, 10. Chen Hao's phone rang again. He looked at the screen. His face tightened. He declined the call. Investor? Supplier? Overdue payment? Chen Hao said nothing. The silence answered. The elevator reached the 13th floor. The doors opened. A bright, quiet corridor stretched ahead. Compared to the chaos outside, this floor felt almost unreal. Glass walls, soft carpet, reception desk, framed posters about innovation and entrepreneurship. Several young founders waited outside conference rooms with polished pitch decks and confident smiles. Chen Hao unconsciously tightened his grip around the damaged box. Lin Chen noticed. "Don't apologize for looking desperate." Chen Hao looked at him. Lin Chen said calmly, "People with nothing to lose sometimes build the most seriously." For the first time that morning, Chen Hao's eyes steadied. They reached the reception desk. The receptionist checked the list. "Qinghe Smart Kitchen?" Chen Hao immediately nodded. "Yes. Your appointment was at 10:30? I know. I'm very sorry." The receptionist glanced at the clock. "The investor meeting has already started. Chen has already started." Hao's face turned pale. Can I still? I'm sorry. Late arrivals are usually canceled. His fingers tightened around the box until the cardboard bent. Lin Chen looked at the meeting room door. Inside, through the frosted glass, several silhouettes were already seated. He had no authority here. No influence. No special identity. A week ago, he would have accepted the result. Today, he didn't. May I ask who is managing today's investor meeting? The receptionist looked at him. And you are? Lin Chen. Tianyu Media. Marketing department. He took out his employee card. Our department assisted with promotional materials for this floor last quarter. That was true. Barely related. But true. The receptionist hesitated. Manager Zhao is inside. Can you tell Manager Zhou that a founder scheduled at 10:30 had an accident downstairs? He is already 13 minutes late. 15 now. Lin Chen looked directly at her. But if the what? Meeting hasn't reached his slot yet. Canceling him now may waste one potential project. The receptionist frowned slightly. Chen Hao looked at Lin Chen in shock. Lin Chen continued calmly. I understand rules are important, but the purpose of this event is to find promising projects. If his project is poor, the investors will reject it themselves. If his project is useful, then rejecting him before he speaks benefits no one. The receptionist remained silent for several seconds. Finally, she picked up the phone. I'll ask. Chen Hao's breathing almost stopped. Lin Chen did not comfort him. False comfort had no value. The receptionist spoke quietly for less than half a minute, then lowered the phone. Manager Zhao says he can enter, but only after the current team finishes, and his presentation time will be reduced to 5 minutes. Chen Hao's face changed. 5 minutes. A normal pitch took 20. He had prepared for weeks. Now everything had been cut down to 5 minutes. Lin Chen looked at him. Can you do it? Chen Hao opened his mouth. No sound came out. His hands trembled slightly. 5 minutes was not enough to explain the product market, financial plan, team history, and business model. But it was enough to say one thing clearly. Why it mattered. Lin Chen placed the box on a nearby table. Take out only the most important pages. Chen Hao looked at him blankly. What? You don't have 20 minutes, so don't present like you do. Lin Chen opened the box and quickly separated the document. Problem. Solution. Customer proof. Cost advantage. Funding need. 5 pages. Nothing else. Chen Hao stared at him. How do you know this? I make marketing proposals. Lin Chen placed 5 documents in order. Investors won't remember your entire company. They'll remember one sentence. He looked directly at Chen Hao. What is your sentence? Chen Hao froze. What is Qinghei's smart kitchen? The corridor suddenly became quiet. Chen Hao lowered his head. His fingers pressed against the first page. For several seconds he seemed lost. Then he slowly said, We help small restaurants stop bleeding money from invisible waste. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened slightly. Good. Use that. Chen Hao looked up. That's enough? No, but it's a start. At that moment, the conference room door opened. A startup team walked out, their expressions stiff. Clearly, the meeting had not gone well. The receptionist looked toward Chen Hao. Qinghei Smart Kitchen. You're next. Chen Hao's throat moved. He picked up the 5 selected pages. His hands still trembled. But his eyes were different. Less panicked. More focused. Before entering, he turned to Lin Chen. Why are you helping me? Lin Chen looked at him quietly. Because you weren't trying to save face. You were trying to save your work. Chen Hao stood frozen for half a second. Then he bowed deeply. Not dramatically, not performatively. With genuine gratitude, the conference room door closed behind him. Lin Chen remained outside in the corridor. The golden interface appeared silently. Mission analysis updated. Target confirmed. Current assistance. Non-financial. Impact. Potentially significant. Investment decision. Pending. Lin Chen read the final line. Investment. So this was not over. He looked toward the closed conference room door. Beyond it, Chen Hao's voice faintly began. We help small restaurants stop bleeding money from invisible waste. Lin Chen stood still. For the first time, he realized the opportunity mission was not asking him to donate. It was asking him to decide whether a person, and the dream he carried, were worth betting on. The applause inside the auditorium gradually faded, replaced by the restless murmur of founders, investors, and reporters exchanging business cards beneath the bright ceiling lights. Chen Hao stood alone near the exit. His smile remained polite, but the fatigue behind his eyes was impossible to hide. The presentation had gone far better than Lin Chen expected. Every demonstration worked flawlessly. The inventory management platform accurately predicted ingredient shortages, suggested purchasing schedules, and even calculated daily food waste with remarkable precision. For restaurant owners operating on thin profit margins, every percentage point mattered. The software solved a real problem. Yet when the investors asked questions, the atmosphere changed. What's your current monthly recurring revenue? Chen Hao hesitated before answering. Just over 80,000 yuan. One investor slowly nodded. And your customer acquisition cost? Chen Hao quietly admitted he wasn't sure. Another investor frowned. You've built an excellent product, but you're running this like an engineer, not a business. Several people around the table exchanged disappointed looks. One by one, they packed away their documents. We'll consider it. Leave your materials with us. We'll contact you. Every sentence sounded hopeful. Every sentence also meant rejection. Within minutes, the crowd dispersed. The exhibition hall grew noticeably quieter. Lin Chen remained standing near one of the support pillars, watching everything without interrupting. The system had never instructed him to interfere. It merely pointed toward opportunities. Whether they became opportunities depended entirely on him. Chen Hao slowly gathered his laptop, projector cable, and presentation materials into a worn backpack whose zipper had been repaired multiple times. As he prepared to leave, one middle-aged investor approached. I'll be honest, I like your technology. Chen Hao's eyes brightened, but the investor sighed. You don't have a business team. You don't understand scaling. You don't understand scaling. You don't understand scaling. Even negotiate properly. If I invest today, I'm investing in a product. I'm not investing in a company. He handed over his business card. Improve these areas, then come find me again. With that, he walked away. Hope appeared. Hope disappeared. Lin Chen noticed something interesting. Chen Hao didn't curse. He didn't complain. He simply placed the business card carefully inside a small notebook, almost as if it were valuable advice rather than another rejection. Most people blame the world. This man blamed himself. That alone made Lin Chen curious. Outside the convention center, the evening breeze carried away the lingering heat of the day. The city skyline shimmered as office towers gradually lit up one after another. Chen Hao sat on a bench taking out a cheap bottle of mineral water. He stared silently at the traffic. After several minutes, Lin Chen finally walked over. Mind if I sit here? Chen Hao looked up before smiling weakly. Of course. The two men sat quietly. Neither spoke immediately. After a while, Lin Chen asked the first question. Why did your co-founder leave? Chen Hao laughed bitterly. He wanted quick money. He thought we'd sell the software to a larger company. When I refused, he left. No lawsuit? No. He owns his shares. I bought them back with borrowed money. Lin Chen nodded. How much debt? Chen Hao answered honestly. Just under 600,000. Not a small amount. Not impossible either. What about customers? We have 47 paying businesses. Retention rate? 94%. Lin Chen's eyebrows moved slightly. That number was exceptionally high. So why isn't anyone investing? Chen Hao smiled helplessly. Because they think I'm difficult. I refuse to inflate numbers. I won't fake user growth. I won't buy fake downloads. If I don't know something, I say, I don't know. Apparently, that's bad for fundraising. For the first time, Lin Chen almost laughed. In today's startup world, honesty had become a disadvantage. They talked for nearly another hour. Not once did Chen Hao exaggerate. Whenever he didn't know an answer, he admitted it. Whenever he made a mistake, he accepted responsibility. There was no arrogance, no excuses. Only relentless focus on improving the product. As they prepared to part ways, Lin Chen suddenly asked one final question. Tomorrow, can I visit one of your clients? Chen Hao blinked. You mean actually see them using the software? Yes. A surprised expression appeared across his face. Most investors never ask that. They only ask for spreadsheets. Lin Chen smiled. I prefer seeing things with my own eyes. The next afternoon, Lin Chen arrived at a family-owned barbecue restaurant, tucked away several streets behind the city's bustling commercial district. It wasn't luxurious. Plastic stools, simple wooden tables, an open kitchen. The owner greeted Chen Hao warmly. Brother Chen, you're here. He immediately waved them inside. Without being prompted, he opened the software dashboard on an aging tablet beside the cashier. Our food waste dropped almost 30% after using your system. We buy less. We throw away less. My monthly profit increased enough to hire another employee. The owner grinned while pointing toward the kitchen. I don't understand algorithms. I only understand money. This thing saves me money. Lin Chen spent nearly 2 hours observing operations. The inventory records matched deliveries. The prediction reports matched purchasing decisions. Employees actually relied on the software instead of ignoring it. Most importantly, the owner renewed his subscription before Chen Hao even mentioned it. No sales pitch, no pressure. The product had already proven its value. As they left the restaurant, Lin Chen finally understood the contradiction. Chen Hao had built something genuinely useful, but everything surrounding the product was weak. Poor branding, poor marketing, poor fundraising, poor negotiation, poor networking. An outstanding engineer trapped inside the mindset of a technician. The opportunity wasn't merely investing in software. It was helping transform a brilliant creator into the founder of a real company. That realization lingered in Lin Chen's mind throughout the journey home. Late that night, after returning to his apartment, he spread everything across his desk. Financial statements, customer contracts, debt schedules, operational reports, handwritten notes from the day's visit. He refused to rush. If he invested, every yuan would carry responsibility. The benevolence cashback system had pointed toward an opportunity. It had never promised success. Success required evidence. As midnight approached, the quiet room was illuminated only by the desk lamp. A faint blue screen finally appeared before him. Mission evaluation updated. Verification completed. Authenticity confirmed. Business value confirmed. Founder integrity confirmed. Investment recommendation available. Current evaluation progress, 68%. Next requirement. Host must independently determine investment strategy. Reward remains locked until a final decision is made. Lin Chen slowly closed the financial report. His gaze rested on Chen Hao's business card lying silently beside the documents. He already knew his answer. What he didn't know was whether he should become merely an investor, or become the first true partner in building something that could one day change an entire industry. The answer came to Lin Chen before sunrise, not because the system had guided him, not because of a flashing notification, but because he had spent nearly the entire night doing what countless investors claimed to do, yet rarely bothered with. Research. The apartment desk had become a battlefield of financial reports, handwritten notes, customer contracts, competitor analyses, and industry forecasts. Every assumption had to survive questioning. Every number had to withstand verification. Only then did it deserve belief. The first rays of sunlight slipped through the curtains as Lin Chen finally leaned back in his chair. His eyes were tired. His mind, however, had never been clearer. The software was valuable. Chen Hao was trustworthy. The market opportunity was real. The greatest weakness wasn't technology. It was execution outside engineering. That weakness could be solved. The question was how. Later that morning, Lin Chen arrived at a quiet cafe overlooking a small artificial lake in the city's financial district. Chen Hao arrived exactly 5 minutes early. He still carried the same worn backpack, the same inexpensive watch, the same humble appearance. He ordered the cheapest coffee on the menu before sitting down. "You wanted to meet?" Lin Chen nodded. "I've made my decision." Chen Hao unconsciously straightened. For several seconds, neither man spoke. Finally, Lin Chen placed several printed documents on the table. "I won't invest today." The words landed like a hammer. Chen Hao's expression stiffened, though he forced himself to smile. "I understand. I appreciate you giving it serious consideration." He reached toward the documents. But Lin Chen gently pressed a hand on them. "I said I won't invest today. I didn't say I won't invest." Chen Hao looked up. Confusion slowly replaced disappointment. Lin Chen calmly slid the first document toward him. Across the top were 3 words: Operational Diagnosis Report. Chen Hao frowned. "You wrote this?" "I did." He flipped through the pages. Every weakness, every overlooked detail, every missing department, every customer acquisition issue, every pricing problem, every hiring challenge, every fundraising mistake. Everything was listed with remarkable precision. Beside every problem, there was also a proposed solution. Chen Hao grew increasingly silent. You only knew my company for 2 days." Lin Chen smiled. "I've been studying businesses much longer than that." In reality, his judgment had been sharpened by countless hours of observation, learning, and the benevolence cashback system quietly pushing him toward opportunities others ignored. The system rewarded kindness. But kindness without competence accomplished very little. The second document appeared. Phase 1 Growth Plan. 3 months. No reckless expansion. No unnecessary spending. No vanity projects. Instead, the priorities were brutally simple. Standardize onboarding. Improve customer support. Collect measurable success stories. Refine subscription pricing. Recruit 1 sales manager. Recruit 1 customer success representative. Document everything. Every customer win had to become repeatable. Chen Hao stared at each page. The plan wasn't flashy. It wasn't unrealistic. It was exactly what his company had been missing. How did you think of all this?" Lin Chen answered honestly. "Because your problem isn't your software. It's your company." Silence returned. This time, it wasn't uncomfortable. It was admiration slowly taking shape. An hour later, they moved from theory into numbers. Chen Hao opened his laptop. Revenue projections. Monthly expenses. Debt obligations. Payroll. Server costs. Everything was discussed openly. Whenever Lin Chen challenged an assumption, Chen Hao defended it with data. Whenever Chen Hao lacked an answer, he admitted it immediately. Neither man tried to impress the other. They were simply trying to find the truth. After nearly 3 hours, Lin Chen finally closed the laptop. "I have one condition." Chen Hao listened carefully. "If I invest, I won't interfere with your engineering. You'll continue leading product development, but business decisions, we make together. Chen's decisions, we make together." Ha hesitated, not because he disliked the idea, because it felt almost impossible. Most investors wanted control. This man wanted partnership. You'd actually spend time helping? Not just provide money. Lin Chen nodded. Money solves temporary problems. Systems solve permanent ones. Those words lingered in Chen Hao's mind. For years, everyone had treated him like a programmer. This was the first person treating him like a future founder. The meeting stretched into the afternoon. By the time they walked outside, both men had reached an unspoken understanding. Neither rushed to sign anything. Neither believed important partnerships should begin with excitement. Trust deserved patience. As they prepared to leave, Chen Hao suddenly asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. You've analyzed companies before?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "A few. You speak like someone who's built businesses." The question lingered. For a brief moment, even Lin Chen realized something. His thinking had changed. Months ago, he would have focused entirely on whether the investment could generate cash back. Now, he instinctively evaluated organizations, people, processes, culture, leadership. Without realizing it, his perspective had grown alongside the system. The benevolence cashback system wasn't merely increasing his wealth. It was quietly reshaping how he saw opportunities. As if recognizing that thought, a familiar blue screen appeared. Mission stage updated. Host has demonstrated independent strategic judgment. Leadership recognition progress increased. Business insight experience awarded. Future leadership module synchronization progress, 21%. No cashback appeared. No money dropped into his account. Only invisible progress. For some reason, that felt even more valuable. Across the street, inside a black luxury sedan parked beneath the shade of an office tower, someone slowly lowered a pair of binoculars. A middle-aged man wearing an expensive tailored suit quietly watched Lin Chen shake hands with Chen Hao before both walked in opposite directions. He picked up his phone. "Continue monitoring. I want everything. The young man, the software company, and especially where he gets his information." The call ended. The sedan drove away without attracting attention. Neither Lin Chen nor Chen Hao realized that someone had begun watching them, not because of the software, not because of the money, but because someone powerful had started asking a dangerous question. Who exactly was Lin Chen? Rain fell lightly over the city the morning Lin Chen prepared to transfer the largest sum of money he had ever willingly entrusted to another person. There was no excitement, only responsibility. The figures on his computer screen represented years of savings, countless system-assisted decisions, and every lesson he had learned since obtaining the benevolence cashback system. One careless investment could erase months of progress. One thoughtful investment could become the cornerstone of an empire. Before logging into his online banking portal, Lin Chen closed the laptop. There was one final task. If he wanted to build businesses for decades rather than months, he needed professionals beside him. Not because he lacked confidence, because confidence without expertise often became arrogance. Often became arrogance. The receptionist at Xinghe Legal Services welcomed him with a warm smile. "Do you have an appointment?" "I called yesterday. My name is Lin Chen." Within minutes, a woman in her early 30s emerged from one of the conference rooms. She wore a navy business suit without excessive accessories. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head, and a pair of thin-rimmed glasses rested calmly on her face. Her appearance wasn't striking because of beauty alone. It was the quiet confidence that accompanied years of professional discipline. "I'm Xu Qing, corporate lawyer." She extended her hand. "I understand you're planning your first equity investment." Lin Chen smiled. "I suppose that obvious?" "Xu Qing?" returned the smile. "Most experienced investors don't bring handwritten notes. You brought 3 notebooks." The atmosphere immediately became more relaxed. Inside the meeting room, Lin Chen explained everything from the beginning. How he met Chen Hao, how he verified the product, how he visited customers, how he analyzed the company. He left nothing out. Xu Qing listened quietly, occasionally making notes, occasionally asking short, precise questions. Nearly an hour later, she closed the final document. "You've done surprisingly thorough commercial due diligence. But legally," she paused, "you've only completed half the work. Lin Chen leaned forward. What am I missing? She began listing them one by one. Software ownership, employee intellectual property agreements, customer contract validity, outstanding tax obligations, hidden shareholder disputes, patent application status, government compliance, outstanding litigation, each standing litigation. Sentence reminded Lin Chen how much remained beneath the surface of every company. The benevolence cashback system could identify opportunities. It couldn't replace legal verification. I'm glad I came. Shuqing nodded. So am I. Otherwise, you might have purchased problems you couldn't even see. That afternoon, Shuqing accompanied Lin Chen to Chen Hao's office. The company occupied less than 200 square meters inside an aging commercial building. The reception area contained only 2 worn sofas, 6 desks, 1 meeting room, a tiny pantry. Everything reflected limited resources. Nothing reflected dishonesty. When Shuqing introduced herself as legal counsel, representing Lin Chen's interests, Chen Hao immediately stood. I've already prepared everything. He placed several folders onto the meeting table. Outstanding debts, employee contracts, tax records, shareholder history, and he hesitated. Something I forgot to mention. Lin Chen looked up. Chen Hao slowly produced another folder. 3 years ago, I signed a personal guarantee for one company loan. If the company defaults, I remain personally responsible. Silence settled across the room. Shuqing carefully examined the document before speaking. You weren't legally required to disclose this before negotiations. Chen Hao lowered his head. I know. But if we're discussing partnership, I don't want hidden surprises. Shuqing looked toward Lin Chen. Without saying anything, she simply gave a slight nod. That single movement communicated more than words. Integrity confirmed. Negotiations officially began. Chen Hao proposed giving away 35% of the company. For the amount you're investing, I think that's fair. Lin Chen immediately shook his head. No. Chen Hao looked surprised. Shuqing looked equally surprised. Lin Chen calmly explained. I calculated your customer retention. I calculated your recurring revenue. I calculated future expansion potential. The company is worth more than you think. Chen Hao stared blankly. Most investors fought for larger ownership. This investor was voluntarily reducing his own. I won't build my future by taking advantage of yours. If we're partners, both of us should be able to look at this agreement proudly 10 years from now. The meeting room fell completely silent. Even Shuqing couldn't hide her surprise. She had negotiated acquisitions worth hundreds of millions. Never once had she witnessed an investor voluntarily argue for a higher valuation. Eventually, she cleared her throat. I recommend revising the equity structure. Over the next several hours, discussions became increasingly detailed. Investment amount, board voting rights, reserved matters, future, fundraising, protections, founder vesting, employee option pool, debt repayment priorities. Neither side attempted to dominate. Every disagreement ended with discussion instead of emotion. By evening, the final agreement rested quietly on the conference table. Chen Hao carefully read every page one final time. So, this is really happening. Lin Chen smiled. Only if you're still willing. Chen Hao laughed. I've been willing since yesterday. Both men signed, one signature. Then another, no applause. No dramatic celebration. Only 2 ordinary signatures beginning an extraordinary partnership. The following morning, inside the bank's private client office, Lin Chen completed the transfer. His finger hovered above the confirmation button for several seconds. This wasn't spending. This wasn't charity. This wasn't consumption. This was trust. He pressed confirm. The funds disappeared from his account. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then the familiar blue interface quietly appeared before him. Verified investment completed. Recipient eligibility confirmed. Business authenticity confirmed. Long-term value confirmed. Investment classification. Founding partner investment. Congratulations. Host has completed the first qualified strategic investment. Investment cashback activated. Reward calculation in progress. The blue screen faded before revealing any numbers. Instead, one final line slowly appeared. Please await settlement. The reward for strategic investments cannot be calculated instantly. Lin Chen blinked. Even the system had evolved. Before he could think further, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Hao. We just received payment. I don't know how to thank you. Lin Chen smiled before replying. Don't thank me. Build a company worthy of the trust. Several hundred meters away. Inside another office building overlooking the financial district, a report was quietly placed onto an executive's desk. The first page contained only one sentence. Target has officially become a founding investor. Recommendation: increase surveillance level. The executive slowly closed. For the first time, someone inside one of the city's largest investment groups began treating Lin Chen as something more than an ordinary young entrepreneur. They still didn't know who he was, but they had started asking the right question. Why did every company he chose seem destined to succeed? The settlement notification arrived at exactly 9 o'clock the following morning. Lin Chen had barely finished making coffee when the familiar blue interface silently unfolded before him. Strategic investment settlement complete. Investment successfully verified. Founder trust confirmed. Commercial value confirmed. Risk level, high. Contribution level, significant. Reward issued. Cashback amount, RMB 8,760,000. Additional reward, system experience increased. Strategic investor authority progress increased. Future business-related opportunities have received a slight increase in detection priority. The interface disappeared as quietly as it had appeared. Lin Chen remained standing beside the kitchen counter. Unlike the excitement he had experienced during his earliest cashback rewards, this time his emotions settled much more quickly. The number was astonishing. But what mattered even more was the message behind it. The system had acknowledged that creating long-term value generated greater rewards than pursuing short-term gains. Money had become a consequence, not the objective. Not the objective. Instead of celebrating, Lin Chen opened his notebook. He drew a line down the center of the page. Assets, liabilities, future commitments. Every new yuan carried responsibility. The investment in Chen Hao's company had succeeded. That didn't mean he could immediately chase another opportunity. Cash reserves, emergency reserves, tax planning, personal living expenses, potential follow-on investments. He carefully allocated every category. By the time he closed the notebook, nearly 70% of the cashback had already been mentally assigned. The remaining amount represented opportunity, not spending money, growth capital. That afternoon, Xu Qing called him. I've finished registering all legal documents. The equity transfer has been officially recorded. Lin Chen thanked her. Before hanging up, Xu Qing hesitated. I have one suggestion. I'm listening. You'll soon own stakes in multiple companies. Handling every legal matter case by case will become expensive. I recommend establishing a long-term legal advisory relationship. Lin Chen smiled. So you're trying to recruit me as a client? Xu Qing laughed. I'd be lying if I said no. But professionally speaking, your future requires consistency. Different lawyers solve problems differently. The earlier legal standards are established. The fewer disputes appear later. Lin Chen considered her words. She wasn't selling a service. She was solving tomorrow's problems today. I'll think seriously about it. I'll prepare a proposal. Neither of them mentioned fees again. Professional trust had advanced another step. The following week, Chen Hao invited Lin Chen to attend the company's first management meeting after receiving the investment. 6 employees gathered around a simple conference table. Some looked excited, others looked nervous. Chen Hao stood before everyone. I have 2 announcements. First, our company has officially completed its first outside investment. Applause filled the room. Second, he looked toward Lin Chen. Our investor insisted on one condition. Everyone became curious. Chen Hao smiled. He refused to lay off anyone. If we improve efficiency, we grow together. Several employees looked visibly relieved. One young programmer quietly lowered his head. His eyes had already become red. After the meeting ended, he approached Lin Chen privately. My father was recently hospitalized. If I had lost this job, I honestly don't know what my family would have done. Lin Chen simply patted his shoulder. Then make this company successful. That's enough. The young programmer nodded heavily. At that moment, the blue interface briefly appeared. Benevolent influence increased. Hidden reputation growth. No cashback notification followed. Lin Chen smiled. Not every act of kindness needed to generate immediate profit. Some investments couldn't be measured by money. Meanwhile, across the city, inside the headquarters of Huanyu Capital, several analysts were gathered around a conference table. A large display projected Chen Hao's company profile. One analyst frowned. This startup has almost no market exposure. Why would someone invest nearly everything into it? Another analyst replied. The investor isn't behaving rationally. No background. No venture capital history. No institutional connections. No previous exits. But he enlarged several reports. His success rate is becoming statistically abnormal. The room became quiet. Their director tapped the table lightly. I don't believe in luck. Find the pattern. We don't need to know everything. I only want one answer. How does Lin Chen choose companies? Nobody noticed that one younger analyst remained silent. He wasn't looking at financial reports. He was reading every interview Chen Hao had ever given. Eventually, he whispered to himself. It isn't the companies, it's the people. That evening, Lin Chen received another unexpected phone call. Mr. Tuck. Lin, this is Zhao Ming from Yonghe Commercial Bank. We've reviewed your recent financial activities. We'd like to invite you to become one of our private banking clients. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Large transfers inevitably attracted attention. What benefits are included? Rather than asking about status, he asked about substance. Zhao Ming answered professionally. Dedicated relationship management, investment research, cross-border financial services, business financing, corporate banking, legal and tax resource referrals. Lin Chen immediately realized something. Money alone wasn't attracting opportunities anymore. Credibility was. His financial identity was quietly changing. I'll arrange a meeting. We look forward to it. After ending the call, Lin Chen wrote another name inside his notebook. Zhao Ming. Potential long-term banking partner. The empire wasn't built by buildings. It was built by trustworthy people. Late that night, Chen Hao sent another message. We've just received our first enterprise client. They signed a 1-year contract. I think our future has finally begun. Lin Chen smiled before replying with only 2 words. Congratulations. He looked outside the apartment window. The city lights stretched endlessly into the distance. Somewhere among those countless buildings were future partners, future competitors, future enemies, future friends. The benevolence cashback system had changed his life. But increasingly, it felt as though the city itself had begun responding to every decision he made. At that exact moment, deep within the hidden layers of the system interface, a section that had remained permanently locked since the beginning emitted a faint pulse. No notification appeared. No explanation followed. Only one line quietly changed from gray to pale blue. Progress requirement reached. Awaiting final trigger. The invitation arrived before sunrise. It wasn't printed on luxurious paper. It wasn't delivered by an assistant. It was a simple email from Chen Hao. Mr. Lin. We've been invited to present our platform at the Jiangnan Startup Innovation Summit. They only selected 12 companies. I think we should attend together. Lin Chen reread the message twice. This wasn't an investment opportunity. It was visibility. And visibility attracted both opportunities and danger. Later that morning, Lin Chen met Chen Hao at the company's office. Every employee was unusually energetic. Someone had already hung a handwritten banner near the whiteboard. "Let's make it." The words were simple, yet everyone smiled after reading them. Chen Hao handed over the invitation. The organizers expect founders to present before investors. They also encourage networking afterward. Lin Chen nodded. "What are you worried about?" Chen Hao laughed awkwardly. "Honestly, everything. I've never spoken in front of hundreds of people. I built software. I didn't become an entrepreneur because I liked public speaking." Lin Chen poured 2 cups of tea. "Neither did I." Chen Hao looked surprised. "You seem confident." Lin Chen shook his head. "I'm prepared. Confidence comes later." The sentence lingered in the room. Several nearby employees quietly memorized it. Preparation began immediately. Instead of designing flashy presentation slides, Lin Chen proposed something different. "Forget selling." Chen Hao frowned. "What? We're not attending to impress everyone. We're attending to find the right people." He wrote 1 sentence on the whiteboard. "Solve one real problem well." Everything else became secondary. Over the following days, they repeatedly rehearsed. Every complicated sentence disappeared. Every technical explanation became understandable. Whenever Chen Hao drifted into engineering terminology, Lin Chen interrupted. "If your grandmother can't understand it, neither can half the audience." The room burst into laughter. Even Chen Hao admitted he was right. By the 5th rehearsal, the presentation had become remarkably simple. Simple enough to remember. Simple enough to inspire confidence. 3 days later, Shu Qing unexpectedly visited the office. She placed several folders onto the conference table. "I heard about the summit." Chen Hao blinked. "How?" "You'd be surprised how small the startup community is." She looked toward Lin Chen. "I've reviewed the organizer list. There are several investment firms attending. Some are excellent. Some are famous for unfair contracts." She handed Lin Chen a document. Inside were short profiles, investment philosophy, reputation, past lawsuits, negotiation style. Lin Chen smiled. "You prepared all this?" Shu Qing adjusted her glasses. "My client is attending his first public investment conference. I'd rather he recognize predators before they recognize him." Neither Chen Hao nor Lin Chen realized it. Without formal agreement, Shu Qing had already begun treating their success as her own responsibility. On the morning of the summit, the convention center buzzed with excitement. Young founders hurried through the lobby carrying laptops and prototypes. Reporters interviewed entrepreneurs near the entrance. Large banners displayed the names of sponsors and venture capital firms. For many startups, this represented the biggest opportunity of their careers. Inside the waiting lounge, one founder paced endlessly. Another silently practiced his speech. Someone accidentally spilled coffee over presentation notes. Everyone looked nervous, including Chen Hao. His hands trembled slightly. Lin Chen noticed immediately. He quietly handed him a bottle of water. "Nervous? A little? Good?" Chen Hao frowned. "Why good? People who stop feeling nervous usually stop improving." The answer made Chen Hao unexpectedly laugh. His heartbeat gradually slowed. The presentations began. Some founders promised to revolutionize entire industries. Some predicted billion-dollar valuations within 3 years. Others overloaded every slide with financial projections. The applause remained polite, nothing more. Eventually, the host announced the next company, CloudLink Technology. Chen Hao inhaled deeply before walking onto the stage. The lights became brighter. Hundreds of faces looked toward him. For a brief second, his mind became completely blank. Then he remembered Lin Chen's words. "Solve one real problem well." He smiled. "My father owns a small logistics company. The reason this company exists is because I watched him lose customers every week simply because he couldn't manage deliveries efficiently. No technical language. No exaggerated promises. Only a real story. The audience immediately became quiet. For 15 minutes, Chen Hao explained how ordinary businesses could finally afford digital management tools that had previously been available only to large corporations. Every example came from actual customers. Every number came from verified results. When he finished, there was silence. Then applause. Not explosive applause, but genuine applause. Backstage, Chen Hao finally exhaled. I survived. Lin Chen smiled. You did more than survive. You earned their trust. Networking began shortly afterward. Several entrepreneurs approached to exchange business cards. 2 manufacturing companies requested demonstrations. 1 logistics association expressed interest in pilot testing. Everything progressed naturally. Then a sharply dressed middle-aged man approached with 2 assistants. His smile looked perfectly practiced. Mr. Chen, excellent presentation. He extended a gold-edged business card. Golden Peak Ventures. My name is Liang Jiwan. We specialize in accelerating promising startups. Chen Hao politely accepted the card. Liang Jiwan glanced toward Lin Chen. And this must be your investor. I've heard quite a bit recently. The sentence sounded friendly, yet something beneath it felt difficult to describe. Before Chen Hao could answer, Liang Jiwan continued. I'd love to discuss helping your company expand nationally. Our resources far exceed anything individual investors can provide. The implication was obvious. 1 professional investment institution. 1 unknown young investor. The comparison seemed effortless. Lin Chen merely smiled. We're always willing to listen. Excellent. Liang Jiwan handed over another card. I'll have my office arrange dinner. After he left, Shu Qing quietly appeared beside him. Her expression had become noticeably more serious. I know him. Lin Chen looked toward her. You mentioned some firms had bad reputations. Shu Qing nodded once. He wasn't on the list, because I didn't think he'd personally attend. She didn't think he'd personally attend. She looked at the business card before speaking softly. If Liang Jiwan personally enters a negotiation, someone has already become very valuable. Across the exhibition hall, Liang Jiwan stood beside the glass windows overlooking the city. One assistant asked quietly, Chairman Liang, do you think they'll accept? Liang Jiwan smiled calmly. They don't need to. We only need to understand why an unknown young man keeps discovering companies before everyone else. He slipped Lin Chen's business card into his pocket. For now, observe. The game had quietly become much larger than 1 startup. Dinner was scheduled for 7 o'clock. By 6:30, Lin Chen had already decided on one thing. He would attend, but he would not negotiate. People often revealed more during their first meeting than during the signing of a contract. Tonight was for observation. Nothing more. Golden Peak Ventures occupied the top 2 floors of a landmark office tower, overlooking the river. The reception area displayed photographs of successful companies the firm had invested in over the past decade. Several had grown into nationally recognized brands. Others had quietly disappeared. Success and failure shared the same hallway. A receptionist guided Lin Chen and Chen Hao into a private dining room. Liang Jiwan was already waiting. He rose with an effortless smile. Mr. Lin, Mr. Chen, I'm glad you accepted. No assistants, no lawyers, only 3 people. It felt less like a business negotiation and more like an ordinary dinner. Yet Lin Chen knew appearances rarely reflected intentions. The first 30 minutes contained almost no discussion of investment. Liang Jiwan asked about Chen Hao's childhood, his engineering career, his parents, the company's earliest failures. He listened more than he spoke, occasionally laughing at embarrassing startup stories. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Even Chen Hao admitted afterward that Liang Jiwan possessed remarkable conversational skill. Only Lin Chen noticed something unusual. Every casual question quietly collected information: personality, motivation, risk tolerance, leadership style. Liang Jiwan wasn't chatting. He was evaluating. When dessert arrived, the conversation finally shifted. Liang Jiwan placed his teacup onto the table. "I'll be direct. Our firm would like to invest." Chen Hao exchanged a brief glance with Lin Chen. Liang Jiwan continued. "We can help recruit executives. We can introduce enterprise customers. We can accelerate expansion. National growth takes capital. Capital alone isn't enough. We provide the ecosystem." Everything sounded reasonable, because most of it was true. Lin Chen finally asked his first question. "What would you expect in return?" Liang Jiwan smiled. "A board seat? Additional equity? Protective voting rights? Certain operational approvals?" Chen Hao remained silent. The conditions weren't outrageous. Many investment firms requested the same. But Lin Chen remembered Xu Qing's warning. Reasonable terms could become unreasonable depending on the details. "I appreciate the offer. We'll review everything with legal counsel." Liang Jiwan nodded immediately. Of course, no serious entrepreneur signs immediately. His response carried no disappointment. That made Lin Chen even more cautious. Experienced hunters rarely chased prey. They waited. After dinner ended, Liang Jiwan personally walked them toward the elevator. Before the doors closed, he suddenly asked one final question. "Mr. Lin, if you don't mind, what convinced you to invest before everyone else?" Chen Hao subconsciously looked toward Lin Chen. The question appeared innocent. Its answer was priceless. Lin Chen smiled calmly. "I invest in people." The elevator doors slowly closed. Liang Jiwan continued smiling until they disappeared from view. Only after the elevator descended did his expression become thoughtful. "I invest in people." He quietly repeated the sentence. Then he looked toward the city skyline. "Interesting." The following morning, Xu Qing spread Golden Peak's draft agreement across a conference table. Several pages contained yellow sticky notes. Some clauses were circled in red ink. She looked toward both men. The headline terms are attractive. The details are dangerous. She pointed toward one paragraph. "This clause allows them to approve future financing." Another. "This effectively gives them veto power." Another. "This effectively gives them veto power." One looks harmless. It isn't. If interpreted broadly, they could eventually control strategic decisions. Chen Hao slowly exhaled. "I never would have noticed." Xu Qing looked toward Lin Chen. "This is why founders need advisors. You shouldn't have to fight every battle alone." Lin Chen nodded. The lesson was worth far more than legal fees. That afternoon, Golden Peak received a polite reply. CloudLink Technology appreciated the investment proposal. However, the company had decided not to proceed under the current terms. Liang Jiwan read the email twice. Then he laughed softly. They really did their homework. His assistant frowned. "Should we improve the offer?" Liang Jiwan shook his head. "Not yet. If they accepted immediately, they wouldn't have interested me." He looked toward Lin Chen's file once again. Most young investors chased money. This one seemed strangely comfortable refusing it. News of CloudLink's summit presentation quietly spread through the local startup community. A technology blog published a short article praising the company's practical approach. The article wasn't sensational, but several business owners contacted Chen Hao after reading it. One logistics company requested a demonstration. A regional retail chain wanted a pilot program. 2 manufacturing firms asked for quotations. Within a week, the sales pipeline nearly doubled. No miracle occurred. Most deals still required negotiation. Some customers rejected the proposal. Others delayed decisions. Growth remained difficult, but for the first time, momentum belonged to them. One evening, Chen Hao visited Lin Chen carrying a bottle of inexpensive tea. "I brought this. It's not expensive. My father insisted. He said, real partners shouldn't always meet inside offices. The two men sat on the apartment balcony, overlooking the city lights. Neither spoke for several minutes. Finally, Chen Hao asked, "Do you ever regret investing?" Lin Chen thought carefully before answering. "Sometimes. Not because I lose money, but because I wonder whether I chose the right people." Chen Hao smiled. "I'll make sure you never regret choosing me." There was no dramatic promise, only quiet determination. Sometimes those lasted the longest. Just before midnight, the system interface appeared without warning. Strategic partnership milestone achieved. Founder trust increased. Leadership influence increased. Business ecosystem progress updated. A new line slowly materialized beneath the existing notifications. Hidden requirement completed. Business network foundation established. No reward followed. No explanation appeared. The blue screen faded almost immediately. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The system had acknowledged something important, but it still wasn't ready to reveal why. Far across the city, inside a dimly lit office, another report landed on Liang Zhuan's desk. This time, the title had changed. Subject Assessment, Lin Chen. Preliminary conclusion, not merely an investor. Potential ecosystem builder. Liang Zhuan closed the folder and looked out into the night. For years he had searched for founders. Now, for the first time, he found himself becoming curious about the person standing behind them. And somewhere beyond even his field of vision, another pair of unseen eyes had already begun watching Lin Chen's growing network with far greater interest than Golden Peak ever could. The first warning did not come from the system. It came from the bank. At 9:17 in the morning, while Jiang City was still wrapped in the pale gold light of another working day, Lin Chen received a call from Zhao Ming. "Mr. Lin." The relationship manager's voice was polite as always, but the usual calm had been replaced by something sharper. "Do you have time to speak now?" Lin Chen looked up from the financial reports spread across his desk. Inside his modest apartment, the old refrigerator hummed quietly. Morning sunlight rested on the notebook where he had been reviewing CloudLink Technologies' latest customer pipeline. "Go ahead." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Someone made an inquiry about your banking activity." Lin Chen's fingers paused on the edge of the report. "From where?" "Not a government department," Zhao Ming answered carefully. "Not directly." That one sentence carried more meaning than any explanation. Lin Chen leaned back slightly. "Then from a private channel." "Yes? Can you identify them?" "I shouldn't say too much over the phone." The caution in Zhao Ming's voice confirmed everything. This wasn't a random compliance review. Someone had noticed him, not because he was rich. He wasn't rich enough yet. Not because he was famous. He had no public reputation. Which meant someone had noticed the pattern. CloudLink Technology. Chen Hao. The strategic investment. The sudden banking movement. The quiet spread of his name through Jiang City's startup circle. Lin Chen looked toward the city skyline beyond his window. For several seconds he said nothing. Then he asked, "Is my account at risk?" "No," Zhao Ming answered immediately. "Your funds are clean. Documentation is complete. The transfer was properly recorded. Your legal counsel handled the equity transaction correctly. That was Xu Qing's work." Lin Chen silently noted it. Professional structure had already begun protecting him before danger truly arrived. But Zhao Ming lowered his voice, but attention itself is risk. Outside the window, sunlight moved across the glass towers of Jiang City. For the first time since the benevolence cashback system appeared, Lin Chen felt something very clear. The battlefield had changed. Before this, poverty had been his enemy. Then ignorance. Then hesitation. Now, it was visibility. "Thank you for telling me, Mr. Lin." Zhao Ming hesitated. "If you are planning more investments, you may need to consider separating personal funds from business activity." Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. A holding structure, at minimum? Zhao Ming replied. Personal accounts are not designed to carry a growing investment portfolio. I understand. After ending the call, Lin Chen remained still. No system notification appeared. No golden mission opened. No blue light answered his doubts. The room remained perfectly ordinary. That alone felt like an answer. The system had already rewarded him for the first strategic investment. Now the consequences belonged to him. Money entering a bank account was easy. Becoming someone worthy of managing it was not. He opened his notebook and wrote a new line beneath the previous rules. Personal wealth and business capital must be separated. After writing it, he underlined the sentence once, then twice. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. This time, it was Chen Hao. Brother Lin, can you come to the office today? We may have a problem. Lin Chen looked at the message, then at the city beyond the window. A faint breeze moved the curtains. The day had barely begun. Yet the storm was already approaching. CloudLink Technologies' office looked different from the first time Lin Chen had visited. Not physically. The walls were still plain. The meeting room was still small. The desks were still inexpensive. But the atmosphere had changed. Before, everyone had worked with the quiet desperation of a company trying to survive. Now, excitement and anxiety existed side by side. On one whiteboard, someone had written new customer leads from the summit. Logistics pilot, retail chain demo, manufacturing inventory trial, regional restaurant group. Each line represented possibility. Each possibility represented pressure. Chen Hao stood beside the whiteboard with dark circles beneath his eyes. He looked as though he had slept inside the office. Lin Chen entered quietly. Several employees immediately looked up. Brother Lin. Morning, Brother Lin. The way they greeted him had changed too. It was no longer the polite distance reserved for an investor. There was warmth now, respect, trust. That trust carried weight. Chen Hao walked over with a tablet in hand. Look at this. On the screen was a message from a potential enterprise customer. Bright River Logistics, a mid-sized company operating delivery routes across several provinces. They wanted to test CloudLink's platform for inventory coordination across warehouse kitchens, supplier kitchens, and distribution centers. The contract value wasn't enormous by national standards, but for CloudLink, it was massive. Lin Chen read the message carefully. What's the problem? Chen Hao swiped to the next page. They want deployment within 30 days. Can you do it? Technically, maybe. Operationally? Chen Hao was silent. That silence answered more honestly than confidence would have. Lin Chen continued reading. Deployment across multiple branches. Customized reporting. Integration with existing procurement software. On-site support. Service level agreement. Penalty clause for delayed delivery. He looked up. This is too big for the current team. Chen Hao exhaled heavily. I know. But if we reject it, you may lose the chance. Exactly. Several employees lowered their heads. The office became quiet. Opportunity had arrived. But opportunity beyond capacity could become disaster. Lin Chen placed the tablet onto the table. Who introduced this customer? Chen Hao hesitated. Golden Peak Ventures. The air changed instantly. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but his eyes became sharper. Xu Qing's warning from the summit returned clearly. Golden Peak was not careless. Liang Jiwan was even less careless. A large client appearing so quickly after their rejected investment proposal. Could be goodwill, could be temptation, could be a trap disguised as opportunity. Did they contact you directly? An assistant emailed me. Any conditions? Not written? Chen Hao paused, but they mentioned Golden Peak could provide deployment support if we needed help. Now everyone understood. A contract too large for CloudLink's current capacity. An investor offering support. A young company desperate for growth. If CloudLink accepted the client without Golden Peak, failure was possible. If CloudLink accepted Golden Peak's support, Dependency began. Lin Chen almost smiled. Liang Jiwan was indeed experienced. He didn't attack the company. He offered what the company wanted most: growth. Chen Hao looked at him. What do we do? Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He looked around the office. 6 employees. 1 struggling founder. 1 useful product. Several new opportunities. Limited cash. Limited cash. Limited structure. Limited structure. And now, a predator standing just outside the door, smiling politely. First, Lin Chen spoke calmly. We don't accept anything today. 1 employee looked anxious, but Bright River asked for a reply by tomorrow. Then we reply tomorrow. His tone remained even. Second, we verify Bright River, whether they are genuinely interested, whether their requirement is reasonable, whether the timeline can be negotiated, whether the penalty clause is standard. Third, we do not accept operational help from Golden Peak before Shuqing reviews everything. Chen Hao nodded immediately. Understood. Lin Chen looked toward the whiteboard again. Fourth, we build a capacity map. Every employee's workload, every technical module, every deployment step, every risk. If we can handle 60%, we negotiate the rest. If we can handle 30%, we walk away. The room became silent. Walk away. Those 2 words were harder than accepting. To a starving company, refusing food required more courage than chasing it. Chen Hao clenched his fists. What if this is our only chance? Lin Chen looked at him. Then it isn't a chance. It's bait. The sentence landed heavily. Several employees lowered their eyes. Chen Hao stood motionless for a long moment, then slowly nodded. You're right. His voice was quiet, but it's hard. I know. Lin Chen's expression softened slightly. That's why we don't decide when we're afraid. At that moment, the golden interface appeared in the corner of Lin Chen's vision. No sound, no fanfare. Only a single line. Business battlefield detected. Lin Chen's heart remained steady. The system was no longer telling him where to go. It was confirming what he had already seen. A second line emerged. New classification. Corporate conflict. Evaluation pending. Then the interface faded. No reward. No mission details. No instructions. Only acknowledgement. Lin Chen looked around the small office again. This was different from helping someone pay for coffee. Different from investing in a struggling founder. This was no longer about one act of benevolence. This was about protecting an ecosystem that had just begun to grow. By noon, the CloudLink office had transformed into a command center. The whiteboard was divided into sections: technical capacity, customer requirements, legal risk, cash flow, hiring needs, external partners. Chen Hao handled the product team. Lin Chen handled business evaluation. 1 employee contacted existing customers for deployment feedback. Another compiled support time data. Someone else calculated server load. For the first time, CloudLink stopped operating like a small group of engineers reacting to emergencies. It began moving like a company. Not mature yet. Not polished, but structured. Shuqing arrived at 2 o'clock. She walked into the office carrying a thin laptop and a folder. The moment she saw the whiteboard, her eyes paused briefly. Then she looked at Lin Chen. You already suspected something. Yes. She placed the folder on the table. Good, because the penalty clause is unusual. Chen Hao's face changed. How unusual? Shuqing opened the draft agreement. If CloudLink fails to complete deployment on time, Bright River can terminate the contract and demand compensation. That's normal, Chen Hao said. It can be. Shuqing replied calmly. But here, the compensation is tied not only to service fees, but also to projected operational loss. The room froze. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Meaning? Meaning if something goes wrong, they can claim losses far exceeding the contract value. An employee's face turned pale. How much? Shuqing looked at the document. Potentially millions. The office became deathly silent. A contract that looked like opportunity had teeth hidden beneath the smile. Chen Hao slowly sat down. If we signed this, you would have placed the entire company at risk. Xu Qing answered without softening the truth. No one spoke. Outside the window, the afternoon sun shone brightly over the commercial district. Inside, everyone felt cold. Lin Chen looked at Chen Hao. Now you understand why large opportunities require structure. Chen Hao nodded slowly. His throat moved, but no words came out. Lin Chen turned toward Xu Qing. Can the clause be revised? Yes. Will they accept? That depends on whether they genuinely want the product. Lin Chen looked at the draft contract again, then at the name Bright River Logistics. Then we test them. At 4 o'clock, Lin Chen called Zhao Ming. I need your help verifying a company. Zhao Ming responded quickly. Bright River Logistics. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. You know them? They bank with another institution. Zhao Ming paused. But I've seen their credit. Discussions before. Are they healthy? Operationally stable? Reputation mixed? Mixed how? They expand aggressively. Several vendors complained about delayed settlement. Nothing illegal, but enough to be careful. Lin Chen thanked him and ended the call. The picture became clearer. Bright River was real. The opportunity was real. The risk was also real, which meant this wasn't a fake trap. It was something more dangerous. A real opportunity structured in a way that could make CloudLink dependent on stronger capital. If CloudLink refused entirely, it lost growth. If CloudLink accepted carelessly, it risked collapse. If CloudLink negotiated properly, it might win its first major enterprise client without surrendering control. That was the battlefield, not technology, not money, terms, execution, leverage. As evening fell, the CloudLink team sat around the conference table. Everyone looked tired. No one had eaten dinner, but their eyes were clearer than before. Lin Chen placed 3 options on the table. Option 1, reject, safe, but we lose momentum. Option 2, accept as written, fast growth, extreme risk. Option 3, counteroffer, lower deployment scope, longer timeline, penalty capped at contract value, paid pilot first, no Golden Peak operational involvement. Chen Hao looked at the third option. They may refuse. They might. What if they do? Then we survive. Lin Chen's answer was simple, but it struck everyone harder than any speech. Survival mattered. A company that survived could grow again. A company that survived could grow again. A company destroyed by arrogance became a worn story. Chen Hao slowly exhaled. Then we counter. Lin Chen nodded. Good. He stood. Tonight, everyone goes home. Several employees looked stunned. But the reply, we'll send it tomorrow morning after Xu Qing reviews the wording. He looked around. Exhausted people make bad decisions. No one argued. One by one, employees began packing their bags. As they left, the office gradually quieted. Only Chen Hao remained. He stood beside the whiteboard, staring at the words Lin Chen had written earlier. If we can handle 60%, negotiate the rest. If we can handle 30%, walk away. Chen Hao suddenly said, Before you came, I would have signed. Lin Chen did not pretend otherwise. I know. Chen Hao laughed bitterly, and I would have called it courage. No. Lin Chen shook his head. You would have called it responsibility. That's why it was dangerous. Chen Hao looked at him. There was gratitude in his eyes, but also something deeper. Recognition. Not of money, not of status, of leadership. For the first time, Chen Hao truly understood what Lin Chen had brought into CloudLink. Not capital, not advice, a way of seeing danger before it became visible. Late that night, Lin Chen finally returned to his apartment. The city outside was bright with traffic. Inside, the room was quiet. He placed his bag on the chair and loosened his collar. His phone lit up. A message from Suwon. I heard CloudLink was mentioned in today's startup briefing. Congratulations. Lin Chen looked at the message for several seconds before replying. Too early for congratulations. Something happened. A possible opportunity and possible trouble. This time. Suwon replied after a short pause. Those often arrive together. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Spoken like an investment professional. Spoken like someone who has seen too many founders mistake danger for destiny. Her reply made him pause. Suwon rarely said unnecessary things. That sentence carried experience. Perhaps her world was not as calm as she made it appear. Before he could respond, another message arrived. Need a second opinion? Lin Chen looked at the contract file on his desk. He thought for a moment. Then sent it. Only if you have time. Her response came quickly. For serious things, make time. Lin Chen's fingers rested above the screen. The relationship between them had quietly moved again. Not toward romance. Not yet. Toward trust. That was far more stable. At 1:17 in the morning, Suwon sent back her comments. There were only 5 lines. Each one struck directly at the contract's hidden weakness. She had identified the same risk as Xu Qing, but from an investor's perspective rather than a lawyer's. Lin Chen read her final sentence twice. This contract is not designed to purchase service. It is designed to create dependency. A faint chill moved through the quiet apartment. He leaned back slowly. Dependency. That was the real word. Golden Peak had not pushed a contract. It had arranged a situation where CloudLink might walk into its arms voluntarily. At that exact moment, the system interface appeared. Corporate conflict evaluation updated. Threat type. Dependency trap. Recommended response. Host judgment required. No further guidance appeared. Lin Chen looked at the glowing words, then toward the city beyond the window. Somewhere in that city, Liang Zhuan was probably waiting for his first move. And for the first time, Lin Chen understood clearly. Arcane systems, cashback rewards, and sudden wealth could help him rise. But in Jiang City's business world, the people waiting above him did not need systems. They already had capital, networks, lawyers, banks, media, influence. If he wanted to keep climbing, he would need to build something stronger than money. He would need a battlefield of his own. Outside, the city lights burned deep into the night. Inside the quiet apartment, Lin Chen opened a new page in his notebook and wrote 4 words. Never accept hidden chains. The ink dried slowly beneath the desk lamp, and before dawn arrived, CloudLink's counteroffer was ready. The counteroffer reached Bright River Logistics at 8:30 in the morning. By 9, CloudLink's office was quieter than it had ever been. No one joked. No one played music. Even the keyboard sounds seemed softer than usual. Everyone understood that the document sent from Xu Qing's office did not merely revise a contract. It rejected a chain. The new proposal was clean. Paid pilot first, limited deployment scope, 45-day timeline. Penalty capped at paid service fees. No projected loss compensation. No third-party operational intervention without written consent. No investor-introduced consultants entering the project without CloudLink approval. The clauses were precise, professional, reasonable, and impossible to misunderstand. Chen Hao stood beside the whiteboard, staring at the sent email as though it were a battlefield report. They'll be angry. Lin Chen sat at the conference table with a cup of plain tea in front of him. Maybe they might cancel. Maybe. Several employees exchanged nervous glances. One young programmer finally couldn't hold back. Brother Lin, if they cancel, did we just lose our biggest opportunity? Lin Chen looked at him. No. We lost the wrong version of it. The room became silent. The young programmer lowered his head, not because he felt scolded, but because he understood. Growth that required surrendering control was not growth. It was a slow form of ownership transfer. Chen Hao took a deep breath. I want to believe that. You don't have to believe it. Lin Chen placed the printed contract beside the laptop. You only need to remember it. The office phone rang. Everyone froze. Chen Hao answered. Cloudlink Technology, Chen Hao speaking. His expression changed within seconds. Not fear, not relief. Something more complicated. I understand. Yes, we are available this afternoon. Thank you. The call ended. No one dared speak. Chen Hao slowly turned toward Lin Chen. Bright River wants an in-person meeting. When? 3 o'clock. Who attends? Their procurement director. He paused. And someone from Golden Peak. The air in the room tight. A real customer. A hidden introducer. A rejected dependency trap. Now all three forces were entering the same room. Lin Chen slowly smiled. Good. Chen Hao blinked. Good, least now we know who wants what. The meeting was not held at Cloudlink. Bright River chose a business lounge inside the Riverside Commercial Center, a place designed to remind small companies of their position. Marble floors. Quiet waiters. Private rooms hidden behind polished wooden doors. Large windows overlooking Jiang City's riverfront skyline. Everything suggested stability, scale, and money. Chen Hao adjusted his collar for the third time before entering. Lin Chen noticed. Nervous? Very. Good. Chen Hao gave him a helpless look. You're saying that again? Because it still works. Chen Hao laughed despite himself. The tension loosened slightly. Xu Qing arrived 5 minutes later. Navy suit. Thin-rimmed glasses. Calm expression. She carried only one folder. That alone made her look more dangerous than anyone carrying a stack of documents. Remember. She looked at Chen Hao. You are not begging for a contract. You are evaluating whether this customer is suitable for your company. Chen Hao nodded. I'll try. Don't try, Xu Qing said. Do it. Lin Chen almost smiled. Chen Hao suddenly stood straighter. Some people encouraged with warmth. Xu Qing encouraged like a blade being placed exactly where it needed to be. The Bright River team arrived on time. Procurement Director Fang Rui was a broad-shouldered man in his 40s, with sharp eyes and a practiced smile. Beside him was a younger assistant carrying a laptop. Behind them walked a man Lin Chen recognized immediately. Not Liang Jiwan. One of Golden Peak's assistants from the summit. Tall, neat suit, quiet expression. The kind of person trained to observe more than speak. Fang Rui shook hands with Chen Hao first, Mr. Chen, then Lin Chen, Mr. Lin. His grip was firm, his smile polite. Your counteroffer surprised us. Lin Chen returned the handshake calmly. Then I hope it was a useful surprise. Fang Rui laughed. Interesting. Everyone sat down. Tea was poured. Documents were opened. The meeting began without small talk. Fang Rui tapped the revised contract. Your legal team removed the projected loss compensation clause. Xu Qing responded before Chen Hao could speak. Correct. That clause exposed Cloudlink to damages far beyond the contract value. Fang Rui leaned back. Our operations are complex. If deployment fails, our losses are real. Then we should define measurable service boundaries. Xu Qing's voice remained calm. Unlimited liability is not a service standard. The assistant from Golden Peak smiled faintly, but said nothing. Lin Chen noticed. Good. Good. Let him listen. Fang Rui turned toward Chen Hao. Mr. Chen, do you have confidence in your product? Chen Hao's fingers tightened slightly beneath the table. This was a trap disguised as a challenge. If he said no, he lost credibility. If he said yes recklessly, he accepted unreasonable risk. Lin Chen did not interrupt. Chen Hao needed to answer himself. After a brief silence, Chen Hao looked directly at Fang Rui. I have confidence in our product. But confidence is not arrogance. Our software works best when deployment scope is clear, data access is complete, Data access is complete. And staff training is properly scheduled. He opened his notebook. For your current requirement. 30 days is too rushed. Feng Rui's eyebrows lifted slightly. You are saying you cannot do it. I am saying I will not promise what harms both sides. The room went quiet. Lin Chen lowered his eyes slightly. A faint smile touched his lips. That answer was better than anything he could have given Chen Hao. Feng Rui studied the young founder for a long moment, then looked toward Lin Chen. Did you teach him that? Lin Chen smiled. No. He learned it after nearly signing something dangerous. For the first time, Feng Rui's smile faded. The Golden Peak assistant lowered his gaze to his teeth. The atmosphere changed. The polite surface remained. But everyone at the table understood that CloudLink was not as easy to handle as expected. Negotiation lasted 2 hours. Bright River pushed for faster deployment. CloudLink pushed for staged rollout. Bright River demanded higher penalty coverage. Shu Qing capped liability. Golden Peak's assistant occasionally offered coordination resources in gentle professional language. Lin Chen rejected each one without directly offending him. We appreciate the offer. For this stage, internal execution keeps responsibility clear. We'll consider outside support only after the pilot data confirms necessity. Every refusal sounded reasonable. Every refusal closed another door to dependency. By the end, the contract had changed completely. Phase 1 would cover only 2 warehouses. CloudLink would receive partial payment up front. Bright River would provide clean data access within 5 working days. Penalty clauses were capped. Golden Peak would remain only the introducer. No operational rights. No consulting access. No hidden influence. Feng Rui finally closed the folder. Mr. Lin, you're careful. Lin Chen nodded. I'm learning. Most people say they are careful. Feng Rui looked at him with deeper interest. You actually are. Chen Hao glanced at Lin Chen. For the first time that day, his shoulders relaxed. The contract wasn't signed yet, but the battlefield had shifted. They had not won by overpowering anyone. They had won by refusing to panic. Feng Rui stood. I'll take the revised terms back to our chairman. When can we expect a response? Within 3 days. He paused at the door. One more thing. Everyone looked at him. Feng Rui's gaze landed on Chen Hao. If this pilot succeeds, Bright River will not be your biggest customer for long. Then he left. The Golden Peak assistant remained behind for half a second longer. He looked at Lin Chen. Chairman Lang asked me to pass along a message. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Please. The assistant smiled politely. He said, refusing help is easy. Building something without help is difficult. Lin Chen looked at him. Then please tell Chairman Liang. I don't refuse help. I refuse hidden prices. The assistant's smile stiffened slightly, only for an instant. Then he nodded. I'll pass that along. The door closed. Chen Hao released a breath he had been holding. Shu Qing collected her documents. Not bad. Chen Hao looked at her. Only not bad? For a first corporate negotiation? She adjusted her glasses. Not bad is already high praise. Chen Hao laughed. It was the first genuine laugh he had made all day. By evening, the news had somehow spread. CloudLink had not bowed to Bright River's original contract. CloudLink had countered. Bright River had not walked away immediately. Inside Jiang City's startup circle, that alone was enough to attract attention. Small founders whispered in group chats. Some admired them. Some said they were reckless. Some predicted Bright River would blacklist them. Others quietly asked who was advising CloudLink. At Tianyu Media, Wang Hao rolled his chair toward Lin Chen's desk with a strange expression. Brother Chen. Lin Chen looked up from his monitor. What? Are you secretly doing something big? Lin Chen paused. Why? Wang Hao turned his phone around. On the screen was a startup community post mentioning CloudLink's negotiation with Bright River. No names appeared. but the phrase young strategic investor behind CloudLink had already begun circulating. Lin Chen looked at the post, then returned the phone. Rumors. Wang Hao stared at him. You know, normal people deny things faster. Lin Chen smiled. Then maybe I'm slower than normal. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. You're definitely hiding something. Before Lin Chen could answer, Liu Wai's office door opened. The marketing manager stepped out. His gaze swept across the department before stopping on Lin Chen. Lin Chen, come here. The office quieted slightly. Wang Hao lowered his voice. Careful. Lin Chen stood. He had expected this sooner or later. Rumors move faster than people. And people like Liu Wei hated uncertainty more than failure. Inside Liu Wai's office, the curtains were half drawn. The room smelled faintly of coffee and expensive cologne, exactly as before. Liu Wei sat behind his desk, fingers interlaced. His smile was friendly. Too friendly. I heard something interesting today. Lin Chen sat down calmly. About what? CloudLink technology. Liu Wei watched his expression carefully. Apparently they have a young investor helping them negotiate enterprise contracts. Is that so? Liu Wei's smile deepened. Lin Chen, don't misunderstand. I'm not asking as your manager. I'm asking as someone who appreciates capable employees. Lin Chen quietly looked at him. The same tone, the same polish, the same invisible pressure. Liu Wei continued. If you have outside business activity, you should report it to the company, to avoid conflicts of interest. Of course, Lin Chen nodded. There is no conflict. CloudLink is a technology service company. Tianshu Media is an advertising agency. My work here remains unaffected. Liu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. That isn't for you to decide. No. Lin Chen replied calmly. It's for company policy to decide. The room became still. For the first time, Liu Wei's smile lost a trace of warmth. In the past, Lin Chen would have swallowed the pressure. Now, he simply responded according to facts. Not arrogance, not defiance. Structure, documentation, rules. The things Liu Wei had once used to suppress others were slowly becoming Lin Chen's shield. Liu Wei leaned back. You've changed recently. People change when they learn. Learn what? Lin Chen smiled faintly. That silence isn't the same as weakness. The air between them tightened. For several seconds, neither man spoke. Then Liu Wei laughed softly. Good, very good. You may go. Lin Chen stood. As he reached the door, Liu Wei spoke again. Lin Chen. He stopped. People who climb too quickly often forget to check whether the ladder belongs to someone else. Lin Chen turned slightly. Then I'll build my own. He opened the door and left. Behind him, Liu Wei's expression darkened completely. Night returned to Jiang City. CloudLink waited for Bright River's answer. Golden Peak watched from the shadows. Tianyu Media began whispering. And Lin Chen's quiet rise, once hidden beneath ordinary clothes and careful silence, had finally begun touching the edges of other people's interests. Back in his apartment, Lin Chen reviewed the revised contract one final time. Su Wan's comments appeared in the margin beside Su Qing's legal notes. Two different perspectives, one legal, one financial. Both had protected CloudLink. He sent Su Wan a brief message. Your advice helped. Her reply came several minutes later. Then remember to owe me dinner. Lin Chen smiled. I thought you didn't like people owing you. I don't. That's why I'm collecting quickly. For a moment, that's why I'm collecting quickly. The pressure of contracts, banks, hidden capital, and workplace politics softened. Then another message arrived. This one was from Chen Hao. Bright River agreed to the revised pilot terms. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. A second message followed. But Golden Peak also requested a private meeting with me tomorrow morning. Lin Chen's smile faded. Before he could reply, the blue system interface appeared. Corporate conflict progress updated. Dependency trap avoided. New threat detected. Target, founder loyalty. Lin Chen looked at the final line. Outside his window, the city's lights burned like countless watching eyes. The first corporate challenge had not ended. It had merely changed direction. Chen Hao did not sleep that night. At 7:20 the next morning, Lin Chen arrived at CloudLink and found him already sitting alone in the conference room. The lights were on. The blinds were half open. The whiteboard still carried yesterday's contract notes, but someone had added a new sentence beneath them in black marker. If we survive, we grow. Lin Chen stopped at the doorway for a moment. Chen Hao looked up. His eyes bloodshot but steady. You're early. So are you. Chen Hao gave a tired smile. I kept thinking about Golden Peak's private meeting. Did you decide? I decided not to go alone. Lin Chen walked in and placed a cup of hot soy milk on the table. Good. Chen Hao stared at it for several seconds before accepting it with both hands. Thank you. The words were simple, but his voice carried something different from before. Not gratitude toward an investor. Trust towards someone standing beside him. Lin Chen sat opposite him. Golden Peak wants to separate you from the team. I know. If you go emotionally unprepared, they won't need to force you. I know that too. Chen Hao lowered his gaze toward the cup. But knowing it doesn't make it easy. The conference room fell quiet. Outside, employees began arriving one by one. The sound of footsteps, keyboards, and morning greetings gradually filled the small office. CloudLink was no longer the desperate little company it had been before, but it was still fragile. One enterprise pilot could change its fate. One wrong agreement could destroy it. Chen Hao looked toward the open office. Before you invested, I thought keeping the company alive meant accepting every chance. And now? Now I realize some chances are just better-looking debts. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then you're learning. Xu Qing arrived at 8. She did not ask for coffee. She walked directly into the conference room, placed her briefcase on the table, and took out a recorder. Chen Hao blinked. Is that necessary? If Golden Peak wants a private meeting, we record minutes afterward. Xu Qing adjusted her glasses. If they object to transparency, that alone tells us something. Chen Hao nodded slowly. Lin Chen looked at her. Will you attend? I can't. Why? They invited the founder privately. If I attend, they'll switch to formal negotiation. She tapped the table lightly. You need to know what they say when they think they can influence him emotionally. Chen Hao's expression stiffened slightly. Lin Chen understood. This wasn't about legal clauses anymore. It was about loyalty. Golden Peak had failed to chain the company through contract terms. Now it wanted to test the founder. Xu Qing handed Chen Hao a single sheet of paper. These are the lines you do not cross. He took it carefully. No equity discussion. No board seat discussion. No operational support commitment. No exclusive cooperation. No verbal promise. No private side agreement. No disclosure of internal financial pressure. No emotional response. At the bottom, Xu Qing had written one sentence. If you are unsure, say, I need to discuss this with my partner. Chen Hao stared at those words for a long time. My partner. His voice was very soft. Lin Chen did not speak. That word was not something given casually. It had to be earned. Chen Hao folded the paper and placed it inside his notebook. Understood. Golden Peak chose the meeting location. A quiet tea house near the financial district. Not their office, not CloudLink, neutral ground. At least on the surface. The room overlooked an artificial garden where bamboo moved gently in the morning breeze. Warm wood, pale stone, and soft lighting created an atmosphere of refined calm. Liang Jiewan was already seated when Chen Hao arrived. No assistance. No documents. Only tea, Mr. Chen. He smiled and gestured to the seat opposite him. Thank you for coming. Chen Hao sat down. Chairman Liang poured tea personally. Most people would feel honored. Chen Hao simply remembered Lin Chen's reminder. When powerful people lower themselves first, They often expect you to lower your guard. Your counteroffer yesterday was impressive, Liang said. Bright River accepted because the revised terms were reasonable. Reasonable terms don't usually appear by themselves. Shen Hao smiled politely. Our team reviewed them carefully. Your team, Liang repeated the phrase with mild amusement. Or Mr. Lin. Chen Hao did not answer immediately. Liang watched him closely, then smiled. Don't misunderstand. I admire him. Young, calm, unusually careful. But Chen Hao, he leaned back slightly. You founded CloudLink. Not him. The bamboo outside swayed in the wind. Chen Hao's fingers rested against the teacup. The words were soft. The blade beneath them was sharp. Liang continued gently. Founders are often lonely. They build something from nothing. Then investors arrive after the most painful stage and start telling them how to walk. I've seen this too many times. Chen Hao lowered his eyes. A month ago, those words would have pierced straight into his deepest fear. That someone else would eventually take away the company he had nearly destroyed himself trying to save. Now, the words still hurt, but they no longer controlled him. Mr. Ra. Lin didn't take control from me, he said calmly. He stopped me from losing it. For the first time, Liang's smile paused, only slightly. Then it returned. Good answer. He poured more tea. But answer me honestly. If one day he disagrees with your vision, what will you do? Chen Hao looked toward the garden. He remembered the first investor who had pulled out, the co-founder who had left, the employees who had stayed despite delayed salaries. Lin Chen standing beside the whiteboard, saying that survival mattered more than pride. If he is wrong, I will argue, Chen Hao answered. If he is right, I will listen. Liang's eyes deepened. And if money pressures you, then I won't make decisions while afraid. This time, Liang did not immediately respond. Those words clearly did not belong to a man who had never been influenced. They belonged to someone who had already chosen his side. Liang placed the teacup down. Mr. Chen, Golden Peak can provide 20 million yuan in series of financing. The room became quiet. 20 million. For CloudLink, that amount could hire a real sales team, expand servers, build customer support, open 3 regional offices, and remove every immediate financial worry. Chen Hao's heartbeat still quickened. He did not pretend otherwise. Money was powerful. Money was oxygen. But too much oxygen given through someone else's tube could become dependence. Liang continued. No immediate board control. No hostile terms. Clean investment at a better valuation than Mr. Pan. Lin's deal. Chen Hao slowly looked at him. Why? Liang smiled. Because I believe in your company. Then send the term sheet to Su Qing. Liang's smile thinned. I invited you because I wanted to speak founder to founder. Chen Hao shook his head. You're not a founder talking to a founder. You're a capital holder talking to someone who needs money. The tea room became completely silent. The bamboo shadows moved across the table. Liang looked at Chen Hao for several seconds before laughing softly. Mr. Lin has taught you well. Chen Hao stood. No. He reminded me what I already should have known. He bowed politely. If Golden Peak has a formal offer, send it to the company email. All partners will review it together. Then he left. Liang remained seated. The tea in front of him gradually cooled. After a long time, he picked up his phone. Change the assessment. His voice was calm. Chen Hao is not the weak point. The person on the other end asked something. Liang looked toward the closed door. The weak point is no longer obvious. When Chen Hao returned to CloudLink, the entire office looked up. He walked straight into the conference room. Lin Chen and Su Qing were waiting. For once, neither asked first. Chen Hao removed the folded paper from his notebook and placed it on the table. I crossed none of them. Su Qing picked it up. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Good. Lin Chen looked at him. What did they offer? 20 million. The room fell quiet. Even Xu Qing's expression shifted. That was not small money. Chen Hao continued, clean terms according to him. But I told him to send everything officially. Lin Chen's gaze softened. Was it difficult? Very? Then you did well. Chen Hao exhaled slowly. For some reason, those 4 words meant more than Golden Peak's 20 million. The employees outside did not know the details, but they saw Chen Hao return. They saw Lin Chen stand beside him. They saw Xu Qing begin preparing official response procedures, and somehow, the anxiety inside the company quietly changed. CloudLink had survived its first loyalty test. More importantly, its founder had survived himself. At noon, Bright River formally confirmed the pilot contract, the revised version, paid up front, limited scope, no hidden dependency, no Golden Peak operational involvement. When the signed document arrived, the office erupted into applause. Not wild celebration, not reckless joy, the relief of people who had walked near a cliff and returned safely. Chen Hao stood before everyone. Today, we didn't just win a client. We learned how not to lose ourselves while winning one. His voice trembled slightly, but every word was clear. Several employees clapped hard. Lin Chen stood near the doorway, watching quietly. He did not need to stand at the center. That was Chen Hao's company. His role was to help it grow without stealing its soul. At that moment, the blue interface appeared. Corporate conflict progress updated. Founder loyalty test passed. Enterprise pilot secured. Dependency risk temporarily reduced. Business network stability increased. No cashback followed. Instead, another line appeared. Ecosystem value accumulating. Settlement pending future outcome. Lin Chen looked at the words calmly. The system had become patient. So had he. That evening, Lin Chen returned to Tianyu Media later than usual. The moment he entered the department, he sensed the atmosphere. Several co-workers looked away quickly. 2 people whispered near the pantry. Wang Hao rushed over. Brother Chen. His voice was low. You need to see this. He handed Lin Chen his phone. An anonymous internal forum post had appeared less than an hour earlier. No names, but everyone knew who it implied. A junior employee at Tianyu Media was allegedly involved in outside business activity, using company contacts and working hours for private gain. The post questioned whether management would investigate. Lin Chen read it once, then again. The wording was careful. No direct accusation. No provable defamation, but enough to plant suspicion. Wang Hao clenched his jaw. This is disgusting. Lin Chen returned the phone. Has Har seen it, probably? As if answering him, an email arrived. From Human Resources. Subject. Request for explanation. Lin Chen opened it. The message was short and formal. He was asked to attend a meeting the following morning regarding potential conflict of interest concerns. Wang Hao cursed under his breath. Someone is targeting you. Lin Chen looked toward Lu Ai's office. The door was closed. The blinds were slightly open. Behind them, Liu Wei sat at his desk, reading something on his computer with a faint smile. Their eyes met through the gap. Liu Wei did not look away. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. He had expected pressure. He simply had not expected the next battlefield to arrive so quickly. His phone vibrated. This time, it was not the system. It was Su Wan. I saw a rumor involving Tianyu Media and a startup investor. Is it you? Lin Chen looked at the message. For a moment, the noise of the office seemed to fade. He typed back only one sentence. Yes, but the rumor is twisted. Her reply came almost immediately. Then don't answer emotionally. Prepare evidence. Lin Chen smiled faintly. She understood too quickly, almost as if she had fought similar battles before. Before he could respond, the system appeared. New conflict detected. Threat type, reputation attack. Source, internal workplace. External influence, unknown. Recommended response, documentation. Witnesses, Timing. Lin Chen looked at the final word. Timing. Outside the office windows, Jiang City glowed beneath the darkening sky. CloudLink had avoided one hidden chain, but another had already tightened around him. And this time, the battlefield was his own workplace. By 8 the next morning, the rumor had already learned how to wear a suit. It no longer looked like gossip, it looked like procedure. When Lin Chen arrived at Tianyu Media, the usual morning noise softened around him in a way that felt almost theatrical. Conversations lowered. Eyes shifted away. People who usually nodded at him suddenly pretended to be busy with coffee machines, printers, phones, anything that allowed them to avoid choosing a side. A company did not need to announce suspicion. Suspicion announced itself through silence. Wang Hao was waiting near Lin Chen's desk with 2 paper cups of coffee. One was placed carefully beside Lin Chen's keyboard. "Don't drink the office coffee today." Lin Chen glanced at him. "Why?" "Because I'm annoyed." Wang Hao pushed the cup closer. "And annoyed people buy better coffee." Lin Chen smiled faintly. "Thanks." Wang Hao lowered his voice. "HR meeting at 10. I know." "Brother Chen, be careful." "I will." "No. I mean really careful." Wang Hao looked toward Liu Wai's office, then quickly looked away. This doesn't feel like normal workplace politics. Lin Chen placed his backpack beside the chair. It isn't. Wang Hao's expression changed. "You know something?" "I know enough to prepare." He opened his laptop. No panic. No visible anger. The first thing he did was not check the company forum. Not message Chen Hao. Not defend himself. He opened a folder. Evidence. Inside were subfolders arranged neatly by date. Work, attendance, client assignments, project timestamps, internal emails, meeting records, CloudLink investment documents, legal filings, bank transfer proof, equity registration. All already prepared. Not because he had expected this exact attack. Because since Liu Wai first altered the contributor page in the proposal, Lin Chen had learned one truth. People who stole credit often feared records, so he kept records. At 9:15, Xu Qing called. "I saw your message." Her voice was crisp. "You said HR requested a meeting regarding conflict of interest." "Yes. Do not argue emotionally." "I won't. Do not volunteer unnecessary information." "I understand. Answer only what they ask." "Yes. Bring the legal documents proving your investment was done outside company scope." "Prepared." "Bring proof that CloudLink is not a Tianyu Media client." "Prepared." "Bring your work output records for the relevant dates." "Prepared." Xu Qing paused. For the first time, her tone softened slightly. "You learn fast." Lin Chen looked at the files on his screen. "I've had good teachers." "Good. One more thing." "I'm listening. If someone asks whether you used company resources, ask them to define resources." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Xu Qing continued. "Vague accusations survive because vague words are never challenged. Make them become specific." The sentence settled in his mind. Specificity was a blade. Used correctly, it cut fog apart. At 9:40, Suan sent a message. "Do you need me to appear?" Lin Chen stared at the screen for a moment. Not because he needed her help. Because she had offered before he asked. That was different. He typed back. "Not yet." Her reply came quickly. "Then I'll stay available." A second message followed. "Remember, reputation attacks are rarely about truth. They're about making people hesitate before trusting you." Lin Chen read the message twice. Some people gave comfort. Suan gave clarity. He replied, "I'll remember." Then he put the phone away. Across the office, Liu Wai's door opened. He stepped out wearing a charcoal suit, carrying a folder in one hand. His expression was calm, professional, almost regretful. Too perfect. He passed Lin Chen's desk and paused briefly. "HR asked me to attend as your direct manager." Lin Chen looked up. "Of course." Liu Wai sighed softly. I hope this is only a misunderstanding. Several nearby employees heard him. That was the point. Lin Chen closed his laptop. So do I. His voice was calm enough that Liu Wai's smile stiffened for half a second. Then the moment passed. They walked toward the meeting room together. One in front, one behind. From the outside, it looked like procedure. From inside Lin Chen's heart, it felt like stepping onto another battlefield. The R meeting room was smaller than most conference rooms. White walls, glass door, a rectangular table, a jug of water in the center. Nothing dramatic. That made it more dangerous. People imagined attacks as shouting matches. Most real attacks happened under fluorescent lights while someone asked polite questions. There were 3 people inside. HR Manager Zhou, Liu Wai, a representative from compliance. Lin Chen sat opposite them. He placed his folder on the table but did not open it. HR Manager Zhou adjusted her glasses. Lin Chen. Thank you for coming, of course. We received an internal report suggesting you may be involved in outside commercial activity related to CloudLink technology. Lin Chen nodded. I am an investor in CloudLink technology. The direct answer in Metalang technology. Zhou paused. Liu Wai's eyes moved slightly. He had probably expected denial. Lin Chen continued calmly. The investment was made personally, outside working hours, with private funds. Through proper legal documentation. Compliance Representative Huang leaned forward. You admit involvement. I acknowledge lawful personal investment. Lin Chen looked at him. Involvement is too broad. Xu Qing's advice returned at exactly the right time. Huang's expression shifted. Zhao looked down at her notes. The concern is whether this involvement creates a conflict of interest with Tianyu Media. Please define the conflict. The room quieted. Liu Wai finally spoke. Lin Chen, don't be defensive. I'm not. Lin Chen turned toward him. I am asking for the accusation to be specific, so I can respond accurately. The sentence was polite, reasonable. Impossible to attack without looking unreasonable. Compliance Huang cleared his throat. The report suggests you may have used company time, company information, or company relationships to assist CloudLink. Then I'll address each separately. Lin Chen opened his folder. Company time. He placed one document on the table. My attendance, work submission records, and project completion timestamps for the relevant period. Another document. Company information. CloudLink operates in enterprise software for inventory and logistics management. Tianyu Media operates in advertising and marketing services. CloudLink is not a Tianyu Media client, vendor, competitor, or partner. Another document. Company relationships. My investment was introduced through independent contact with Chen Hao, and later reviewed by external legal counsel. No Tianyu Media client list, contact database, supplier relationship, or internal resource was used. He placed Xu Qing's legal engagement letter and the equity registration file on the table. These records can be verified. The 3 people across from him fell silent. Outside the glass wall, several employees passed by pretending not to look inside. Liu Wai's expression remained smooth, but his fingers tightened slightly around his pen. HR Manager Zhou reviewed the documents carefully. You prepared thoroughly, Lin Chen replied. I take company policy seriously. That sentence sounded harmless, but Liu Wai understood the edge hidden beneath it. If records mattered, then records could cut both ways. The meeting continued for nearly 40 minutes. Every question became more specific. Every specific question met an exact answer. Did Lin Chen use Tianyu Media email? No. Did he conduct CloudLink meetings during company hours? No. Did he receive payment from CloudLink as a contractor? No. Did CloudLink purchase services from Tianyu Media? No. Did any Tianyu Media client transfer to CloudLink? No. Did his work performance decline? The HR manager checked the output records and went quiet. His numbers had actually improved. Finally, Compliance Huang closed the folder. At this stage, We do not have evidence of policy violation. Lu Wei immediately spoke. Perhaps not yet. Lin Chen looked at him. Liu Wei's tone remained regretful. But there remains the issue of perception. Perception, yes. Liu Wei leaned forward. Lin Chen is a junior employee. If others believe he is using Tainyu Media's platform to develop personal business interests, it damages department discipline. The words were clever. When facts failed, perception entered. Facts required proof. Perception required only fear. Our manager Zhou looked uncertain. Lin Chen's expression did not change. Manager Liu, yes? You mentioned department discipline. Correct. Then may I ask whether the internal report was submitted through official channels? Liu Wei paused. Zhou looked at the compliance representative. Huang frowned slightly. It came through the anonymous internal forum first. Lin Chen nodded. So the current investigation was triggered by an anonymous post. That is correct. Does HAR normally open formal meetings based solely on anonymous forum posts? Zhou's expression stiffened, depending on seriousness. I understand. Lin Chen took out another printed page. Then I would like to submit a formal complaint. He placed it on the table. Liu Wei's smile finally disappeared. Zhou looked down. The complaint was concise. Anonymous online accusation. Potential reputational damage. Request to investigate original poster. Request to preserve internal forum access logs. Request to determine whether company resources were used to spread unverified allegations. Request to verify whether any manager encouraged circulation of the post. The room became colder. Compliance Huang picked up the document. This is quite detailed. Lin Chen looked at him. Reputation matters to the company. Mine included. For the first time, HR manager Zhou looked at him differently. Not as a junior employee being investigated, but as someone who understood procedure well enough to use it. Liu Wei spoke slowly. Lin Chen, are you implying someone targeted you? No. Lin Chen answered calmly. I'm requesting verification. The same words. The same professionalism, a mirror held directly against Liu Wei's face. If Liu Wei opposed verification, he looked guilty. If he accepted verification, the investigation turned around. That was the first real face slap. Not loud, not public, but precise. By lunchtime, the office atmosphere had changed again. The HR meeting had not ended with punishment. It had ended with another investigation. Rumors fed on uncertainty, but uncertainty had now turned in both directions. When Lin Chen returned to his desk, Wang Hao nearly jumped up. How was it? Fine. Fine means what? It means I'm still employed. Wang Hao stared at him. Brother, can you not be this calm? Lin Chen opened his laptop. I also filed a complaint. Wang Hao froze. Then, slowly smiled. Against who? Against the rumor. That's the most polite way I've ever heard someone say counterattack. Lin Chen smiled faintly but did not answer. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Cloudlink group chat. Chen Hao had sent a photo of the Bright River pilot team arriving at their office. The first stage had officially begun. Behind him, an employee had drawn another line on the whiteboard. Pilot Day 1. No fear. No fear. Lin Chen looked at the image for several seconds. A reputation attack at Tainyu Media. A corporate pilot at Cloudlink. Golden Peak moving quietly. Everything was happening at once, but unlike before, he no longer felt pulled apart. A business empire was not built during peaceful days. It was built by learning which fires to extinguish first. That evening, Lin Chen left Tainyu Media later than usual. The sky outside had turned violet blue, and office lights shimmered across the glass buildings of Jiang City's business district. As he stepped out of the lobby, a black car parked across the street flashed its headlights once. The rear window lowered halfway. Inside sat Suwan. She wore a cream blouse and dark blazer, her long black hair resting over one shoulder. She looked composed, but her eyes softened when she saw him. Need a ride? Lin Chen walked over. You were nearby? I had a meeting. Her answer came too smoothly. Lin Chen looked at her. She looked back calmly. After several seconds, he smiled. Thank you. Inside the car, the city noise softened. For a while, neither spoke. Then Su-Wan handed him a folder. I asked around. Lin Chen opened it. Inside were public records related to Bright River Logistics and Golden Peak's past investments. Nothing illegal, nothing secret. But the pattern was clear. Golden Peak often entered after a company secured a major customer. Then came operational support, financing pressure, board seats, and eventual control. Not every company suffered. Some became successful. But founders rarely remained fully independent. Lin Chen looked through the records. You didn't have to do this. I know. Then why? Su-Wan looked out the window. Because some people disguise cages as ladders. The sentence lingered in the car. Lin Chen closed the folder. You're very familiar with this world. She smiled faintly. More than I want to be. He did not press further. Some histories should not be dragged into the light before the person carrying them was ready. But the trust between them deepened again. Not through confession. Through action. When the car stopped near Lin Chen's apartment, Su-Wan did not immediately drive away. Lin Chen. He turned back. Yes, be careful with Liang Zhiwan. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were serious. He doesn't destroy people because he's angry. He waits until they need him. Lin Chen nodded. I'll remember. Su-Wan looked at him for a moment, then smiled slightly. Good. Also, what? You still owe me dinner. The heaviness in the car softened. Lin Chen smiled. I thought this ride counted as help. It does. So now I owe more. Exactly. For the first time that day, Lin Chen laughed, not loudly. But genuinely, Su-Wan's smile widened just a little. Then the car drove away into the night. At home, Lin Chen spread Su-Wan's folder beside Su Qing's legal notes and Zhao Ming's banking advice. 3 people. 3 perspectives. Law, finance, banking. He had not built a company yet, but he had begun building something even more important. A circle. People who saw different parts of the battlefield. People who warned him before danger became fatal. The blue system interface appeared silently above the desk. Reputation defense progress updated. Professional network synergy detected. Legal support. Financial insight. Banking awareness. Founder trust. Preliminary business defense structure forming. No reward appeared. Instead, a locked section pulsed once. The same pale blue as before, awaiting final trigger. Lin Chen looked at it quietly. The system was still waiting for something. Not money. Not investment. Something else. Before he could think deeper, his phone rang. Unknown number, he answered. A man's voice came through the line. Calm, polished, unfamiliar. Mr. Lin Chen? Speaking. My name is Shen Yao. I'm calling on behalf of Tianyu Media's board office. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The board office. Not Liu Wei. A higher level. The voice continued. We would like to invite you to a private meeting tomorrow morning. For what reason? A brief pause. Then Shen Yao replied, to discuss your future. Outside the window, the city lights burned deep into the night. Lin Chen looked at the documents spread across his desk. Golden Peak, Bright River, Tianyu Media, CloudLink, his professional network. The system's locked pulse. All separate threads were beginning to tighten into one knot, he answered calmly. I'll be there. After ending the call, the blue interface appeared again. New variable detected. Internal corporate power shift. Evaluation pending. Lin Chen slowly closed his notebook. The workplace battlefield had not ended with HR. It had merely opened a higher door. The invitation from Tianyu Media's board office arrived without a subject line. Only a room number, 26th floor, 9:30. No explanation. No agenda. No names except one. Shen Yao. By the time Lin Chen stepped out of the elevator, the atmosphere already told him this meeting had nothing to do with ordinary HR procedure. The 26th floor was quieter than the rest of Tianyu Media. No crowded workstations. No ringing department phones. No interns rushing between printers. Only polished floors, glass partitions, framed awards, and the faint scent of fresh coffee drifting from somewhere unseen. This was where decisions were made after everyone else finished arguing. A woman in a gray suit waited near reception. Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, Director Shen is waiting. She led him down a corridor lined with photographs of Tianyu Media's largest campaigns. Some of those campaigns had been handled by teams that junior employees never met. Some had been presented under managers who never touched a slide. Lin Chen passed them quietly. In the past, those walls would have made him feel small. Now they only made him think about ownership. Who created value? Who captured it? Who disappeared from the photograph? The meeting room door opened. Inside sat a man in his late 30s wearing a dark navy suit. His appearance was not aggressive. His hair was neatly combed, his posture relaxed, and his eyes carried the calm precision of someone who rarely needed to raise his voice. Shen Yao stood. Mr. Lin, Director Shen. They shook hands. They shook hands. The grip was neither warm nor cold, professional. Measured. The assistant poured tea, then left. When the door closed, Shen Yao did not immediately speak. He placed a thin folder on the table and pushed it toward Lin Chen. Your recent HR matter reached the board office. Lin Chen looked at the folder but did not open it. I'm surprised it escalated that high. Technically, I'm surprised it escalated that high. It didn't. Shen Yao smiled faintly. I noticed it before it needed to. That answer was more honest than politeness. Lin Chen opened the folder. Inside were copies of the anonymous internal forum post, HR's inquiry request, his submitted evidence, and the formal complaint he had filed. Everything was arranged chronologically. Shen Yao had not called him here to ask what happened. He already knew. I reviewed the documents, Shen Yao said. There is no current evidence that you violated company policy. Then why am I here? Because the absence of violation is not the same as the absence of conflict. Lin Chen looked up. Shen Yao continued calmly. You are an employee of Tianyu Media. You are also now connected to CloudLink Technology, an emerging enterprise software company with growing commercial attention. That creates an image problem. Lin Chen did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at the tea slowly cooling beside the folder. Once, he would have tried to explain himself. Now, he knew explanation was meaningless unless he first understood the other person's purpose. What does the board office want? Shen Yao's expression revealed a trace of approval. Direct. I prefer efficient. Good. Shen Yao leaned back slightly. There are two possible paths. First, you formally disclose all outside business activity, continue working at Tianyu Media, and avoid any client overlap. Second, you transition out cleanly. The room became very quiet. The words were polite, but their meaning was clear. Stay under supervision, or leave. Lin Chen's face remained calm. Is this a dismissal? No. Is it pressure? Yes, Shen Yao answered without hesitation. That honesty surprised Lin Chen. Most people disguise pressure as concern. Shen Yao did not bother. Why? Lin Chen asked. Because you're becoming visible. Shen Yao tapped the folder lightly. Tianyu Media can tolerate ordinary employees having side projects. It cannot ignore an employee who is suddenly tied to external capital, startup negotiations, and potential corporate disputes, especially when internal managers are already using that visibility to create political noise. Li Wei, neither man said the name. Neither needed to. Shen Yao continued, to be blunt, you are becoming too complicated for a junior position. For a moment, Lin Chen felt something settle inside him. Not anger, not sadness. Recognition. A shoe that had become too small did not need to be hated. It simply needed to be outgrown. He looked toward the window. From the 26th floor, Jiang City spread outward in layers of glass, steel, traffic, and sunlight. The city looked larger from here. So did the distance he still had to climb. What would a clean transition look like? Shen Yao placed a second document on the table. 1 month's notice. No disciplinary record. All completed work credited properly. Non-compete clarification. Limited to actual Tianyu Media clients. Recommendation letter based on performance. Lin Chen looked at the document carefully. It was surprisingly fair. Too fair to be coincidence. Why offer this? Shen Yao smiled faintly. Because I dislike waste. Lin Chen waited. Shen Yao continued. Liu Wei sees you as a threat. HR sees you as a risk. Some executives see you as trouble. I see someone Tianyu Media failed to use properly. The words were calm, but they landed heavily. For years, Lin Chen had sat beneath managers who measured obedience more easily than ability. He had learned restraint. He had learned patience. He had learned to survive. But survival was no longer enough. What do you want from me in return? Shen Yao's smile deepened. Nothing today. That usually means something later. Correct. For the first time, the atmosphere in the room shifted from procedure to negotiation. Shen Yao did not hide it. If you build something useful, Tianyu Media may become a partner one day. Advertising, branding, enterprise communications, growth campaigns, market entry. CloudLink will need those eventually. Lin Chen understood. Shen Yao wasn't helping him out of kindness. He was preserving a future bridge, but that was not necessarily bad. The business world did not run on pure goodwill. It ran on aligned interests. The difference between a partner and a predator was whether the price was visible. Then, I'll remember this conversation. Shen Yao nodded. Good, he stood. One more thing. Lin Chen looked at him. The anonymous post came from inside your department. Shen Yao's expression remained composed. We cannot formally prove who ordered it, yet, but the account used was created on a company device. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Whose? Shen Yao pushed one final page across the table. Not Liu Wei's. Lin Chen looked down. The device belonged to a junior employee under Liu Wei's team. Someone with no reason to target him personally. Someone likely used as a tool. Shen Yao said quietly, Be careful who you expose. Sometimes cutting the hand only warns the brain. Lin Chen folded the page and placed it back inside the folder. I understand. When Lin Chen returned to the marketing department, the office felt smaller than before. Not because the desks had changed, because he had. Wang Hao immediately rolled over. How was it? Lin Chen placed his bag down. Complicated. Good complicated or bad complicated? Both. Wang Hao stared at him. You really need to stop answering like a fortune cookie. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then looked across the office. Liu Wei was standing near the pantry, speaking to 2 employees. He looked relaxed, confident. When he noticed Lin Chen, he raised his cup slightly in greeting, as though nothing had happened. Lin Chen returned a polite nod. No anger, no exposure, no confrontation. Not yet. Shen Yao was right. Cutting the wrong hand would only alert the brain. That afternoon, Lin Chen finished every pending work item ahead of schedule. Campaign report, client revision, media budget analysis, internal documentation. He sent them one by one with timestamps, clear records, and proper recipients. Wang Hao watched him from the next desk. Brother Chen, what? Are you preparing to leave? Lin Chen's fingers paused on the keyboard. Wang Hao's voice became quieter. You've been too calm since coming back. Lin Chen leaned back slightly. For a long time, he did not answer. Finally, he said, I haven't decided. Wang Hao stared at him. You have. Lin Chen turned. Wang Hao's eyes were unusually serious. You just haven't admitted it out loud. The department noise continued around them. Phones, keyboards, printers, conversations. The familiar rhythm of a workplace where Lin Chen had spent years trying to prove himself to people who had never planned to see him clearly. He looked at Wang Hao. If I leave, what about you? Wang Hao froze. Me? You've helped me more than once. You bought breakfast when I couldn't afford it. You covered for me when Li Wei dumped extra work. You warned me yesterday. Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. That's correct. Normal friendship? No. Lin Chen said quietly. It's not normal. That sentence made Wang Hao fall silent. Some kindness was ordinary only because good people refused to count it. Lin Chen continued. If one day I build something stable, I'll need people I can trust. Wang Hao looked at him. The joking expression slowly faded. Are you offering me a job? Not today. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Today, I'm making a promise. Wang Hao looked down at his desk. For once, he had no joke ready. After a while, he whispered, then build it properly. I will. Because if I follow you and we starve, I'll complain every day. Lin Chen laughed softly. I'd expect nothing less. By evening, CloudLink's Bright River pilot officially began. Chen Hao sent a video call from the first warehouse site. The screen shook slightly as he walked through rows of shelves. Delivery crates and inventory terminals. Data access is messier than promised. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. How bad? Not impossible. Chen Hao turned the phone toward a laptop where one of CloudLink's engineers was mapping product categories. Their naming system is chaotic. Can you finish initial mapping today? Not with the current staff. Then don't force it. Chen Hao hesitated. We'll lose time. If you rush bad data into the system, you'll lose more. Chen Hao exhaled. Understood. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Document every data issue. Get Bright River's confirmation. If delay happens because their data is incomplete, it should not count against CloudLink. From the side of the video, a CloudLink employee gave him a silent thumbs up. Chen Hao nodded. I'll handle it. The call ended. Business was no longer theory. It was warehouse dust, messy data, tired engineers, contract clauses, and execution pressure. Exactly the kind of battlefield where paper victories became real or meaningless. At 9 that night, Lin Chen met Xu Qing at a small noodle shop near her office. It was her suggestion. Not a formal restaurant, not a client meeting room. A narrow shop with stainless steel tables, handwritten menus on the wall, and the aroma of beef broth filling the air. Xu Qing arrived carrying her briefcase. She sat down, ordered without looking at the menu, then placed a document in front of him. This is a basic holding company structure. Lin Chen looked surprised. You prepared it already? You were going to ask eventually. That obvious? You have personal investments. Growing cashback-derived capital, startup equity, possible resignation, potential banking relationships, and increasing legal exposure. She picked up her chopsticks. So yes, Lin Chen opened the document. Simple, clear, a proposed holding company. Separate bank account, clean ownership, formal investment records, expense tracking, legal separation from personal funds. It wasn't glamorous. It wouldn't make headlines. But it was the foundation beneath everything. How much would setup cost? Xu Qing gave a number. It wasn't small, but it was reasonable. Lin Chen looked at the page for a long moment. This was not an investment into another person. It was an investment into structure, into safety, into the future ability to grow without chaos. I'll do it. Xu Qing paused. You decided quickly. I've already learned what happens when structure comes too late. She nodded. Good. The blue interface appeared faintly beside the steam rising from the noodle bowl. Business infrastructure investment detected. Classification. Foundation layer. Reward eligibility. Pending completion. Lin Chen's expression did not change. He had already expected the system to approve. But even if it hadn't, he still would have done it. That mattered. Late that night, Lin Chen returned home carrying the holding company proposal, Shen Yao's transition document, Su Wan's research folder, and CloudLink's pilot report. 4 documents, 4 battlefields: employment, reputation, business structure, enterprise execution. He spread them across his desk. For the first time, his small apartment looked less like a place where a poor man survived. It looked like the temporary command center of someone preparing to leave survival behind. Outside, rain began to fall. Soft at first, then steadier. The same sound that had followed the night Shang Min left him. The same city. A different Lin Chen. The same city. His phone vibrated. A message from Shen Yao. Take your time deciding. No need to answer immediately. Lin Chen looked at the message, then opened a blank document. Resignation plan. He did not type the resignation letter yet. Instead, he wrote 3 sections. Financial readiness, business readiness. Under each he listed what had to be true before he left Tianyu Media. No impulse, no pride, no dramatic exit. If he walked away, he would do it with clean hands, clean records, and enough foundation to stand. The system interface appeared one final time. New path forming. Employee identity destabilizing. Independent operator identity emerging. Final trigger approaching. Lin Chen looked at those words quietly, then at the rain beyond the window. For years he had believed the hardest part of changing his life would be getting money. Now he understood. The hardest part was knowing when the old life had ended, and when it was time to step fully into the new one. At midnight he closed the laptop. The resignation letter remained unwritten, but the decision behind it had already begun to take shape. The holding company was registered on a rainy Thursday morning. No celebration, no ribbon cutting, no champagne. Only a stamped document, a corporate bank account application, and yet Wei Jiuqing's calm voice explaining each clause as though she were laying bricks beneath a future skyscraper. From today onward, personal money and business capital must never be mixed casually. Lin Chen sat across from her in Xinghe Legal Services conference room, listening carefully. Outside the window, rainwater traced slow lines down the glass. Inside, the table was covered with documents, articles of association, corporate seal application, bank authorization forms, shareholder structure, investment authorization procedures, expense approval rules. It looked boring. It felt historic. Gao Qing slid one page toward him. Company name. Lin Chen looked down. Qingyun Capital Management. The name had been chosen the night before. Not too flashy, not too weak. Clouds rising. A path upward. Too ambitious. Xu Qing asked. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Not yet. Good answer. She tapped another page. For now, this company will hold your investments. CloudLink equity. Future startup stakes. Business-related expenses. Professional advisor fees. Later, if needed, we can build a more complex holding structure. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't pretend to understand everything immediately. He asked questions. Tax treatment, compliance, equity transfer, bank reporting, director liability, expense documentation. Xu Qing answered each patiently. There was no trace of impatience in her expression. Only slight approval. Most new investors asked how to pay less. Lin Chen asked how to avoid future mistakes. That difference mattered. When the final signature was completed, Xu Qing capped her pen. Congratulations, you now have a structure. Lin Chen looked at the stamped document. Not an empire. No. Xu Qing's lips curved slightly. But empires without structure collapse faster. The blue interface appeared quietly at the edge of Lin Chen's vision. Business infrastructure investment completed. Foundation layer established. Personal business separation confirmed. Risk management progress increased. Reward eligibility confirmed. Settlement pending. Lin Chen's expression did not change. He had expected the system to acknowledge it. But the reward was no longer why he did things. The structure itself was the reward. The first account opening meeting at Yonghe Commercial Bank began at 11. Zhao Ming welcomed Lin Chen with more seriousness than before. Not flattering, not overeager, professional. He had clearly understood that Lin Chen was no longer merely a lucky young man with sudden capital movement. He was becoming a client worth building alongside. Qingyun Capital Management. Zhao Ming read the documents carefully. Clean structure. Xu Qing handled the setup. Yes, good. Why good? Because messy structures create messy banking. Relationships. Zhao Ming looked up. And messy banking relationships become problems exactly when you need money most. Lin Chen wrote that sentence down. Zhao Ming noticed. Do you record everything? Only useful things. Then record this too. Zhao Ming placed another document on the table. Going forward, your capital movements should follow clear categories. Personal expenses, investment capital, operating expenses, professional fees, emergency liquidity, follow-on reserve. Lin Chen read the list. Follow-on reserve? If CloudLink performs well, they may need more money before external fundraising, Zhao Ming said. If you don't prepare, you'll either miss the chance to protect your ownership or be forced to accept worse terms from someone else. Golden Peak's shadow quietly passed through Lin Chen's thoughts. He underlined the phrase, follow-on reserve. Follow-on reserve. Money was not only used to enter opportunities. Sometimes it defended them. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Hao called from Bright River's warehouse. His face appeared on the video call with visible exhaustion. Behind him, CloudLink engineers were surrounded by laptops, barcode scanners, inventory shelves, and Bright River staff arguing over category codes. Brother Lin, we found the problem. Lin Chen sat inside a quiet corner of the bank lounge. Tell me, their data is worse than expected. How much worse? 3 separate naming systems. Duplicate item codes. Some supplier records are outdated. Warehouse staff use unofficial abbreviations that don't exist in the procurement system. Chen Hao gave a tired laugh. It's not deployment, it's archaeology. Lin Chen didn't laugh. Did you document everything? Yes. Did Bright River sign off on data condition records? Not yet. Do it before any additional work. Chen Hao hesitated. Their operations manager keeps saying we should start first and clean. Later. Don't. Lin Chen's voice remained calm but firm. Bad data entering the system means CloudLink takes responsibility for their mess. Chen Hao was silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Before ending the call, he turned the phone. One young CloudLink engineer had fallen asleep, sitting upright against a storage rack, still holding a laptop. Lin Chen's gaze softened. How many people are on site? 3. Not enough. I know. Bring them back after today. Chen Hao frowned. But the pilot will fail if the team breaks before the system does. Chen Hao stared at him, then slowly nodded. Understood. After the call ended, Lin Chen sent a message to Xu Qing. Need simple fieldwork sign-off template for data condition and customer cause delay. Her reply came within 5 minutes. I'll draft it. Another message followed. Billable. Lin Chen smiled. Expected. That. Small exchange eased the tension in his chest. A real business was not built by heroic effort alone. It was built by forms, records, sleep, contracts, and people who understood where disasters hid. By late afternoon, Tianyu Media's board office sent another message. Shen Yao requested an update on Lin Chen's career direction. The wording was gentle. The pressure beneath it remained. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He still had deliverables. He still had 1 month of possible transition. He still had responsibilities. Resignation was not escape. It was a controlled departure from one identity to another. He opened the resignation plan again. Financial readiness. Nearly complete. Business readiness, not yet. Emotional readiness, uncertain. Under business readiness, he added 3 items. Qingyun Capital bank account active. CloudLink pilot stabilized. Tianyu Media transition clean. Only after all 3 were complete would he submit the letter. He saved the document. Then returned to his company work. For the next 3 hours, Lin Chen finished campaign analysis reports with the same precision as before. No one could say his performance declined because his future grew larger. That mattered. Leaving clean meant working clean until the end. At 6:30, Liu Wei appeared beside his desk. Still working? Lin Chen looked up. Almost done. Liu Wei glanced at the screen. You're quite dedicated. I've finished what I'm responsible for. That's a good habit. Liu Wei smiled. Useful in every industry. Lin Chen saved the file and closed one spreadsheet. Did you need something? Just checking on the team. The answer was too smooth. After the HR complaint, Liu Wei had become more careful. Less direct, less arrogant in public. But careful enemies were more dangerous than reckless ones. Liu Wei lowered his voice slightly. I heard the board office spoke with you. Lin Chen looked at him. News travels fast. In companies, it always does. Liu Wei placed one hand on the back of a nearby chair. Lin Chen. Sometimes accepting help from the right senior saves years of struggle. The sentence sounded familiar. Too familiar. Golden Peak. Liang Jiewan. Hidden prices disguised as help. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. Thank you for the advice. Liu Wei smiled. Think about it. After he walked away, Wang Hao rolled over slowly from the next desk. Did that sound creepy to you? Yes. Good. Wang Hao nodded. Then I'm not overthinking. Lin Chen looked toward Liu Wei's office. Different battlefield. Same method. Create dependence. Offer protection. Make refusal seem foolish. Jiang City's business logic had already seeped into Tianyu Media's office politics. Or maybe office politics had always been the same thing on a smaller scale. Night fell over Jiang City. Bright River's warehouse lights remained on. CloudLink's office remained half-occupied. Tianyu Media's windows gradually darkened. Inside Lin Chen's apartment, 4 open documents glowed on his laptop. Qingyun Capital Setup Checklist. CloudLink Pilot Risk Register. Tianyu Media Resignation Plan. Golden Peak Influence Map. The map was new. He had begun it after Suwan's warning. Golden Peak Ventures. Liang Shuan. Bright River Introduction. CloudLink Funding Offer. Founder Loyalty Test. Possible connection to internal rumor. No proof. Only pattern. Lin Chen did not treat pattern as fact, but he respected it enough to watch. At 11, Suwan called. Not texted. Call. Lin Chen answered. Still working? Is that a question? Or accusation? A little of both, he smiled faintly. I'm reviewing risks. That sounds like you. You make it sound boring. Being boring saves companies. The line went quiet for a moment. Then Suwan said, I heard you registered a holding company. Lin Chen's eyebrows lifted. Your information network is fast. Financial people hear things. Should I be worried? Not about me. Her answer came calmly. That trust was subtle, but it was there. She continued. Setting up structure early is smart. Xu Qing. Yes. Good choice. You know her. By reputation. Suwan paused. She doesn't flatter clients. That's accurate. Then listen to her. Lin Chen leaned back. I do. Another silence. Comfortable this time. Then Suwan said also, don't resign too late. His eyes sharpened slightly. Why? Because companies rarely value people more after they decide those people are leaving. The words were not emotional. They were experience. Lin Chen looked toward the resignation plan. I haven't decided yet. You have. He paused. Wang Hao had said the same thing. You're all very confident. Because you already started building the bridge. Suwan's voice softened slightly. You're only debating when to cross. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. Outside the window, rain tapped softly against the glass. Finally, he said, when I cross, I want no one behind me harmed. Then prepare carefully. I am. I know. She paused. And Lin Chen? Yes. Being careful doesn't mean standing still forever. The call ended several minutes later. But her final sentence remained. At midnight, the system interface appeared. Business infrastructure settlement complete. Foundation layer reward issued. Cashback amount, RMB 1,280,000. Additional reward, professional network detection enhanced. Business defense structure progress increased. Qingyun Capital recognized as host's first formal business vehicle. The numbers were impressive. But Lin Chen focused on the final sentence. First formal business vehicle. Not investment. Vehicle. Not investment. Vehicle. The system had recognized Qingyun Capital not as a transaction but as a vessel. A structure through which future decisions would flow. Then another panel appeared. Identity. Transition progress. Employee. 61%. Independent operator. 39% final trigger not yet met. Lin Chen stared at the percentage. For the first time, the system quantified something beyond money, trust, or business progress. Identity. He slowly exhaled. So even the system understood. This wasn't only about resigning. It was about becoming someone who could no longer hide inside another company's structure. Before the interface disappeared, one final line appeared. Warning: unresolved workplace conflict may affect transition quality. Lin Chen's gaze turned colder. Liu Ai. Anonymous rumor. Junior employee device. Possible higher influence. He had hoped to leave quietly. But perhaps leaving quietly and leaving cleanly were not the same thing. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message from Wang Hao. Brother Chen, something weird happened. Someone from Liu Ai's side asked me if I knew where you kept your CloudLink files. Lin Chen's expression became still. The rain outside grew heavier. A few seconds later, another message arrived. I lied and said I didn't know anything. Then a third. But I think they're trying to find something before you leave. Lin Chen looked at the glowing screen. For the first time that night, he closed every document except one: evidence. If someone wanted to search for a weakness, he would prepare a mirror instead. The new battlefield had finally revealed its next move. The trap began with a USB drive. At 8:42 in the morning, Wang Hao placed it on Lin Chen's desk as though he were placing a small bomb. Black plastic. No label, no brand mark. Only a faint scratch across one corner. Lin Chen looked at it for a moment, then looked up. Where did this come from? Wang Hao's face was unusually serious. Pantry. Someone left it there. Not exactly. He lowered his voice. I saw Zhang Kai from Liu Ai's team standing near your desk before work. When I walked over, he pretended to look for printer paper. After he left, this was under your keyboard. Lin Chen did not touch it. The office around them continued as usual. Phones rang, keyboards clicked. People greeted each other with tired smiles. Everything looked ordinary. Only the USB drive sitting between them carried the weight of something deliberate. Wang Hao swallowed. Brother Chen, I didn't plug it in. Good. What do we do? Lin Chen looked toward Liu Ai's office. The blinds were closed. That was new. First, we don't panic. Wang Hao gave a dry laugh. Your emotional range is really unfair. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then he took out his phone and photographed the USB drive from 3 angles without moving it. Desk position. Keyboard position. Surroundings. Time visible on computer screen. After that, he opened a document and wrote a simple note. Unidentified USB drive discovered at workstation. Witness, Wang Hao. Time, 8:42. Not inserted into any device. Then he sent a message to Shu Qing. Possible planted USB at workstation. Need preservation steps. Her reply arrived within 1 minute. Do not touch with bare hands. Photograph. Find witness. Report to HR and its security before anyone accuses you. Do not hand it to department manager. Lin Chen, read the last sentence twice. Do not hand it to department manager. Shu Qing understood the battlefield too well. He turned to Wang Hao. Come with me. Where? Wang Hao looked at the USB drive. What about that? Lin Chen took a clean envelope from his drawer, used a folded tissue to lift the USB carefully, placed it inside, sealed it, and wrote the time across the flap. Then he stood. Now it becomes evidence. HR Manager Zhou's expression turned cold the moment Lin Chen placed the sealed envelope on her desk. Not angry, careful. After the previous complaint, she clearly understood that this matter could no longer be handled as casual department conflict. You found this under your keyboard? Yes. Did you connect it to your computer? No. Witness? Wang Hao? Wang Hao! Wang Hao immediately raised his hand. Awkwardly, I saw someone near Brother Chen's desk before work. Zhou looked at him. Who? Wang Hao hesitated. For a second the entire room seemed to wait. Then he said, Shang Kai. The name landed quietly. Not Li Wei, but close enough. Her manager Zhou wrote it down. Lin Chen added, I requested security check access logs and workstation camera coverage if available. Zhu looked at him. You are making a formal report? Yes. Related to your previous complaint? Possibly. He did not exaggerate. He did not accuse without proof. But he also did not retreat. Zhao pressed the internal line. Ask its security manager Han to come here. Within 10 minutes, the situation had moved beyond Lui's reach. That alone was the first victory. Its security manager Han was a thin man in his 40s, with tired eyes and a permanently skeptical expression. He entered, listened silently, then looked at the sealed envelope. Unidentified device. Potential malware. Potential data planting. Potential policy violation. His tone was flat, as if listing weather conditions. Then he looked at Lin Chen. You didn't plug it in? No. Good. He turned toward HR Manager Zhou. This needs to be logged formally. Can you inspect it? Only on an isolated machine. Do it. Manager Han picked up the envelope with gloves. Before leaving, he looked at Wang Hao. You saw Zhang Kai near the desk? Yes. Time? Around 8:35. Anyone else? Wang Hao thought carefully. 2 people from finance passed by. Cleaning auntie was near the pantry. Nobody else close to the key. Desk. Manager Han nodded. Good memory. Wang Hao looked slightly proud. Lin Chen almost smiled. Sometimes loyalty looked like courage. Sometimes it looked like remembering details when it mattered. By noon, the office knew something had happened. Not because HR announced it, because Zhang Kai was called upstairs. Then Liu Wei. Then 2 department computers were temporarily sealed. The atmosphere inside Tianyu Media turned tense and strange. People whispered, then stopped when Lin Chen passed. Wang Hao returned from lunch carrying 2 boxed meals. I bought yours. You keep buying me food, because I like investing early. Lin Chen looked at him. Wang Hao grinned. When you become big boss, remember my dividends. Lin Chen accepted the meal. I'll remember. Wang Hao sat down beside him and lowered his voice. Do you think Li Wei did it? Lin Chen opened the lid slowly. I think someone wants me to make a mistake. That's not Anne. Answer. It's the only answer that matters before proof. Wang Hao sighed. You and Shu Qing really are becoming more alike. She'd probably take that as an insult. No, she'd bill you for it. For the first time that day, Lin Chen laughed softly. The sound was quiet, but it loosened something in the air around them. At 2:15, Manager Han called Lin Chen, Wang Hao, HR Manager Zhou, and Compliance Huang into a conference room. Liu Wei was already there. So was Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai's face was pale. Liu Wei's expression remained controlled, but his usual easy confidence had thinned. Manager Han connected a laptop to the display. The USB drive was examined in an isolated environment. No one spoke. It contained 3 folders. He displayed the structure: cloud-linked documents, Tianyu client lists, personal transfer records. Several people turned toward Lin Chen. The file names alone were enough to look damning. Then Manager Han clicked into the metadata analysis. All folders were created yesterday at 23:48. He looked up. Not by Lin Chen's work computer. Liu Wei's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Manager Han continued. The files inside are mostly empty templates or fabricated documents. He opened one. The so-called TNU client list contains outdated public company names copied from marketing brochures. Another. The personal transfer records are screenshots, edited from unrelated bank templates. Another. The cloud-linked documents contain public information from their website and startup article. He closed the folders. In short, the device appears designed to make someone look guilty at a glance. The room fell silent. Wang Hao's eyes widened. He looked like he wanted to curse, but remembered they were in a meeting. HR Manager Zhou's face darkened. Compliance Huang looked toward Zhang Kai. Explain why you were near Lin Chen's desk this morning. Zhang Kai's lips trembled. Liu Wei spoke first. Zhang Kai may have been delivering department documents. Manager Han turned to him. Then why? Did he not say that when first asked? Liu Wei's expression stiffened. Zhang Kai lowered his head. I was told to put it there. The room froze. HR Manager Zhou's voice sharpened. By whom? Zhang Kai's face turned whiter. His eyes moved instinctively toward Liu Wei, only for half a second, but everyone saw it. Liu Wei immediately said, Zhang Kai, think carefully before you speak. That sentence was meant as a warning. But in this room, with it, HR and compliance present, it sounded like intimidation. Manager Han closed the laptop slowly. HR should record that. HR Manager Zhou nodded. Already noted. Liu Wei's face finally changed. For the first time since Lin Chen had known him, the polished surface cracked. Not completely, but enough. The investigation did not end that afternoon. Tianyu Media was still a company. Companies moved slowly when accountability climbed upward. But the direction had changed. Zhang Kai was suspended pending inquiry. Liu Wei was asked to hand over communication records related to the matter. HR requested it preserve device logs, internal forum access history, and department network records. The anonymous rumor was no longer merely a post. It was now connected to a physical attempt to fabricate evidence. When Lin Chen stepped out of the conference room, several employees looked at him differently. The suspicion in their eyes had been replaced by discomfort. Some were embarrassed, some curious, some afraid. People who had quietly enjoyed watching a rumor grow now realized it could have destroyed someone innocent. Wang Hao walked beside him with his chest slightly puffed out. That felt good. Lin Chen glanced at him. You enjoyed it? A little, only a little. Fine. Wang Hao grinned. A lot. Then his expression became serious again. But Brother Chen. Liu Wei won't just stop. I know. What now? Lin Chen looked toward the closed door of Liu Wei's office. Now we let the records speak. By evening, Shen Yao called. I heard. Lin Chen stood near the window at the end of the office corridor. I'm sure you did. You handled it properly, because I reported it before reacting. Exactly. Shen Yao's tone carried faint approval. Most people defend after damage happens. You preserved evidence before the accusation appeared. Lin Chen looked down at the traffic below. Will the company act? Eventually. That means slowly. That means carefully. Shen Yao did not sugarcoat it. Liu Wei has people above him. Not powerful enough to protect him completely, but enough to slow the knife. Then I should not wait for the company to save me. No. Shen Yao paused. But you should let the company reveal who tries. That sentence carried weight. Lin Chen understood. If Liu Wei had backing, the reaction to his exposure would reveal the next layer. The hand was injured. The brain would move. At CloudLink, the Bright River pilot reached its first small victory that same night. Chen Hao sent a photo of the data dashboard finally displaying clean category mapping for the first warehouse. The message was simple. First warehouse data cleaned. Team still alive. A second message followed. Mostly. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Make them sleep." Chen Hao sent back a tired thumbs-up emoji. Then another message arrived. Bright River Operations Manager admitted their data caused the delay and signed the record. Lin Chen's smile deepened slightly. That mattered. A small record, a small protection. A small professional habit. But small habits became shields when stakes grew larger. At 10:30, Lin Chen returned home. The rain had stopped. The streets outside his apartment still shone with reflected neon. He placed the day's documents on his desk. USB report. Our meeting notes. Preliminary findings. CloudLink pilot update. Qingyuan Capital bank account approval. Everything was moving. Everything was connected. The blue interface appeared quietly. Reputation attack phase. Countered. Evidence preservation successful. Workplace threat escalation detected. Business defense structure progress increased. No immediate reward issued. Consequence evaluation ongoing. Lin Chen watched the final line carefully. Consequence evaluation. The system was no longer rewarding individual actions quickly. It was waiting to see what those actions created. Justice, reputation, business safety, professional trust, long-term impact. That was the new scale. His phone vibrated. A message from Su Wan. I heard something happened at Tianyu Media. Are you okay? Lin Chen looked at the words for several seconds, then replied, I'm fine. A moment later, her response appeared. Fine is what people say when they don't want others to worry. He smiled faintly, then I'm tired, but okay. This time, her reply took longer. Better. Then another dinner. Tomorrow. My treat. Lin Chen stared at the message. Before he could answer, another line came. Don't argue. This is not charity. This is collection of debt. For the first time in a long day, warmth entered his chest. He replied, understood. Outside, the clouds slowly parted above Jiang City. The next morning, Tianyu Media issued an internal notice. No names, no detailed explanation. Only a reminder that fabricating evidence, spreading unverified accusations, and misusing company devices would result in disciplinary action. Most employees read it in silence. Wang Hao leaned toward Lin Chen, face slapped. Lin Chen drank his coffee. No, no, no. Not yet. Wang Hao blinked. Then what is this? Lin Chen looked toward Liu Wei's office. The blinds were open today. Inside, Liu Wei sat perfectly still, staring at his computer. This is only the sound before the slap lands. At that exact moment, Liu Wei's phone rang. He answered. His expression changed. Subtle at first, then completely. A few seconds later, he stood and walked quickly toward the elevators. Lin Chen watched him leave. His own phone vibrated. Unknown number. He answered. A calm, older male voice came through the line. Mr. Klein. Lin Chen. Speaking. I'm calling from Henjuan Holdings. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The name was unfamiliar. But the tone was not. It carried the same confidence as Liang Jiwan. The same calm as people who believed the board was larger than ordinary employees could see. The voice continued, "I believe we should meet." "For what reason?" A brief silence. Then the man said, "Because Liu Wei has become careless." Outside the window, morning sunlight struck the glass towers of Jiang City. Lin Chen stood motionless. The hand had moved. Now, the brain was speaking. The call from Hengyuan Holdings did not ask for secrecy. That made it more dangerous. People who feared being discovered always hid. People who were confident enough to speak openly often believed discovery did not matter. Lin Chen stood beside the window at Tianyu Media, watching the morning sunlight strike the neighboring glass towers. The older man's voice remained calm on the line. "We can meet today." "Where?" "Hengyuan Tower." A pause. 32nd floor. Lin Chen looked across the business district. Among the skyline, Hengyuan Tower stood like a dark blade of mirrored glass. Taller than most surrounding buildings. Colder than all of them. It was not a startup office. Not a co-working space. Not a place where dreamers begged for investment. It was a place where people discussed ownership before others understood they had already lost it. "What time?" 11. "I'll be there." The call ended. No name had been given. No purpose explained. Only an address and time. A summons disguised as an invitation. Lin Chen returned to his desk. Wang Hao immediately rolled closer. Who was that? Hengyuan Holdings. Wang Hao's expression stiffened. Even someone outside finance knew that name. Brother Chen. He lowered his voice. "That's not Liu Wei's level anymore. I know." "What do they want?" "To see whether I scare easily." Wang Hao stared at him for several seconds, then sighed. "Can you at least pretend to be normal and worry a little?" Lin Chen picked up his folder. "I'm worried. You don't look worried. Looking worried doesn't help." Wang Hao opened his mouth, then closed it. After a moment he muttered, "That's annoying because it's true." Lin Chen smiled faintly. Before leaving, he sent 3 messages. One to Su Qing, one to Su Wan, one to Xin Yao, all with the same short line. "Hengyuan Holdings contacted me." "Meeting at 11. Shu Qing replied first. "Record timeline. Do not sign. Do not agree verbally." Su Wan replied second. "Hengyuan has ties with Golden Peak. Be careful." Shen Yao replied last. Now we know who Liu Wei reached upward toward. Lin Chen read all 3 messages. Law, finance, internal corporate structure. 3 different perspectives converging on the same warning. He put away his phone, then walked out of Tianyu Media. Hengyuan Tower's lobby was built to intimidate without raising its voice. Black stone floors reflected every step. A wall of water flowed silently behind the reception desk. Security guards in tailored uniforms stood at precise intervals. The elevator required facial registration and visitor approval. Everything communicated one message. This place belonged to people who expected the world to wait for them. Lin Chen signed in calmly. The receptionist glanced at his name and made a call. "Mr. Lin Chen has arrived." A few seconds later, she nodded. "Please proceed to elevator 3. As the elevator rose, Jiang City dropped beneath him. 20 floors. 25. 30. 30. The doors opened into a quiet reception area filled with dark wood, soft carpet, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the financial district. An assistant guided him into a private meeting room. Inside, an older man sat alone at the far end of a long table. Silver hair, plain black suit. No obvious luxury accessories. His face carried the calm sharpness of someone used to seeing people as pieces on a board. "Mr. D. Lin." He stood slowly. "Qin Zheng." They shook hands. His grip was dry and steady. Lin Chen sat opposite him. No tea was poured. No small talk offered. Qin Zheng looked directly at him. Liu Wei made a mess. Lin Chen did not answer. Qin Sheng continued. He was useful once. Recently, he became impatient. Impatient people make noise, so he works for you. No. Qin Sheng smiled faintly. People like him rarely work for anyone. They attach themselves to whoever they believe is climbing. Lin Chen understood. Liu Wei was not Heng Yuan's man. He was someone trying to borrow Heng Yuan's shadow. That made him both smaller and more pathetic than expected. But not harmless. Then why contact me? Qin Zheng leaned back slightly. Because your name has appeared too many times in places it should not. Cloudlink, Bright River, Golden Peak, Tianyu Media, Qingyun Capital. Each name landed with deliberate weight. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Qin Sheng watched him closely. Most young people become proud when they rise quickly. You become quieter. That interests me. Interest from Heng Yuan sounds expensive. For the first time, Qin Sheng laughed. Good, you understand price. He placed a document on the table, not close enough for Lin Chen to touch. Only close enough to see the cover. Strategic Cooperation Proposal. Cloudlink is still small, but its direction is useful. Small business digitization, inventory systems, logistics support, enterprise data. These things look boring. He tapped the cover lightly, but boring infrastructure makes money for decades. Lin Chen listened without interruption. Qin Sheng continued. Heng Yuan can introduce customers larger than Bright River. Warehouses, regional supermarket chains, cold chain suppliers, restaurant groups. Cloudlink's valuation could multiply within months. And the price? Qingyun Capital give Heng Yuan priority cooperation rights on future enterprise software investments. Lin Chen's gaze finally shifted. Not Cloudlink equity, not immediate control. Priority rights. A chain around the future, not the present. Qin Sheng saw his reaction and smiled slightly. You understand quickly, too quickly. Perhaps. Lin Chen looked at the document. You're not here for Cloudlink. Cloudlink is proof of concept. Then what do you want? Qin Sheng's eyes sharpened. I want to know whether your ability to identify value is accidental. The room became silent. Outside the window, Jiang City's skyline glittered beneath the sun. Inside, the temperature seemed to drop. Qin Sheng spoke slowly. One person helping a poor founder is kindness. One investment succeeding is luck. One young man repeatedly standing in the correct position before larger capital notices. He paused. That is pattern. Lin Chen finally understood. Golden Peak had wanted to approach the opportunity. Heng Yuan wanted to approach the source. You're overestimating me. Perhaps. Qin Sheng smiled. But overestimating someone early costs less than underestimating them too late. Lin Chen looked at him for several seconds, then said calmly, I won't sign priority rights. I didn't expect you to. Then why offer them? To see whether you recognize the trap. There was no shame in Qin Sheng's voice, only evaluation. This meeting was not negotiation. It was measurement. Lin Chen stood. Then you have your answer. Qin Sheng did not stop him. But before Lin Chen reached the door, the older man spoke again. Lin Chen paused. Liu Wei is finished. Whether today or next month, people like him are discarded once they become inconvenient. Do not waste too much attention on him. Lin Chen turned slightly. Then who should I watch? Chen smiled faintly. The people who never need to dirty their own hands. The door closed behind Lin Chen. Only after he entered the elevator did the blue interface appear. New capital layer detected. Entity, Heng Yuan Holdings. Threat classification. Strategic observer. Relationship status. Unclear. Evaluation. High-risk contact. No reward. No guidance. Only a quiet warning. Lin Chen watched the glowing words fade from the mirrored elevator wall. Jiang City's game board had expanded again. When Lin Chen returned to Tianyu Media, the final notice had already been issued. Liu Wei was suspended pending investigation. Zhang Kai's statement had been formally recorded. The anonymous forum logs had been preserved. 2 internal devices had been sealed for review. No public accusation named Liu Wei. But everyone understood. The slap had finally landed. Not through shouting, not through revenge, through evidence. When Lin Chen stepped into the marketing department, the atmosphere shifted. People looked up. Some lowered their eyes. Some whispered. A few wore expressions that carried apology but not courage. Wang Hao rushed over with his phone. "Brother Chen, you saw? Yes? Then you also saw he ran to Heng Yuan and still couldn't save himself." Lin Chen paused. Wang Hao blinked. "Wait, did I guess right?" Lin Chen looked toward Liu Wei's empty office. The chair inside was pushed back. The coffee cup still sat on the desk. The blinds were open. For once, the room looked ordinary. Power disappeared quickly when people stopped believing in it. Something like that. Wang Hao stared. "Brother, what exactly did you do this morning?" "Attended a meeting." "With who?" "Someone who thinks in bigger circles." Wang Hao stared at him longer. Then whispered, "I suddenly feel like I should start taking notes when you talk. You should start by finishing your own work. That's less inspiring." Lin Chen laughed softly. The tension that had followed them for days finally loosened. Not completely, but enough. HR manager Zhou called Lin Chen in at 4. This time, the meeting room felt different. No accusation, no suspicion. Only procedure cleaning up after itself. "We owe you an apology." Zhou spoke carefully. The company should have handled the anonymous post more cautiously. Lin Chen did not rush to comfort her. An apology offered too late still mattered, but accepting it too easily taught people nothing. "I appreciate the apology," he said. "I also hope the company improves how unverified accusations are handled." Zhou nodded. "That recommendation will be included in the report." Compliance Huang added, "Your cooperation and documentation helped prevent a larger internal incident." Lin Chen looked at him. "Records protect everyone." The sentence sounded simple, but both HR and compliance understood its weight. After the meeting ended, Shen Yao waited outside the room. "Well handled." Lin Chen looked at him. "Did Heng Yuan call the company?" Shen Yao smiled faintly. "They called someone. Not you. No. But people who receive certain calls often become eager to clean their desks." Lin Chen understood. Liu Wei's suspension had not happened only because of evidence. Evidence gave Tanyu Media reason. Heng Yuan's distance gave them permission. That was how corporate politics worked. Truth needed leverage before it could move quickly. Shen Yao handed him a sealed envelope. "What is this?" "Recommendation letter." Lin Chen looked down. "I haven't resigned." "No," Shen Yao smiled. "But you're going to." For the second time in 2 days, someone had stated his future before he did. Lin Chen accepted the envelope. "Thank you. Use it only if useful." "I will." Shen Yao turned to leave. Then paused. "One more thing." "Yes?" "Qin Zheng doesn't meet people for no reason." Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. "You know him." "I know of him." Shen Yao's expression became serious. "If Heng Yuan has noticed you, Golden Peak will not remain your largest problem for long." Then he left. That evening, Lin Chen kept his dinner appointment with Su Wan. She chose the same quiet family restaurant where they had first eaten after the coffee incident. Not luxurious, not performative. Warm lights, simple tables, ordinary food. A place where debt had once been repaid with $10.20. When Lin Chen arrived, Su Wan was already seated by the window. She looked up and smiled. "You arrived early again." "So did you. Old habit." "Same. For a moment." Both remembered the first dinner without saying it. The relationship between them had changed since then. Not into love. Not yet. But into something rare. A quiet corner of trust in a city full of transactions. After ordering, Su Wan looked at him carefully. "You met Heng Yuan." "Qin Zheng." Her expression changed slightly. "Then you really have entered the next layer. How worried should I be? Enough to prepare. Not enough to run." She smiled faintly. You don't seem you like someone who runs. I walk away when needed. That's better. They ate slowly. Between dishes, Lin Chen told her part of the meeting. Not everything. Enough. Su-Wan listened without interrupting. When he finished, she said, "Priority rights are more dangerous than equity, because they look harmless." Exactly. She placed her cup down. Qin Zheng wasn't trying to trap you today. He was testing whether trapping you later is worth the effort. Lin Chen looked at her. That's very direct. You prefer direct. I do. Then I'll be direct again. Her eyes became serious. You need allies before you need enemies. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I have some. Not enough. The answer was calm, but not discouraging. She wasn't saying he was weak. She was telling him the game had expanded. After dinner, Lin Chen reached for the bill. Su-Wan stopped him. I said my treat. You also said I owed you dinner. I collected by choosing the place. That doesn't sound fair. She smiled. Investment people define fairness carefully. Lin Chen laughed. The waiter placed the bill down. Su-Wan paid before he could argue. When she handed back the card, Lin Chen noticed something. No display, no performance, no attempt to make him feel indebted. Just a quiet choice, like his first cup of coffee for her. Kindness without spectacle. Perhaps that was why he remembered it. Late that night, Lin Chen returned to his apartment. The recommendation letter from Shen Yao lay on his desk. The Qingyun capital documents were finalized. Cloudlink's Bright River pilot had cleared its first risk checkpoint. Li Wei was suspended. Hengyuan had revealed itself. Golden Peak remained watching. The system appeared in soft blue light above the desk. Arc conflict evaluation complete. Dependency trap avoided. Founder loyalty preserved. Reputation attack countered. Evidence defense successful. Business infrastructure established. Capital layer detected. Identity transition progress. Employee, 82% independent operator. 63%. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The numbers no longer added to 100. That meant they were not a split. They were separate identities growing and fading at different speeds. The interface continued. Reward issued. Reputation defense cashback. AMB 2,400,000. Business defense experience increased. Professional network evaluation increased. New function progress. Influence map synchronization, 34%. The phrase made Lin Chen sit straighter. Influence map. For the first time, the system named what he had been building manually in his notebook. Networks, relationships, hidden company structures, people behind people. Before he could process it fully, one final notification appeared. Final trigger condition updated. To complete identity transition, host must voluntarily choose future path. No external force may decide. The interface vanished. Lin Chen sat silently in the glow of his desk lamp. Outside, Jiang City stretched into the night. For weeks others had tried to define him. Poor boyfriend, junior employee, useful investor, potential threat. Strategic pattern. But the system had made one thing clear. The final step could not be forced. He had to choose. He opened his laptop. The resignation document waited exactly where he had left it. This time, he did not create a plan. He began writing the letter. No anger, no drama, no accusation, only a clean ending. When the first line appeared on the page, the rain outside began again. Soft, steady, like the city itself was turning a page with him. Morning rain had washed Jiang City's skyline clean, leaving the glass towers shining beneath the pale blue sky. From the outside, Tianyu Media looked exactly the same as it had a month ago. Employees hurried through the revolving doors carrying coffee. Marketing posters still filled the lobby. Reception still greeted visitors with the same practiced smile. Nothing had changed. Only Lin Chen had. He stepped out of the elevator carrying his laptop bag. A notebook from Qingyun Capital tucked neatly inside alongside Tianyu Media documents. His phone vibrated twice before he even reached his workstation. One notification came from CloudLink. Another came from Qingyun Capital's corporate banking application. He looked at both, then quietly locked the screen. Work came first. For another few hours at least. His desk had become two offices occupying the same physical space. On the left side sat campaign reports, customer analytics, advertising schedules, and internal marketing documentation belonging to Tianyu Media. On the right side rested a leather folder stamped with Qingyun Capital. Inside were bank activation forms, investment authorization documents, and CloudLink's latest operational reports. He opened both calendars. The first belonged to Tianyu Media. 9:30 departmental review. 11 o'clock, client presentation preparation. 3 o'clock, campaign optimization meeting. The second belonged to his own companies. 10:15 call with Zhao Ming regarding corporate account activation. 11:30 CloudLink implementation review. 2 o'clock, financing documentation. 4 o'clock legal follow-up with Xu Qing. His fingers stopped moving. The overlap was no longer occasional. It was complete. He leaned back slowly. So this is what it looks like. Not being busy, being divided. His phone rang. Zhao Ming. Lin Chen answered immediately. Good morning. Morning. Zhao Ming's calm voice carried its usual steady rhythm. I've reviewed the remaining account documents. Everything is fine? Almost. He paused briefly. We still need confirmation. Regarding follow-on reserve allocation, Lin Chen opened the Qingyun Capital folder. I have the figures. Good. There's one more thing. What is it? If CloudLink receives another customer before external fundraising, your reserve planning needs to be updated immediately. Lin Chen wrote the reminder down. I'll revise it. You've become much faster. I've become much busier. Zhao Ming laughed quietly. I can hear that. Another pause. Then he spoke more seriously. Mr. Lin. Yes. You've reached the point where delayed financial decisions cost more than wrong financial decisions. Lin Chen's pen stopped. Explain. If capital arrives late, opportunities disappear. If reserve decisions arrive late, ownership disappears. If founder preparation arrives late, companies disappear? His tone never changed. Calm. Professional. But every sentence landed heavily. I understand. I know you do. When can we finish the documents? Lin Chen glanced toward the conference room, where today's departmental meeting would begin in less than 20 minutes. After lunch, I'll do lunch. Reserve the time. The call ended. He immediately opened Tianyu Media's internal calendar again. Lunch had already been occupied by an internal strategy discussion. He stared silently at both schedules. 2 commitments, same hour. Neither could simply be ignored. Before he had time to think further, another call arrived. Chen Hao. This time, the moment Lin Chen answered, noisy warehouse sounds flooded through the speaker. Forklifts. Barcode scanners. People calling inventory numbers. Brother Lin. Chen Hao sounded tired. We've got another issue. Lin Chen stood and walked toward the quieter pantry. What happened? The customer approved yesterday's data cleanup. Good, but Lin Chen smiled helplessly. There's always a but. There is. Chen Hao laughed once before becoming serious again. They suddenly want to accelerate deployment. How much? They're asking whether we can bring the next warehouse online this week. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Our team can do it. Our documentation, almost. Our testing, not enough. Chen Hao sighed. They're pushing because they finally trust us. Trust, an opportunity, and also a risk. Lin Chen leaned against the window. Can they wait 3 days? They don't want to. They'll probably accept 2. Lin Chen remained silent for several seconds. Fast deployment created impressive momentum. Poor deployment created permanent technical debt. He had learned that lesson long before starting CloudLink. Tell them no. Chen Hao blinked. No, we don't reject the project. We reject the schedule. But if we move faster than our documentation, future maintenance belongs to us. If their data breaks, they'll remember CloudLink, not their own mistakes. The warehouse grew quieter on the other end. Finally, Chen Hao laughed softly. I was hoping you'd say that. You already knew. I wanted confirmation. You have it. Chen Hao nodded. I'll negotiate. One more thing. Yes, everyone goes home on time tonight, Brother Lin. No. Discussion. Our people think sleeping in warehouses makes them dedicated. It doesn't. It makes them dangerous. Chen Hao smiled. I'll make sure they leave. The call ended. Lin Chen looked through the pantry window toward the marketing department. His desk waited quietly. So did 3 unread company emails. None of them belonged to Tianyu Media. Not when he returned to the office. Wang Hao was already waiting beside his chair. "You look like you've attended 3 meetings. I attended 2. And I still have 4 left." Wang Hao winced dramatically. "I suddenly don't envy rich people anymore." Lin Chen smiled. You never envied responsibility. I definitely don't now." He lowered his voice. "Brother Chen, you've been getting calls every morning recently." Lin Chen nodded. "Business, I figured." Wang Hao scratched his head. "But you're still doing all your Tianyu work." "I am." "How?" Lin Chen opened another spreadsheet. "I finish one thing before starting another." Wang Hao stared at the dual monitors. One displayed Tianyu advertising analytics. The other contained CloudLink deployment milestones. "You've literally split your life into 2 screens." Lin Chen followed his gaze. He hadn't noticed, not consciously. Yet Wang Hao was right. One monitor represented who he had been. The other represented who he was becoming. At that moment, Outlook flashed. Mandatory marketing revision. Deadline. Today, exactly the same moment, another notification appeared from Qingyun Capital. Corporate account verification awaiting founder approval. He looked from one screen to the other. For the first time since everything had begun, he couldn't immediately decide which deserved his attention first. The silence lasted only a heartbeat. Then he clicked TNU Media's task. He still worked here. Responsibilities completed before departures. That principle would not change. Not because TNU Media owned him. Because he refused to leave unfinished work behind. The marketing revision took nearly 40 minutes. By the time he submitted the final file, his business notifications had doubled. 3 missed messages, 2 emails, 1 reminder. He opened them one by one. Nothing catastrophic. Yet every delayed reply represented someone waiting for him. Not a boss, not an employer. Customers, partners, people building something with him. He slowly closed his eyes. Discipline had solved every previous problem. Long hours, hard work, careful planning. But this wasn't a discipline problem. No amount of efficiency could create extra hours in a day. He finally understood what Zhao Ming had meant. Delayed decisions carried their own cost, not because he lacked ability, because one person could no longer stand inside 2 different futures forever. The realization did not arrive dramatically. No system alert appeared, no sudden breakthrough. Only the quiet weight of unread messages waiting behind a completed campaign report. Lin Chen looked at the time. 11:23. CloudLink's implementation review had begun 7 minutes earlier. He picked up his phone and entered the call. Chen Hao appeared first. Behind him, a temporary meeting room had been assembled inside Bright River's warehouse office. Printed workflow charts covered one wall. 2 engineers sat beside him, both looking alert despite the exhaustion visible beneath their eyes. Across the table sat Bright River's operations manager and warehouse supervisor. Everyone turned toward the screen when Lin Chen joined. "Sorry," he said it directly. "No excuses. The meeting before this ran over." Chen Hao glanced at him for half a second. Not accusing, only understanding. The operations manager nodded. "We were reviewing the rollout schedule." Lin Chen opened the shared document. Continue. The warehouse supervisor spoke first. "We can prepare the second warehouse within 2 days." "Prepare what? The item records?" "All of them. Most." Lin Chen's eyes sharpened slightly. "How many is most?" The supervisor hesitated. "About 80%. Verified. Entered." "That wasn't my question." The room became quieter. Chen Hao leaned forward and opened another spreadsheet. "We sampled the records this morning," he said. "Roughly 18% contain duplicate naming, incomplete supplier references, or category mismatch." Bright River's operations manager frowned. 18% doesn't mean the whole warehouse is unusable. No. Lin Chen replied. It means 18% of the warehouse can create incorrect purchasing, stock movement, and reporting. We can fix those later. You can. He looked directly into the camera, but only after incorrect data enters the system. The operations manager folded his arms. Mr. Lin, we are trying to move quickly. So are we. Then why delay? Because speed and movement are not the same thing. The man stared at him. Lin Chen continued calmly. If CloudLink goes live before your records are verified, your team will blame the software for data created before the software arrived. Your staff will lose trust. Our engineers will spend weeks proving which errors belong to whom, and everyone will call that progress because the dashboard launched early. No one spoke. Chen Hao's mouth moved slightly, almost a smile. Lin Chen looked at the rollout plan. 3 days. The operations manager shook his head. Too long, then 2 days. With conditions. What conditions? Bright River provides 2 full-time staff for record verification. Each corrected category requires supervisor approval. CloudLink documents every exception. No additional warehouse enters deployment until the second warehouse passes testing. The warehouse supervisor exchanged a look with the operations manager. Chen Hao added, "We can prepare the exception template today." The operations manager exhaled slowly. 2 days? 2 days? Lin Chen said. But only if both sides do the work. Silence held the room for several seconds. Then the man nodded. Agreed. The meeting moved forward. Responsibilities were assigned. Testing windows adjusted. Staffing confirmed. By the time the call ended, the new rollout schedule was realistic. It was also 27 minutes later than the time Lin Chen had promised to send Tianyu Media's presentation outline. The moment his screen returned to normal, an internal message appeared. From Liu Wei, "Client materials overdue. Please explain." Lin Chen read the sentence once, then opened the unfinished file. The pressure in his chest was not panic. It was arithmetic. 27 minutes spent protecting CloudLink from a bad deployment. 27 minutes taken from Tianyu Media. If he had left the CloudLink decision to others, the rollout might have proceeded incorrectly. If he delayed Tianyu's work, his professional record could suffer. Neither responsibility was imaginary. Neither could be solved by pretending the other did not exist. He began typing. At 12:40, Lin Chen finally sent the presentation outline. 6 minutes later, Liu Wei appeared beside his desk. He no longer approached with the same confidence as before. The investigation had changed something. People still called him Manager Liu. They still followed his instructions. But power no longer moved around him naturally. Every request now carried the faint smell of caution. The client outline was late. Liu Wei said, 29 minutes. Lin Chen looked up. The deadline was 12. It arrived at 12:29. I know. Why? A business call. Liu Wei's gaze lowered briefly toward the second monitor. CloudLink's dashboard had already been closed. Only Tianyu Media documents remained. Personal business during company hours. The words were quiet, carefully chosen. Wang Hao, seated nearby, stopped typing. Lin Chen remained calm. The client outline was completed before the review meeting. That isn't what I asked. No. Lin Chen met his eyes. It isn't. The air around the desks tightened. Liu Wei had lost the ability to attack openly. Now he searched for smaller doors, time records, procedures, technical violations. Anything that could restore control without repeating the mistake that had exposed him. Company hours belong to the company, he said. Lin Chen nodded. Agreed. Then, avoid future delays. I will. The answer came so easily that Liu Wei seemed briefly dissatisfied. He had expected resistance, an argument, perhaps defensiveness. Lin Chen gave him none. Liu Wei glanced toward Wang Hao, then back at him. The client meeting is at 3. I'll be ready. After he walked away. Wang Hao waited several seconds before rolling his chair closer. That was disgusting. What part? The way he said it. He wasn't wrong. Wang Hao stared at him. Brother Chen, you joined a business call because your own company had a serious call because your own company had a serious issue. During Tianyu's time, you still finished the work, late, by 29 minutes. Late is still late. Wang Hao leaned back, looking frustrated on his behalf. Why are you defending him? I'm not. Lin Chen saved the presentation file. I'm refusing to lie to myself. That silenced him. Lin Chen looked toward Liu Wei's office. The argument was not whether Liu Wei intended to exploit the delay. He clearly did. The argument was whether Lin Chen had given him something real to use. He had. For weeks, Lin Chen had believed he could leave cleanly by working harder than everyone else. But clean departure did not mean pretending his divided attention had no consequences. The problem was no longer Liu Wei. The problem was that Tianyu Media had a legitimate claim on hours Lin Chen increasingly needed elsewhere. Even an enemy could reveal an inconvenient truth. Lunch disappeared beneath documents. Lin Chen ate half a sandwich while reviewing Qingyun Capital's reserve allocation. The corporate account had been activated, but Zhao Ming still required final instructions before moving the planned capital into separate categories: investment funds, professional fees, emergency liquidity, follow-on reserve. The categories appeared simple. The decisions behind them were not. At 1:28, Zhao Ming called again. Do you have the allocation figures? I do. Lin Chen sent the file. A pause followed. Then Zhao Ming said, You reduced available investment capital to protect follow-on reserve, CloudLink, and unexpected operating needs. Reasonable. The keyboard clicked on Zhao Ming's end. Your emergency liquidity is higher than I expected. I don't want 111. Delayed payment forcing a bad decision. Good. Another pause. But your professional expense allocation is too low. Lin Chen frowned. Legal and accounting costs are already covered. For current work, Zhao Ming replied. Not for due diligence. Contract review, tax planning, hiring, or future financing. I can add funds later? You can. His tone remained patient. But this is the habit I'm warning you about. What habit? Treating professional infrastructure as something you fund after it becomes urgent. Lin Chen looked at it becomes urgent. Lin Chen looked at the numbers. Zhao Ming continued. You have enough money. The issue is not affordability. The issue is whether every important decision must wait until you personally notice it. The sentence struck deeper than the financial advice itself. Every important decision. CloudLink deployment, Qingyun reserve allocation, Tianyu presentation, legal documentation, resignation planning, all waiting for him. All competing for the same attention. I'll increase the allocation. By how much? Lin Chen changed the figure. 300,000. Better. Zhao Ming confirmed the transfer instructions. Before ending the call, he spoke again. Mr. Chuck. Lin. Yes, you are no longer managing spare money. Lin Chen remained silent. You are managing an organization. The difference is that organizations punish delayed attention. The call ended. Lin Chen stared at the completed allocation tape. Delayed attention. Not incompetence. Not laziness. Delay. A single unanswered question could stop a contract. A missed review could expose a company. A postponed transfer could weaken ownership. A late document could damage professional trust. The cost of remaining divided was becoming measurable. He opened a blank page in his notebook. At the top he wrote, cost of delay. Below it, he created 2 columns, Tianyu Media, independent operations. Under Tianyu Media, he listed salary, responsibility, team obligations, reputation, and transition duty. Under independent operations he listed CloudLink, Qingyun Capital, future investments, legal structure, banking decisions, and founder responsibility. Then he added one final line beneath both columns. Which side suffers when I am unavailable? The answer was uncomfortable. Both. But only one side had no replacement for him. The 3 o'clock client preparation meeting began precisely on time. Lin Chen entered with every report completed. He answered questions, corrected 2 campaign assumptions, identified a mismatch between audience data and the client's new pricing strategy. The work was clean, professional, useful. No one in the room could accuse him of becoming careless. When the meeting ended, one of the senior account managers remained behind. Good catch on the pricing issue. Thank you. Did you prepare the analysis this morning? Mostly. The man nodded appreciatively. You've always been reliable. The words should have felt rewarding. Instead, they carried a quiet sadness. Reliable. For years, that had been enough. Do the work. Solve the problem. Avoid attention. Collect the salary. Protect stability. Now reliability was no longer the destination. It was the standard he intended to carry elsewhere. He returned to his desk and found 4 CloudLink messages waiting. One concerned a contract revision. Another concerned engineer scheduling. The third asked whether Bright River's second warehouse could receive additional support. The fourth came from Chen Hao. Handled the customer concern. Use the 2-day plan. No need to call unless you want changes. Lin Chen read the message twice. Then replied, Good decision. Chen Hao answered almost immediately. I learned from someone annoying. Lin Chen smiled. Who? The investor who keeps asking whether things are documented. Sounds useful. Sometimes, the exchange was light. But beneath it lay something more important. Chen Hao had not frozen. He had not waited indefinitely. He had made a decision consistent with the principles they had established. That mattered. CloudLink was beginning to become a company rather than an extension of Lin Chen's attention. Yet the relief it gave him was incomplete. Dependable people reduced pressure. They did not remove responsibility. A few minutes later, Chen Hao sent another message. Need final approval on revised implementation fee before 5. Lin Chen checked the time. 4:26. At 4:30, Tianyu Media had scheduled an emergency review of the same client presentation. He closed his eyes briefly, then opened the CloudLink fee structure. The emergency meeting lasted 43 minutes. The issue was small. A director disliked one headline, then disliked the revised headline, then requested 3 alternatives. Marketing discussed tone. Sales discussed positioning. Brand discussed consistency. Legal asked whether one phrase implied a guarantee. By the time a final version was approved, it was 5:13. Lin Chen returned to his desk. The CloudLink approval request had expired. He called Chen Hao immediately. "Did we lose it?" "No." Chen Hao replied. I extended the discussion. "How?" "I told them our investor was reviewing implementation risk." "They waited?" "Not happily. But they waited." Lin Chen looked at the FIXCR revised fee document. The increase was justified. Additional verification staff, second warehouse testing, exception documentation, 2 days of accelerated support. He approved it. Send it. Already prepared. The contract left CloudLink system 30 seconds later. Chen Hao exhaled audibly. "Brother Lin, yes? We need faster authority rules." Lin Chen leaned back. "I know. I can handle operations. But every fee change, every contract exception, every customer promise, still comes back to you." There was no accusation in his voice, only fatigue. Lin Chen looked around the Tianyu media office. Employees were beginning to leave. Lights switched off row by row. His own screen still displayed another company's documents. "What do you suggest? A limit?" Chen Hao replied. "Below a certain amount, I decide. Above it, you approve. For standard contracts, we use prepared terms. For exceptions, Shu Qing reviews only when needed." Lin Chen was silent. Chen Hao continued carefully. "I'm not trying to take your authority. I know. I'm trying to stop everything from waiting for you." That sentence echoed Zhao Ming almost exactly. Different people, different industries. Same problem. Organizations punished delayed attention. Drafty authority limits. Lin Chen said, "I'll review them tonight." Chen Hao laughed tiredly. "Tonight?" "Yes." "Do you sleep occasionally?" "Good. Schedule it." The call ended. A blue interface appeared faintly at the edge of his vision. Identity transition evaluation updated. Employee identity stability declining. Independent operator responsibility increasing. Decision dependency detected. No reward issued. Lin Chen read the final line carefully. Decision dependency. The system was not congratulating him. It was identifying weakness. He had built structures, bank accounts, legal documents, investment procedures. Yet too many decisions still depended on his immediate presence. He thought of Tianyu Media. There, his absence delayed reports. At CloudLink, his absence delayed contracts. The two consequences were not equal. One inconvenienced an employer. The other endangered something he owned and people who trusted him to protect it. For the first time, Lin Chen did not merely think about resignation as freedom. He thought about remaining as negligence. At 6:10, Liu Wei sent another request. Campaign performance notes, due before morning. Lin Chen opened the task. It would take at least 90 minutes. Wang Hao appeared beside him carrying his bag. "You're staying?" "For a while. You said that yesterday." "I stayed for a while." "You left at 9. That was still a while." Wang Hao did not laugh. Instead, he looked at the second monitor. CloudLink's authority draft was open behind the Tianyu spreadsheet. "Brother Chen." Lin Chen glanced at him. "You look worse than you did during the rumor." "I'm fine, no." Wang Hao pulled out the chair beside him and sat. "You're functioning?" "That's different." Lin Chen studied him. For someone who often behaved carelessly, Wang Hao occasionally saw things with uncomfortable accuracy. "I have work. You have 2 jobs. 1 job." Lin Chen corrected. "Several responsibilities." That's rich person wording for 2 jobs. A faint smile touched Lin Chen's face. Wang Hao leaned forward. "Are you really leaving?" The question came without humor. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. Beyond the windows, evening light settled over Jiang City. Traffic thickened below. Office towers began glowing one by one. Eventually. "That's not what I asked." Lin Chen looked at the unfinished campaign notes. Then at CloudLink's authority proposal. "Yes." Wang Hao became quiet. The answer had been expected. Hearing it still changed something. When? When the transition is ready? What does ready mean? CloudLink stable. Qingyun organized. Tianyu handover clean. Wang Hao frowned. That could take forever. No. It could. He pointed toward Leo. "Wise request. Every time you finish something, they give you something else. That's work. Exactly." Wang Hao's frustration sharpened. "Work doesn't end because you're polite." Lin Chen said nothing. "You keep saying you want to leave clean." Wang Hao continued. "But maybe clean doesn't mean finishing every task that will ever exist. Maybe it means finishing the ones that are actually yours. and letting the company survive without pretending you're responsible for everything after you go. The office noise seemed to fade. Lin Chen looked at him for a long moment. Wang Hao shifted uncomfortably. What? Nothing. You look like I accidentally said something intelligent. You did, accidentally. Probably. Wang Hao gave him an offended look, but the tension eased slightly. Then he asked more quietly, "Will you tell me before everyone else?" Lin Chen closed the campaign file for a moment. "Yes, promise, promise." Wang Hao nodded. He stood, adjusted his bag, then hesitated. "Brother Chen, yes? When you leave, don't feel guilty for going somewhere you're needed more." The sentence was simple. It followed Lin Chen long after Wang Hao entered the elevator. At 7:20, Shen Yao called him upstairs. The board office was almost empty. Shen Yao stood beside the window with his suit jacket folded over one arm. On the table sat 2 cups of tea, one for himself, one already placed opposite. "You expected me. I saw your light." Lin Chen sat. Shen Yao pushed the tea toward him. "How is CloudLink?" "Growing." That sounded tired. "Growth is tiring. Only when structure falls behind." Lin Chen looked at him. Shen Yao smiled faintly. "I've worked with enough founders. I'm not the founder. Legally, perhaps not. Functionally?" Lin Chen did not answer. Shen Yao picked up his tea. "Li Wei assigned you more work. Normal work. Perhaps not." He took a slow sip. "But not why you're exhausted." Lin Chen leaned back. "What do you think the reason is? You're trying to preserve an identity after it has already become too small." The sentence landed without warning. Shen Yao did not sound judgmental, only observant. "You still work like a good employee. That's not a weakness, no. It is a virtue." He set down the cup. "But virtues become problems when used in the wrong place." Lin Chen remained silent. Shen Yao continued. "A good employee protects company time. A good investor protects capital. A good partner protects trust. A good founder protects decisions. You are trying to do all 4. What's wrong with that? Nothing. If each one belongs to the same life." The office was quiet. Rain began tapping faintly against the windows again. Shen Yao looked toward the city. "Tianyu can replace your campaign analysis. CloudLink cannot yet replace your judgment." Lin Chen's fingers tightened slightly around the cup. "That doesn't mean I should leave carelessly." "I didn't say carelessly." "Then what are you saying?" Shen Yao turned back. "I'm saying responsibility has direction. You cannot honor every obligation equally forever. Eventually, choosing what deserves your best time becomes part of being responsible." The words settled heavily. Lin Chen thought of the expired approval request, the delayed contract, Zhao Ming's warning, Chen Hao's authority proposal, Wang Hao's promise. Every event pointed in the same direction. Shen Yao glanced at the recommendation letter still partly visible inside Lin Chen's folder. "You began the resignation letter." Lin Chen's eyes lifted. "I didn't read it. You don't need a letter to recognize someone has already left and they're already left in their mind." Lin Chen gave a faint, humorless smile. "Everyone seems very certain about my future." "No," Shen Yao replied. "We're certain about your present." He stood and picked up his jacket. "Finish what is truly yours. Document the rest. Train whoever needs training. Then choose." He walked toward the door, but paused before leaving. "Lin Chen?" "Yes?" "A company should not need your guilt to keep you." The door closed softly behind him. Lin Chen remained alone with the cooling tea. For a long time, he watched the lights of Jiang City reflected in the dark glass. Then he opened his notebook. Under the 2 columns he had written earlier, he added one more question. Where does my responsibility create irreplaceable value? The answer appeared immediately. CloudLink. Qingdian Capital. The people who had chosen to build with him. Tianyu Media had once given him stability. He would repay that stability with a clean transition. But gratitude did not require indefinite surrender. For the first time, Lin Chen felt no conflict when he admitted it. His future was no longer inside this building. He returned home after 10. The apartment was quiet. 4 categories of work waited on his desk. Qingdian Capital, CloudLink, Tianyu Media, resignation. Lin Chen did not open them immediately. He went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, then stood by the window. The city below looked endless. Months ago, those towers had represented distance, places where people with money, influence, and opportunity lived lives unrelated to his own. Now one held his bank, another held Hengjiuan. Somewhere between them, CloudLink's engineers were building software for warehouses that had never heard his name. The city had not changed. His position inside it had. His phone vibrated. Suwan. Still awake, he replied. Yes. A call came almost immediately. He answered. That was fast. You sounded tired in one word. That's impressive. Investment analysis. He smiled faintly. How was your day? Long. Yours also long. They remained silent for a moment, not awkward. The kind of silence that required trust. Then Suwan asked. Did something happen? Nothing dramatic. Those are usually the important things. Lin Chen looked at the 4 folders waiting on his laptop. I delayed a CloudLink decision because of Tianyu work. How serious? We recovered. That wasn't my question. He recognized the tone. Calm, direct. Unwilling to let him hide behind outcomes. It could have cost the contract. Suwan was quiet. And Tianyu? The work was completed. Then you already know. Lin Chen leaned against the window. Know what? Which responsibility was harmed more by? Your absence. He let out a slow breath. Everyone is saying the same thing today. Perhaps everyone can see the same thing. That I'm leaving. That you already built a life that requires you to leave. The rain strengthened against the glass. Lin Chen watched the drops gather and slide downward. I don't want to become someone who abandons responsibilities whenever a better opportunity appears. You aren't. How do you know? Because people who abandon responsibilities don't spend this much time worrying about how to leave properly. He smiled despite himself. Suwan continued more softly. Lin Chen, yes, you don't owe your old life the destruction of your new one. The sentence stayed between them. He did not answer immediately. Eventually, he said, I still need to finish the handover plan. Then finish it. I need CloudLink authority rules. Create them. Qingyun's procedures. Complete them. And then stop pretending preparation and delay are the same thing. Lin Chen closed his eyes briefly. Her honesty carried no impatience, no demand. Only confidence that he was capable of choosing. You're very direct tonight. You said you prefer direct. I did. Do you regret it? No. He looked toward the resignation folder. Not anymore. The call ended several minutes later. No confession. No dramatic promise. Yet, after Suwan's voice disappeared, the apartment felt less divided. Lin Chen sat at his desk. This time, he opened Qingyun Capital first. The documents were already organized. Corporate registration. Bank account activation. Authorization structure. Expense categories. Follow-on reserve. Professional fee allocation. Lin Chen reviewed each one and created a completion checklist. Corporate account. Active. Capital categories established. Capital categories established. Legal authority confirmed. Accounting setup pending final appointment. Investment approval thresholds pending. He moved to CloudLink. Bright River rollout. Authority limits. Contract standards. Customer escalation procedures. Founder reporting. Staffing pressure. He added clear actions beside each item. Chen Hao could approve ordinary operating expenses below a defined amount. Standard contract terms would no longer require individual review. Price changes within a limited range could be approved with written justification. Customer promises affecting implementation scope still required Lin Chen. Legal exceptions went to Su Qing. Financial exposure went through Qingyun Capital. The company did not need less responsibility. It needed responsibility distributed correctly. At 12:30, he opened Tianyu Media's folder, his active campaigns, pending reports, client files, internal process notes, key contacts, password-protected company records. He created a handover index, not emotional, not defensive, useful. Each project included current status, next deadline, risk, responsible department, and recommended successor. For the first time, leaving stopped feeling like disappearance. It became a process, a clean transfer from one pair of hands to another. Then he opened the resignation letter. The first line waited on the screen. He read it slowly. Dear Manager Zhao, after careful consideration, I am writing to formally prepare notice of my resignation from Tianyu Media. Prepare notice? He frowned. The phrase was wrong, too hesitant. Either it was a resignation, or it was not. He deleted the sentence, then stopped. The writing packet remained unsent. The conditions were not yet fully complete. CloudLink authority rules needed review. Qingyun Capital required accounting confirmation. Tianyu handover documentation needed one more day. He could submit now, but submitting tonight would not be decisiveness. It would be impatience disguised as courage. Lin Chen began again, not with the letter, with a final transition checklist. Qingyun Capital structure complete. CloudLink decision authority approved. Tianyu Media handover package ready. Resignation submission. He placed dates beside the first 3 items. No vague future, no endless preparation. Specific completion points. Then he wrote one sentence beneath the list. I'm not deciding whether to leave. I am deciding how to leave well. The blue interface appeared. Identity transition evaluation updated. Employee identity? Transition phase entered. Independent operator identity. Primary direction confirmed. Voluntary path selection. Internally completed. External action pending. No reward issued. Lin Chen stared at the words. Internally completed. For weeks, the system had measured percentages. Employee, investor, operator, founder. It had watched him build money, companies, structures, and relationships. Yet the final internal step had required no transaction, no investment, no cashback, only choice. The interface shifted. Warning resolved. Identity indecision. Remaining requirement. Complete responsible transition. Lin Chen leaned back slowly. The system disappeared. The room returned to silence. His resignation still had not been submitted. Tianyu Media still employed him. Tomorrow, he would return to the same desk, attend meetings, answer messages, and complete the work assigned to him. Outwardly, nothing had changed. But the argument inside him was over. Tianyu Media was no longer one of 2 possible futures. It was a responsibility with an ending. CloudLink was no longer something he managed beside his real career. It was the beginning of his real career. Qingyun Capital was no longer a folder of registration documents. It was the structure through which his future choices would move. Lin Chen saved the transition checklist. Then he placed the resignation letter beneath it. Waiting. Not abandoned. Not delayed. Prepared. Outside, the rain gradually softened over Jiang City. The old life had not ended yet, but for the first time Lin Chen was no longer standing between 2 lives. He had chosen which one would continue. Morning sunlight spread across the marketing department in long strips of gold, but the atmosphere inside Tianyu Media remained strangely restrained. The investigation from the previous days had ended. The documents had spoken. The rumors had collapsed beneath evidence. Liu Wei still occupied his office. He still carried the title of department manager. Yet something invisible had changed. People no longer reacted immediately when he spoke. They listened first. They watched, then they decided. Power built upon unquestioned confidence always weakened before official records. Lin Chen noticed the difference without paying much attention to it. He unlocked his computer, reviewed the campaign schedule one final time, then opened another folder. The handover index. Every project under his responsibility now occupied its own page. Current status. Next deadline. Responsible department. Pending risks. Client contact. Recommended successor. Nothing depended on memory anymore. Everything depended on records. His phone vibrated. CloudLink. Chen Hao had already approved 2 operational requests without disturbing him. A second notification followed. Qingyun Capital. Corporate documentation had passed another verification stage. Lin Chen quietly closed both notifications. For a few more days, Tianyu Media still came first during working hours. Across the office, Wang Hao rolled his chair over. You checked your other companies already? I checked the notifications. You didn't reply. I'll reply later. Wang Hao looked genuinely impressed. A month ago, I thought rich people answered every message. Immediately, Lin Chen smiled. A month ago, I thought one person could answer everything. Wang Hao laughed. Now I know organizations should. Before Wang Hao could answer, footsteps approached. Liu Wei stopped beside the workstation. His expression remained polite. Too polite. Lin Chen. Manager Liu. The headquarters audit team has requested historical client correspondence. Lin Chen nodded calmly. I'll prepare it. They want every version. I understand. Liu Wei watched him for another moment. These files should be complete. They are. No omissions. There won't be. Liu Wei gave a faint smile. I hope so. He walked away. Only after he disappeared into his office did Wang Hao whisper. That sounded strange. It was. What do you think he's doing? Lin Chen looked toward the closed office door. He wants me to make a mistake. Again, he only needs one. The audit request itself wasn't unusual. The timing was. Historical correspondence rarely became urgent without warning. Lin Chen opened the company archive. Every campaign, every revision, every approval, every attachment. Everything had already been organized inside the handover package during the previous week. He selected the requested folders, compared them against the delivery checklist, then frowned slightly. One email chain appeared incomplete. Not because documents were missing, because someone had already accessed it early that morning. He opened the access history. 3 names appeared. The archive administrator. Himself. Liu Wei. Interesting. Lin Chen quietly exported the access log before continuing his work. He neither questioned nor accused anyone. He simply preserved another record. Half an hour later, the audit representatives arrived. 2 employees from headquarters. 1 compliance officer. 1 legal representative. They entered the conference room, carrying laptops rather than authority. Professional, quiet, methodical. Liu Wei greeted them warmly. The documents should be ready. They are. Lin Chen carried 2 neatly organized storage folders into the room. Each folder contained identical indexes. Printed, digital, cross-referenced. The legal representative glanced through the first pages before looking up. You prepared all this recently? Yes. When? During the transition process? You expected an audit? No. I expected responsibility. The legal representative paused, then continued reading. Several minutes passed. Only keyboards clicking disturbed the silence. Finally, the compliance officer frowned. Manager Liu, yes, you requested additional client correspondence. Correct. We already have everything. There should be deleted drafts. Lin Chen spoke before anyone else could answer. There aren't? Liu, why? Turned toward him. You sound certain. I am. The compliance officer looked between them. Why? Lin Chen opened another folder. Company policy archives every outgoing revision automatically. He placed printed policy pages onto the table. Deletion removes local copies. It doesn't remove archived versions. The legal representative nodded immediately. That's correct. Li Wei remained silent. Lin Chen continued calmly. The access log also records every archive review. He placed another document beside the policy. This morning's access history. The compliance officer lowered his eyes. Archive Administrator. Lin Chen. Liu Wei. Timestamps. Complete. No gaps. No missing records. The legal representative adjusted his glasses. So no evidence could have been removed. No. The compliance officer closed the folder. Then the requested investigation is complete. Liu Wei finally spoke. I only wanted to ensure nothing had been overlooked. No. The legal representative replied evenly. What we have confirms the documentation is unusually complete. She looked toward Lin Chen. Frankly, this is among the cleanest project handovers I've reviewed. Silence settled over the conference room. No one praised him dramatically. No applause followed. Professional people rarely celebrated professionalism. They simply recognized it. That recognition carried far more weight. When the meeting concluded, the compliance officer stopped Lin Chen near the door. One suggestion, please. Keep copies of this organization method. For future work, for every organization you ever build. Lin Chen inclined his head slightly. I will. Outside the fence, slightly. Conference room. Wang Hao nearly bounced toward him. Brother Chen. It's finished. I know. I've never seen Manager Liu lose without saying anything. He didn't lose. Wang Hao blinked. What? He ran out of evidence. The younger man scratched his head. That somehow sounds even worse. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Because it was. Arguments could continue forever. Records usually ended them. Late that afternoon, Lin Chen sat alone in the small meeting room where he had spent countless overtime evenings over the past several years. His laptop displayed 3 windows. CloudLink, Qingyun Capital, Tianyu Media. One by one, he reviewed them. CloudLink's delegation framework, confirmed. Shen Hao now possessed clearly defined operational authority, routine expenses, standard implementation, approved contract templates, escalation thresholds. Nothing required immediate intervention unless genuine risk appeared. Qingyun Capital, corporate account active, capital categories established, professional expense reserve increased, emergency liquidity protected, legal documentation complete, future accounting appointments scheduled. Nothing urgent remained. Finally, Tianyu Media. Every campaign, every customer, every report, every password transfer, every pending deadline, every recommendation. Finished. He leaned back slowly. For the first time in weeks, there was nothing left to prepare. Only one thing remained. His phone rang. Shen Yao? Finished? Lin Chen looked once more at the completed checklist. Yes, completely. Completely. A brief silence followed. Then Shen Yao laughed quietly. I've been waiting for you to answer like that. So have I. You know what comes next. I do. No hesitation. Lin Chen glanced toward the office outside. Employees continued working. Some chatted. Some prepared presentations. Life continued normally. Just as it always would. Tianyu doesn't need another week. It needs someone after me. And you've already prepared that. Yes. Shen Yao's voice became softer. Good. Then stop trying to earn permission you've already earned. The call ended. Lin Chen remained seated for another minute, not because he doubted the decision, because endings deserved respect. He quietly closed the final checklist, then opened a blank document, resignation letter. Unlike countless versions he had imagined over the previous months, this one took less than 5 minutes to write. Simple, professional, grateful, clear. He printed 2 copies, signed both, placed them inside a plain envelope. No ceremony, no drama, only completion. He stood, picked up the envelope, and walked toward Human Resources. The corridor felt longer than usual. Not because the distance had changed, because he had walked it countless times as an employee. Today, every step carried a different meaning. People passed him with folders in hand. Someone greeted him near the pantry. Another employee stepped aside to let him through. No one knew what was inside the envelope. For another few minutes, Lin Chen still belonged to the company in the same way he had for years. Then he reached the Human Resources Department. HR Manager Zhou looked up from her desk. Her eyes moved from his face to the envelope in his hand. The recognition came immediately. You've decided. Yes. She gestured toward the chair opposite her. Sit. Lin Chen placed the envelope on the desk but did not push it forward yet. Manager Zhao studied him carefully. Is this because of the investigation? No. Because of Manager Liu? No. Because you feel the company failed to protect you? Lin Chen considered the question before answering. The company made mistakes. Her expression tightened slightly. But that isn't why I'm leaving. Then why? He looked at the envelope. A responsibility outside Tianyu Media has grown beyond what I can continue managing after work. Manager Zhou remained silent. He continued. I've tried to maintain both sides without lowering my standards. I can no longer do that honestly. So you're choosing the other side? Yes. The answer contained no anger, no triumph, no resentment. Only certainty. Manager Zhao leaned back slowly. Most resignation letters say career development. This is career development. Not the usual kind. No. A faint smile touched her face, then disappeared. Have you considered unpaid leave? I have. A reduced role? That would only delay the same decision. Consulting work? Not while the handover is still settling. She looked at him for several seconds. You prepared the fair handover before resigning? Yes. You completed the audit request? Yes. You documented every active project? Yes. And you waited until the investigation ended. I didn't want my departure to look like an attempt to avoid accountability. Manager Zhou's expression softened. For months, she had seen employees resign in anger. Some disappeared before deadlines. Some left unfinished work behind and called it self-respect. Some blamed the company for every failure while refusing to examine their own. Lin Chen had done the opposite. He had stayed until leaving became the responsible choice. She finally reached for the envelope. All right, he released it. The movement was small, yet something inside him loosened the moment the paper left his hand. Manager Zhao opened the envelope and read the letter in silence. The letter contained no accusations, no list of grievances, no hidden demand for recognition. It thanked the company for the opportunities it had provided, confirmed his intended final working date, committed to completing any remaining transition requirements, and requested formal acceptance of his resignation. Manager Zhao placed the letter down. I need to submit this for management approval. I understand. Your contract requires notice. I've accounted for it. Your handover may allow the company to release you earlier. That decision belongs to the company. She nodded. Wait here. Manager Zhou stood and carried the letter into the adjoining office. The door closed behind her. Lin Chen sat alone. He expected relief. Instead, memories arrived. His first day at Tianyu Media. And the nervousness hidden behind an inexpensive shirt. The first campaign he had helped rescue. Late-night meals at his desk. Praise that had mattered more when his world was smaller. Years of dependable work. Years of believing stability was the same as safety. Tianyu Media had not been only a cage. That would have been too simple. It had once been a shelter. A classroom. A place where he learned what professional discipline meant. The problem was not that it had always been wrong for him. The problem was that he had outgrown the life it could offer. A door could protect someone during a storm. It became a wall only when they refused to walk through afterward. The office door opened. Manager Zhou returned with Shen Yao beside her. He carried Lin Chen's resignation letter. Mr. Shen Yao sat down. You finally submitted it. Yes. Any regrets? Some. Manager Zhou glanced at him. Shen Yao smiled faintly. Good answer. Lin Chen looked at him. Why? People without regret usually didn't value what they were leaving. He placed the letter on the desk. The resignation is accepted. The words arrived quietly. No thunder. No system notification. No applause. Only a formal statement inside a modest HR office. Yet Lin Chen felt the boundary between two lives shift. Manager Zhao opened another document. Based on the completed handover and current staffing arrangement, management has approved a shortened notice period. How long? 3 working days. Lin Chen was momentarily surprised. I expected longer. Your active responsibilities have already been transferred. Shen Yao looked at him meaningfully. You made yourself replaceable before asking to leave. That was the point. It was. He signed the approval section. Manager Zhou countersigned it. Then she turned the form toward Lin Chen. Sign here. He picked up the pen. For years his signature had approved reports, acknowledged warnings, confirmed attendance, and accepted responsibilities belonging to Tianyu Media. This signature ended that relationship. He wrote his name carefully. Lin Chen. When he set the pen down, the blue interface appeared at the edge of his vision. Identity transition evaluation updated. Employee identity. Conclusion confirmed. Responsible transition requirement. Completed. Independent operator identity. Primary. No financial reward was displayed. No multiplier. No sudden deposit. Only a final line. Identity selected through action is more stable than identity selected through desire. Lin Chen read it once. Then the interface faded. Shen Yao watched his expression. Something wrong? No. Then congratulations. Lin Chen stood. Thank you. Manager Zhao extended her hand. He shook it. For what it's worth, she said, the company should have recognized your value earlier. Lin Chen paused. Then answered honestly. Perhaps there was no satisfaction in making her uncomfortable. No value in forcing an apology to carry more than it could. He continued. But I also should have recognized when my responsibility had changed. Manager Zhou nodded slowly. Your department will be informed this afternoon. I'd like to speak to Wang Hao first. A small smile appeared on her face. Expected that. Wang Hao was pretending to work when Lin Chen returned. His eyes immediately dropped toward the empty space where the envelope had been, then lifted again. You submitted it. Yes. Wang Hao remained still for several seconds. Accepted? Yes. How long? 3 days. The younger man's face changed. He had known the answer was coming. He had asked for advance notice. He had even encouraged Lin Chen to leave. None of that made 3 days feel long enough. That's fast. The handover is complete. Right. Wang Hao looked down at his keyboard. Of course it is. Lin Chen pulled the nearby chair over and sat beside him. I promised to tell you first. You first. Did. I haven't told the team. Wang Hao nodded. For once he had no joke ready. The silence between them carried years of ordinary friendship, shared lunches, complaints about unreasonable deadlines, late-night taxis, bad coffee, quiet support during the rumor, a USB drive remembered at exactly the right time. Loyalty rarely looked grand while it was happening. It became important only when someone looked back. Wang Hao finally spoke. Are you happy? Yes. Then why do you look sad? Because I'm leaving. That doesn't make sense. It does. Wang Hao stared at him, then gave a weak laugh. You've become annoying in a more philosophical way. I had good teachers. Not me. Occasionally you. That earned a real smile. Small, unsteady, but real. Wang Hao rubbed the back of his neck. So what happens now? For the next 3 days, you learn everything you haven't asked me yet. I've asked a lot. You've avoided more. That's unfair. It's documented. Wang Hao groaned. Even your friendship has records. Lin Chen opened the handover index. Project 1. Already? 3 days. Fine. Wang Hao pulled his chair closer. The first hour passed through campaign schedules, the second through client history. By lunchtime, Wang Hao had stopped looking sad because he was too busy complaining. This client changed the brief 6 times? 7? Why does the folder show 6? The 7th change was verbal. You said everything was documented. I documented that they like documented. Gave a verbal change. Wang Hao stared at him. You're terrifying. Useful. Both. Word of the resignation spread before the official announcement. Not through HR. Through the invisible network every office possessed. A glance toward an envelope. A conversation held too quietly. Manager Zhou entering Liu Ai's office. Shen Yao signing a document. By 2 o'clock, employees began approaching Lin Chen. Some offered congratulations. Some asked where he was going. Some expressed surprise that he had stayed so long after the investigation. A few apologized for believing the rumor. Lin Chen accepted every response without turning the moment into judgment. People were often weaker than they imagined. So was he. The difference was whether weakness became permanent. Near the end of the day, Lu Wei emerged from his office. He stopped beside Lin Chen's desk. The department became quieter without anyone openly looking. I heard you resigned. Yes. 3 days. Yes. Liu Wei glanced at the handover documents. You planned this for some time. I prepared for it. You could have said something earlier. The decision wasn't final earlier. Liu Wei's mouth tightened slightly. You waited until the investigation damaged my position. Lin Chen looked at him calmly. I waited until my responsibilities were complete. You expect people to believe the timing is unrelated? I don't need them to. The answer landed harder than an accusation. Li Wei studied him. For months, he had tried to force Lin Chen into anger. To make him careless, defensive, proud, anything that could be used. Even now, with the final opportunity disappearing, Lin Chen offered nothing. The company gave you a career, Liu Wei said. It did. And this is how you repay it. By finishing every project under my responsibility. That's convenient. It's verifiable. The word ended the argument. Verifiable. The word ended the argument. Not emotional. Not negotiable. Liu Wei looked around the department. People had stopped pretending not to listen. His authority still existed, but the old confidence behind it was gone. He lowered his voice. You think running your own company will be easier? No. You think those people trust you because you're special? No. Then why leave? Lin Chen considered him for a moment. Because they depend on decisions only I can currently make, and Tanyo doesn't. Tanyo can replace me. Liu Wei's expression hardened. Everyone can be replaced. Exactly. Lin Chen turned back to the handover file. That's why leaving responsibly is possible. Liu Wei stood there forcible. Another second, then walked away. No victory music followed. No public humiliation. Only a closed office door. Sometimes the final defeat of an antagonist was not destruction. It was irrelevance. The next 3 days passed quickly. Lin Chen trained Wang Hao and 2 other team members on every active account. He answered questions, corrected assumptions, transferred access, introduced client contacts, confirmed deadlines. Whenever someone said they could call him after he left, he gave the same answer. Only if the handover document doesn't answer it. By the final afternoon, they had stopped asking. The system worked. That mattered more than being needed. At CloudLink, Chen Hao sent only 1 daily summary. No emergency requests, no approvals waiting, no decisions trapped behind Lin Chen's absence. Zhao Ming confirmed that Qingyun Capital's operating accounts, reserves, and professional support structure were active. Xu Qing acknowledged the final document package with a single message. Now it resembles a company. Su Wan wrote later, how does freedom feel? Lin Chen looked around Tianyu Media. His desk had become almost empty. Not free yet. Her reply arrived quickly. When? 6 o'clock? Then I'll ask again after 6. At 5:45, employees began gathering near his desk. Someone had bought a small cake. The writing on top leaned slightly to one side. Congratulations, Brother Chen. Wang Hao pointed at it defensively. The bakery wrote it. You chose the words. That isn't the point. A senior account manager shook Lin Chen's hand. You'll do well. Another colleague gave him a notebook. Since you like documenting everything. Several people laughed. Even Manager Zhou came downstairs. Shen Yao stood near the back rather than taking the center. Liu Wei did not appear. No one mentioned him. Wang Hao handed Lin Chen a paper bag. What is this? Open it later. Why? Because you'll make fun of me. I can do that now. Exactly. At 5:58, Lin Chen shut down his computer. The screen faded to black. He removed his access card from the lanyard. For years, that card had opened the building every morning. He placed it on the desk. At 6 o'clock, he stood. The department applauded. Not loudly. Not like a celebration staged for management. It began with Wang Hao, then spread. Lin Chen looked at the faces around him. People he had worked beside. People who had doubted him. People who had defended him. People who would forget him eventually. That was all right. He bowed his head slightly. Thank you. Only 2 words. Anything longer would have become a speech. He picked up his laptop bag. It felt lighter than usual. At the elevator, Wang Hao followed him. I'll walk you down. You don't need to. I know. They entered together. The doors closed. The numbers descended. 23, 18, 12. Wang Hao stared ahead. Brother Chen, yes? When you become a huge boss, don't pretend you don't know me. I won't. You said that too quickly. I've already documented our relationship. Wang Hao laughed, but his eyes reddened. You're really leaving? Yes. The elevator reached the lobby. They walked through the familiar marble hall. Outside, evening traffic moved beneath a sky washed in orange and violet. The revolving doors opened. Lin Chen stepped onto the pavement, then stopped. Behind him stood Tianyu Media, the same glass tower, the same lobby, the same employees entering and leaving. Nothing had changed, only Lin Chen had. Wang Hao held out his hand. Lin Chen looked at it, then pulled him into a brief embrace instead. Wang Hao froze. Brother Chen. Take care of yourself. You too. They separated. Wang Hao wiped at one eye, and immediately pretended something had blown into it. Wind. There isn't any. City wind. Lin Chen smiled, then turned away. His phone vibrated before he reached the curb. CloudLink. A clean daily operations summary. No unresolved decision. Qingyun Capital. Account structure confirmed. No pending founder action. Then Su Wan. 6 o'clock. How does freedom feel? Lin Chen looked toward Jiang City's evening skyline. For years he had imagined freedom as the absence of orders. No manager. No office schedule. No one controlling his time. Now he understood differently. Freedom was not having no responsibility. It was choosing which responsibility deserved him. He typed his reply. Heavy. A few seconds later, Su Wan answered. Good. Like things are easily lost. Lin Chen smiled. The blue interface appeared one final time. Identity transition. Completed. Employee identity. Ended. Independent operator identity. Primary. Workplace dependency. Released. Responsible departure. Confirmed. No reward was issued. None was needed. He crossed the street as the evening lights came alive around him. Behind him, the doors of Tianyu Media closed. Ahead waited CloudLink. Qingyun Capital. New companies not yet discovered. Responsibilities not yet understood. A future large enough to demand everything he had learned. Lin Chen did not look back again. Morning sunlight slipped through the apartment curtains, painting pale lines across the wooden floor. For the first time in years, no alarm had forced Lin Chen awake. No department meeting waited at 9:30. No marketing report demanded revision before lunch. No employee identification card rested beside his wallet. He opened his eyes naturally. Silence greeted him. Not the uneasy silence of uncertainty. Not the exhausted silence after another late night. Simply, silence. He remained lying on the bed for another minute. His body still expected the familiar routine. Shower, breakfast, laptop bag, morning traffic, elevator, Tianyu Media. Instead, nothing happened. His phone remained on the bedside table. No urgent company messages. No reminder from the internal attendance system. No notification asking him to confirm arrival. The absence felt strangely unfamiliar. The absence felt strangely unfamiliar. Lin Chen sat up slowly. Outside, Jiang City's morning had already begun. Cars moved along the boulevard below. Office workers hurried toward subway entrances. Coffee shops welcomed their first customers. The city continued exactly as it always had. Only his place inside it had changed. He walked into the kitchen and prepared a simple breakfast. Toast, eggs, black coffee. He carried the cup toward the balcony. The air felt cooler than expected. Perhaps because he had never stood here at this hour without already being late for work. His phone vibrated. He glanced down. CloudLink. Qingyun Capital. Neither message contained urgency. Chen Hao had sent the previous evening's operating summary. System availability remained stable. Bright River's second warehouse verification had reached another milestone. No emergency requests. No unexpected expenses. The second notification came from Qingyun Capital. Corporate banking confirmed another scheduled process had completed successfully. Again, nothing required immediate rescue. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Organizations, not individuals. That had been the lesson. He returned inside and opened the notebook that had gradually replaced dozens of scattered reminders over recent months. The first blank page waited. He wrote today's date. Beneath it, he paused for several seconds before writing another heading. Independent operator routine. The words looked surprisingly ordinary. No dramatic declaration. No motivational slogan. Just a title. He drew several neat lines beneath it. Morning review. CloudLink operational summary. Qingyun financial position. Priority decisions. Scheduled meetings. Risk review. Personal study. End-of-day reflection. He stared at the list. No manager had assigned it. No company handbook required it. No attendance system would check whether he followed it. For the first time, discipline belonged entirely to him. His phone vibrated again. A message from Wang Hao. Brother Chen, everyone already misses bothering you. Manager Liu tried explaining one of your old campaign structures this morning. Half the department looked more confused afterward than before. There was no photograph, no complaint, only another message. Don't worry, everything's fine here. Just wanted to tell you. Seeing your desk empty finally made it feel real. Lin Chen looked toward the apartment window. He imagined the familiar department. His desk, the dual monitors, the chair Wang Hao constantly rolled across the office. For a moment, memories resurfaced, not painfully, only quietly. He replied, "Take good care of yourself. Read the handover documents before asking questions." Wang Hao answered almost immediately. "I knew you'd say that." Then another message arrived. "Brother Chen, thanks." Lin Chen smiled before locking the phone again. There was no temptation to return, no lingering regret, only gratitude. That chapter had finished exactly as it should. He carried his coffee into the study. The room had slowly transformed over recent weeks. One shelf contained finance books Zhao Ming had recommended. Another held legal references Xu Qing insisted every founder should understand. CloudLink documentation occupied one side of the desk. Qingyun Capital files occupied the other. The space no longer resembled a home office built for convenience. It resembled a headquarters still waiting to grow. Lin Chen opened Qingyun Capital's primary operating account. Rows of numbers filled the screen. Assets, operating reserve, professional expense reserve, emergency liquidity, investment capital. He reviewed every category one by one, not because he doubted yesterday's decisions, because money recorded without attention eventually became someone else's decision. He opened another spreadsheet. Personal assets, business capital. The cursor blinked beside the first category. For several moments he simply watched it. Then he began separating every figure. Household expenses, personal emergency savings, business operating capital, investment reserve, long-term retained earnings. Each transfer felt almost ceremonial. Money that once existed inside a single growing balance now received purpose. He stopped after completing the final category. A person could spend personal money carelessly. A company could not. He opened a new document. Qingyun Capital Operating Principles. The first sentence appeared without hesitation. Business capital exists to create future value, not to satisfy present emotion. He read it once, then continued writing. Personal success is never proof that business spending is justified. Investment decisions must survive written review before emotional conviction. Emergency reserves are untouchable except during genuine operational necessity. Every investment must strengthen the portfolio rather than satisfy curiosity. He paused. The next sentence took longer. No opportunity is worth sacrificing independence. His pen rested quietly above the notebook. For weeks, he had fought to escape dependence. Dependence on salary. Dependence on unfair managers. Dependence on other people's permission. It would be absurd to surrender that freedom simply because larger sums of money appeared. His phone vibrated. Suwan, busy already? He looked around the apartment. Papers covered the desk. Financial reports remained open. Coffee had already grown cold, he replied. Working? A few seconds later, another message arrived. Good. Celebrate after your systems work without you. He laughed softly. That sounded exactly like her. He called instead. She answered almost immediately. I expected a complaint. You expected wrong. So you're actually working. I've been working for almost 2 hours. Excellent. He leaned back. I've been separating Qingyun's capital. Personal and business? Completely. What did you discover? Lin Chen looked at the spreadsheet. Money becomes heavier after you give every amount a responsibility. A brief silence followed. Then Suwan said quietly, That's the first founder answer you've given me. What did I answer before? Investor answers? And now? Now you're treating capital like infrastructure. He considered her words. Perhaps she was right. I also started writing operating principles. Oh. Rules Qingyun follows. For employees? For me. Suwan laughed. Those are the hardest rules to enforce. They're also the most important. I agree. Another pause. Settled comfortably between them. Finally, she asked, Tell me something honestly. What? Are you building a company? Lin Chen frowned slightly. What do you mean? Many people leave employment because they hate having a boss. They become founders. They hire employees. They slowly become our employees. Exactly the kind of boss they escaped. He remained silent. Suwan continued. Others build systems. So people become stronger instead of more dependent. Which one are you building? Lin Chen looked around the study. CloudLink, Qingyun. operating principles, delegation structures, reserve planning. Every recent decision suddenly aligned into a single pattern. I don't want people waiting for me before they can work. Good. Her answer came immediately. Then you're building a company. He smiled. What did you think before? I wasn't sure. Whether you were building protection for your own pride. And now, you answered with structure instead of ambition. She sounded pleased, not because he had impressed her, because he had reached the conclusion himself. They spoke for another 15 minutes, not about profits, not about valuations, not even about Han Yuan. Instead, they discussed routines, decision journals, investment reviews, scheduled reflection, the quiet habits that eventually shaped companies far more than dramatic opportunities ever could. When the call ended, Lin Chen looked once more at the operating principles lying across his desk. The apartment remained silent. No manager waited for reports. No attendance clock counted the minutes. Freedom had arrived exactly as he had imagined. Only, it looked nothing like rest. It looked like responsibility with no one left to blame. At 9:30, Lin Chen opened Qingyun Capital's first formal ledger. Not the bank's transaction history. Not the spreadsheet used to track transfers. A decision ledger. Every meaningful use of capital would enter before money left the account. Opportunity. Expected value. Maximum acceptable loss. Control rights. Dependencies. Exit conditions. Reason for rejection. The last field mattered as much as approval. Perhaps more. Anyone with enough money could say yes. Discipline appeared when an opportunity looked attractive, and the answer was still no. He added CloudLink as the first active responsibility. Company. CloudLink Technology. Capital role. Founding investment and operational support. Current objective. Complete Bright River implementation without sacrificing delivery quality. Primary risks. Customer concentration. Founder dependency. Technical, staffing pressure. Premature expansion. Maximum additional capital without review. RMB 500,000. Lin Chen stopped. The amount was affordable. That did not make it correct. He reduced it to 300,000, then added another condition. No additional capital without updated operating data, staffing plan, and use of funds breakdown. The system remained silent. No glowing confirmation. No reward multiplier. No praise for caution. Only numbers on a screen. For once, Lin Chen preferred it that way. A company could not rely on the universe congratulating every responsible decision. At 10:15, he transferred the final capital allocations into their designated accounts. Personal funds remained separate. Qingyun's operating account received enough for professional fees, administrative expenses, and due diligence. Emergency liquidity moved into a protected reserve. Investment capital remained untouched. He looked at the total. The number was large enough that the Lin Chen from 2 months earlier would have stared at it for hours. Now he saw only categories, responsibilities, time, risk. Money had not become less valuable. It had become less emotional. That was progress. His phone rang at 10:32. Chen Hao. Lin Chen answered. Morning. Brother Lin. Warehouse noise filled the background. Less chaotic than before. Still alive. You sound busy. We're finishing the second verification cycle. Any problems? A few. How many is a few? Chen Hao laughed. You've started sounding like Zhao Ming. That wasn't an answer. 712 records need. Manual confirmation. Lin Chen opened CloudLink's latest report. Out of how many? Just over 19,000. Cause? Mostly supplier naming and duplicate item codes? System issue? No. Implementation issue? Not exactly. Chen Hao hesitated. Bright River's old records are worse than they admitted. Lin Chen scrolled through the summary. Does the current timeline still hold? Yes. If they keep 2 staff assigned to verification, and if they pull them away? We lose half a day. Document that. Already did. Lin Chen paused. That answer would not have come so quickly several weeks earlier. Good. Chen Hao continued. We also have a staffing issue. What happened? One engineer has been working too much. Which one? Zhou Peng. Why? He says he understands the understands. Warehouse integration better than the others. Does he? Yes. That doesn't justify it. I know. Chen Hao sounded tired. But every time we ask him to leave, he stays remotely connected. Then remove his access after his shift. A brief silence followed. That feels harsh. It is. Lin Chen looked at the operating principles on his desk. But allowing exhaustion to become a requirement is harsher. What if something goes wrong? Who else understands the integration? 2 people. Can they handle normal issues? Yes. Then Zhou Peng is not protecting the company. Lin Chen spoke calmly. He's protecting the feeling that the company cannot survive without him. Chen Hao did not answer immediately. The warehouse noise continued in the background. A scanner beeped. Someone called for a supervisor. Finally, Chen Hao sighed. That sounds familiar. It should. Lin Chen had spent years believing reliability meant becoming impossible to replace. Tianyu Media had taught him the cost. Set rotating support, he continued. One primary engineer. One backup. No one works 2 consecutive late shifts. Any emergency override requires your approval. My approval, yes. Chen Hao sounded surprised. You don't want me to ask you. Not for staffing schedules. But what if I make the wrong decision? Then we review it. The answer came naturally. Not because Lin Chen trusted every choice Chen Hao would make. Because authority without the possibility of error was not authority. It was permission disguised as delegation. Chen Hao became quiet. Brother Lin, yes? How much can I approve without calling you? The question had been approaching for weeks. Routine expenses still flowed upward. Small hiring decisions, vendor adjustments, customer accommodations. Every choice waited for Lin Chen because no clear boundary existed. Trust had been emotional. Now it needed structure. Lin Chen opened a blank page. Routine operating expenses under 20,000. Chen Hao remained silent. Approved vendor payments within signed contracts. Yes. Customer adjustments that don't change pricing by more than 5%. All in. Right. Temporary staffing expenses under 30,000 per month. Understood. No long-term debt. No equity promises. No personal guarantees. No contract longer than 12 months without review. Chen Hao repeated each condition while someone nearby typed them into a document. Lin Chen continued. Any decision affecting ownership, intellectual property, customer exclusivity, or more than 10% of available cash comes to me. What about hiring? Technical hires within the approved budget are yours. Managers, we decide together. Another pause. Then Chen Hao asked, Are you sure? No. The honest answer surprised both of them. Lin Chen looked at the morning sunlight resting across the ledger. But certainty isn't the requirement. What is? Clear limits. The background noise on Chen Hao's side softened as he moved away from the warehouse floor. Before you invested, I thought money would solve everything. It rarely does. After you invested, I thought you would decide everything. That would create a different problem. Chen Hao laughed quietly. So what exactly are you supposed to do? Lin Chen considered the question. Make sure the company can survive the decisions you make. And what am I supposed to do? Make them. Silence followed. Not awkward. Weighty. Chen Hao had fought hard to save CloudLink. He had accepted Lin Chen's money because the alternative was collapse. But rescue carried its own shadow. The rescued person could begin waiting for permission, depending on approval, avoiding responsibility because someone stronger stood behind him. Lin Chen had no intention of becoming that kind of backer. All right, Chen Hao's voice became steadier. I'll issue the authority framework today. Send it for review. I thought you said I could decide. You can? Lin Chen smiled faintly. I can. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You can. Want to make sure the document says what we just decided. That's less dramatic. Company should be. Chen Hao laughed. Before ending the call, he gave one final update. Bright River asked whether we can prepare a proposal for their third warehouse. Lin Chen's attention sharpened. When? They want it next week. Do we have capacity? Maybe. That's not enough. I know. Chen Hao hesitated, but saying no might slow the relationship. Taking work we cannot support will end it. So we wait, we evaluate. Lin Chen looked at the ledger. Staffing, deployment capacity, customer concentration, cash flow, support. Burden, bring me the numbers, and if they're good, then we consider it. If they're bad, we reject it. Chen Hao exhaled slowly. Sometimes I forget we can do that. Reject business? Yes, when you have no money. Every customer feels like rescue. Lin Chen understood too well. Poverty turned every offer into an emergency. Scarcity made refusal feel like arrogance. But businesses died from bad opportunities as often as from no opportunities. CloudLink isn't desperate anymore, he said. Don't operate like it still is. The call ended shortly after. Lin Chen added the authority thresholds to Qingyun's records. Then he wrote another line beneath CloudLink's entry. Founder trust must become process before growth increases pressure. He leaned back. CloudLink had stabilized, not succeeded, not become safe, stabilized. One customer still represented too much revenue. A small team still carried too much technical knowledge. One accelerated implementation could still expose weaknesses. Jingyun's future could not rest entirely on a single company. That would not be investment. It would be dependence wearing a more impressive suit. He opened a new section in the ledger. Portfolio requirements. The page remained blank. For the first time that morning, he did not immediately know what to write. His phone vibrated. A message from Suwon. Lunch? He checked the time. 12:47. He had not noticed the morning disappear. He replied, "Yes. Same place?" Her answer came a moment later. "No. Chingyun's first day deserves a table with better lighting." The restaurant Suwon chose occupied the upper floor of a renovated building near the financial district. Not luxurious, not cheap. Quiet enough for conversation. Glass walls overlooked the river, where afternoon sunlight moved across the water in broken silver lines. When Lin Chen arrived, Suwon had already placed several printed pages beside her tea. He sat opposite her. "You brought work. You said Chingyun's first day deserved better lighting." "It does." She tapped the papers. "Bad decisions are easier to see clearly." Lin Chen glanced at the first page. A list of companies. Retail technology. Community logistics. Food supply. Education services. Healthcare administration. Small manufacturers. None were famous. Several names meant nothing to him. What is this? Opportunities. Yours? Some? Why show me? Because you need practice rejecting them. Lin Chen looked up. Not selecting, that comes later. The waiter arrived. They ordered quickly. Once he left, Suwon folded her hands on the table. "How many companies does Chingyun own?" "One active investment." "Exactly. Cloudlink. One company is not a portfolio." "I know. Do you?" Her tone remained calm. Not dismissive, challenging. Lin Chen leaned back slightly. "What do you think I misunderstand?" "Cloudlink worked because the opportunity matched you. Founder problem, customer problem, operational solution, visible risk, limited initial capital." She pointed toward the list. "Future opportunities will not arrive that neatly. Some founders will be impressive and wrong. Some markets will be attractive and impossible. Some businesses will be profitable but strategically useless. Some will offer quick returns while trapping your capital for years. And some will look terrible." A faint smile touched her face. "But become valuable because everyone else refuses to look carefully." Their food arrived. Neither touched it immediately. Lin Chen studied the companies again. "What do you want me to do? Choose 3 you would reject without a meeting." He looked at her. "Based on this, based on the information available." "That seems unfair. Capital is unfair." She lifted her. "Unfair." She lifted her. "T. Founders rarely send perfect information. Markets rarely wait for complete certainty. You still need a first filter." Lin Chen began reading. The first company offered restaurant ordering software. Strong revenue growth. High customer turnover. Aggressive expansion. He marked it. Reject. Why? Suwon asked. High churn. That can be fixed. Maybe. Then why reject it? Because the company is expanding before proving retention. She nodded but gave no approval. The second operated regional cold chain transport. Large contracts. Thin margins. Heavy debt. Dependent on 2 customers. Reject. Why? Debt and customer concentration. Cloudlink also has concentration. Cloudlink doesn't carry the same fixed asset burden. Better. The third provided online tutoring services. Strong founder. Rapid user acquisition. Regulatory uncertainty. He hesitated, then left it unmarked. Suwon watched. "You like it?" "No." "Then why keep it?" "The founder appears capable. Capable founders can still choose dangerous markets." "I know." But Lin Chen examined the page. "But I don't know whether the regulatory risk is temporary or structural. So, not enough information to reject." Suwon smiled faintly. That was the first correct answer. He looked up. "The first 2 were wrong?" "Not necessarily. But you decided too quickly." She placed her cup down, rejecting too quickly. Opportunities is not the same as reacting negatively to risk. Every investment has risk. The question is whether the risk is understood, priced, and survivable. Lin Chen looked again at the restaurant software company. High churn. Fast expansion. Perhaps reckless. Perhaps necessary. Perhaps the company had discovered a customer segment where retention improved. The summary did not say. He crossed out the word reject. Replaced it with require evidence. Suwon nodded. Better. The cold chain business remained rejected. Still no. Heavy debt, good debt, or bad debt? Not stated. Then he changed the note again. Required debt structure and customer contract review. She looked satisfied. "You see the problem now?" "Yes. What is it?" "I was treating uncertainty as weakness. And Treating risk as disqualification. Exactly. She finally picked up her chopsticks. People without capital say yes too quickly. People with new capital often swing too far the other way. They reject everything that might make them look foolish. Lin Chen thought about the operating principles he had written that morning. No money as emotional proof. No opportunity worth sacrificing independence. Good rules. But rules could become armor. Armor protected judgment. It could also prevent movement. Earlier you asked whether I was building a company or protecting my pride, he said. I remember. What do you think now? Su-Wan considered him carefully. I think you're building a company. Then she pointed at the Kausiad opportunity list. But you may still build it too defensively. Lin Chen accepted the criticism without argument. That alone would have surprised the version of him who had first met her. Back then, every financial decision carried shame. Every question about money felt like judgment. Now criticism could simply be information. What does Qingyun need next? He asked. Not another company. Su-Wan replied. Not immediately. Then what? A portfolio thesis. Lin Chen frowned. That's broad. It should be. She turned one of the pages over and wrote 3 questions. What problems does Qingyun understand? What advantages can Qingyun provide beyond money? What kinds of control will Qingyun refuse? She slid the page toward him. Without those answers, you'll become a rich person buying interesting companies, not an investor. Correct. Lin Chen read the questions. CloudLink had not needed only money. It needed calm capital. Operational boundaries, customer discipline, professional structure. A backer willing to support the founder without replacing him. Perhaps that was the beginning of an answer. Qingyun understands companies trapped between early survival and professional operation. Su-Wan's eyes sharpened slightly. Continue. Founders with real products, real customers, but weak. Structure, too large to remain informal. Too small for traditional capital to take seriously. She nodded. What can you provide? Patient capital, operational discipline, legal and financial preparation, connections where useful, and? Lin Chen thought about Chen Hao. Permission for founders to remain founders. Su-Wan became silent. The river continued moving beyond the glass. Finally, she said, write that down. He took out his notebook. Qingyun Capital supports capable founders crossing from survival into professional operation, without taking away the responsibility that makes them founders. He read the sentence. Not perfect. But real. What will Qingyun refuse? Su-Wan asked. Control hidden inside cooperation. Good. Growth that depends on exhausting people. Good. Founders who want rescue without responsibility. Better. Companies where money only delays. Failure. She smiled faintly. And opportunities chosen because they make me feel successful. That one may be the hardest. It probably will be. Their food gradually disappeared as the conversation continued. They reviewed each company on the list, not to invest, to practice thinking. Sometimes the answer was no. Sometimes more information. Once, surprisingly, Lin Chen marked a small packaging supplier as worth studying. Its growth was modest. Margins average, technology unimpressive, but its customer retention was high, debt low, founder ownership intact. Its products served food businesses, logistics companies, and regional retailers. Boring infrastructure. The phrase reminded him of Qin Zheng. Hengyuan had understood that boring systems created long-term control. Qingyun would need to understand them without becoming controlled by those who arrived first. When lunch ended, Su-Wan collected the opportunity sheets. Lin Chen stopped her. Leave them. They aren't complete. Neither is Qingyun. She looked at him for a moment, then slid the pages back across the table. Fine, homework, first screening exercise. That sounds more expensive. It will be. They left the restaurant together. At the entrance, Su-Wan paused. One warning. What? You left Tianyu because you refused to let someone else control your future. I remember. Capital creates cleaner cages. Her expression became serious. No shouting. No bad managers. No public humiliation. Only contracts. Priority rights. Board seats. Financing conditions. Introductions that become obligations. Lin Chen thought of the strategic cooperation proposal at Hengyuan Tower. A chain around the future, not the present. I won't forget. You will, Su-Wan said. Everyone does when the offer is attractive enough. The honesty in her answer carried no insult. Only experience. So what should I do? Write down what you refuse before someone offers enough money to make you change your mind. Then she stepped toward the waiting car. Before entering, she looked back. Congratulations on Qingyun's first day. Lin Chen smiled. You said celebrations should wait until the systems work without me. They worked this morning. For a few hours. Take the win. The car door closed. Lin Chen remained on the pavement with the opportunity papers beneath his arm. People moved through the financial district around him. Bankers, founders, employees, investors. Everyone appeared free from a distance. Most carried obligations invisible to strangers. He looked toward the surrounding towers. Tianyu Media had been a cage he could see. The next cages would arrive disguised as opportunity. That evening, Lin Chen returned to the study. The sunlight had shifted from the floor to the far wall. His morning coffee cup still rested beside Qingyun's operating principles. He cleared the desk, placed the opportunity sheets in front of him, then opened the decision ledger. The first page contained CloudLink. The second remained blank. He did not fill it with another company. Instead, he created a heading. Qingyun Capital Portfolio Thesis. He copied the sentence written during lunch. Support capable founders crossing from survival into professional operation without removing founder responsibility. Below it, he added. Preferred characteristics. Real customer demand. Clear operational pain. Founder commitment. Defensible value beyond short-term attention. Capital needs that can be bounded. Governance that preserves responsibility. Then, automatic caution. Growth dependent on hidden subsidies. Unclear ownership. Excessive customer concentration. Founder avoidance of accountability. Capital required only to delay collapse. Deals carrying hidden strategic control. He stopped at the final line, then wrote one more section. Non-negotiable independence rules. No priority rights over Qingyun's future investments. No broad exclusivity. No personal guarantees without explicit bounded purpose. No control rights disguised as introductions. No capital accepted without understanding the exit pressure attached to it. The blue interface did not appear. The room remained quiet. Lin Chen looked toward the blank space at the bottom of the page. For most of his life, success had meant gaining access, a better job, a larger salary, a respected office, enough money to enter rooms that had once ignored him. Now he understood that access was only the beginning. The more doors opened, the more carefully he needed to decide which ones not to enter. His phone vibrated. CloudLink's end-of-day report. Deployment verification remained on schedule. No critical incidents. Chen Hao had attached the new authority framework. Lin Chen opened it. Operating expenses below 20,000. Approved vendor payments within existing contracts. Limited customer adjustments. Temporary staffing authority. Escalation conditions. Ownership restrictions. Cash thresholds. Clear. Practical. Not perfect. He made 2 minor comments. Then approved it. A second message arrived from Chen Hao. Feels strange not asking you first. Lin Chen replied. Make the decision. Document the reason. Review the result. A moment later. And if I fail? Lin Chen looked at the question. He typed slowly. Fail inside the boundary. Learn before the next decision. Do not hide it. Chen Hao's answer came after nearly a minute. Understood. The exchange ended there. No emotional promise. No declaration of loyalty. Yet something important had changed. Chen Hao no longer treated trust as permission granted by a rescuer. Lin Chen no longer treated oversight as answering every question. Both had begun behaving like people responsible for the same company from different positions. He recorded the update in Qingyun's ledger. CloudLink governance status. Founder authority formalized. Backer oversight limited to defined thresholds. Trust converted into process. Next, he opened the personal schedule created that morning. Almost every item had been completed. CloudLink review. Qingyun account structure. Capital principles. Opportunity screening. Portfolio thesis. Only one remained. End of day reflection. He opened the blank section. What changed today? He wrote. No employer told me what mattered. I had to decide. What risk appeared? Freedom can become disorganization. Capital can become emotional proof. Support can become control. What must happen next? Qingyun must learn to build a portfolio. Not collect companies. Build one. He stopped writing. Outside, Jiang City's evening lights appeared one by one. The city looked different from his apartment than it had from Tianyu Media's windows. Not smaller, more open, and therefore more dangerous. The system appeared at last. Soft blue words hovered above the ledger. Independent operator routine, established. Capital platform status, operational foundation confirmed. CloudLink governance, boundary framework active. No reward followed, no money entered his accounts. No new function unlocked, only a final evaluation. Current limitation, single asset dependence. Required progression, portfolio discipline. Lin Chen read the words without surprise. The system had not solved anything. It had only named the problem he had already reached himself. CloudLink could succeed. It could also fail. Even success could become a weakness if Qingyun depended on one company, one founder, one customer network, or one industry. Diversification did not mean scattering money. It meant building strength that did not collapse when one part weakened. The interface faded. Lin Chen turned to the first page of a new notebook. The cover remained unmarked. He wrote 2 words across the top, Qingyun Capital. Beneath them, he added the date. Then the first objective, build a coherent portfolio without surrendering independence. The sentence occupied only 1 line. The page beneath it remained empty. No list of future companies. No guaranteed victories. No map showing the correct path. Only space waiting to be earned. Lin Chen placed the pen beside the notebook. Tianyu Media had taught him how to work inside someone else's structure. CloudLink had taught him how quickly responsibility grew after money entered the room. Qingyun would teach him something harder. How to choose, what to support, what to reject, what to protect, and when attractive capital carried a cage inside it. He closed the decision ledger. The first day had not produced a new investment. It had produced rules, boundaries, a direction. For Qingyun Capital, that was the real first page.